The rope snaps, sending our MC plummeting into the void. Lunging from the shadows, dozens of starving beasts reveal their claws. Zhang Xiaoyong's face twists with pure rage as he vows to make them pay. And just like that, everything changed. Wakes up in his old room, soaked in sweat. He stares at his palms, seeing no scars and no wounds at all. That digital clock glows in the dark exactly 30 days until the world falls apart. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen pops up, lighting up the whole room. God-tier items and power potions fill this crazy interdimensional shop. A mystic ring glows on his finger, holding an entire pocket dimension inside, kicking that traitor out of his house with a look of pure disgust. With one swift move, he slaps a black credit card down, silencing everyone. Massive machines start grinding away, building an absolute fortress. Power surges through his body, shredding his clothes from the pure pressure. Across from him, his old enemy stares back, looking both hateful and confused. Jiang just smirks, his eyes cold and calculating. The countdown is on, and that's where it gets good. I'm making every single one of them pay. The story begins with our protagonist tied up and hanging over a cage of zombies. A woman smiles maliciously as she calls out the young man's name, Jiang Xiaowang. She taunts him, saying his friends are gone and his life is now meaningless. Remembering his companions, the boy is filled with guilt and hatred for everything that happened. He then yells at the wicked woman, saying she deserves a terrible end. A man beside her mocks the young man's anger and suggests dealing with him slowly. Then, this same guy thanks him for the supplies that will ensure their survival. With that, he presses a button and the rope holding Jiang Xiaoyang is suddenly released. The young man then falls straight into the cage, where the hungry creatures eagerly awaited him. The zombies immediately surround him and start swarming him from all sides. In his final moments, he swears that if he had another chance, he would make the two traitors pay. Suddenly, the protagonist jolts awake, completely confused by the situation. He hears a familiar voice asking what he meant by what he just shouted. The woman demands to know why he hasn't put the house in her name yet and questions him. Jiang Xiaoyang is in shock as he realizes he has been reborn before the start of the apocalypse. He remembers how in his past life, he was tricked by Kui Jing, who left him with nothing. Soon after, a global catastrophe turned most humans into zombies, creating chaos. With the help of friends, he built a safe shelter to survive amidst the danger. But the traitor showed up, pretending to be helpless to gain their sympathy. In reality, she was a spy sent by enemies to destroy the group from within. The girl yells, asking if he heard her, but Jiang Xiaoyang just curses her in his thoughts. He realizes he can't act on impulse, and she gives him 1 week to sort things out. The protagonist then pushes her out of the house and tells her to leave, leaving her confused. She is shocked and wonders when he became so assertive, as he used to be her doormat. Now alone in the house, the young man can finally think calmly about his next steps. He then turns and looks at a digital clock on a nearby table. The device shows there's only 1 month until the apocalypse, and he needs to prepare quickly. Suddenly, the young man's eyes glow, and he realizes something strange is happening. A system screen appears before him with a mission to prepare for the end of the world. He wonders what the system and the reward points he can earn from missions are. Then a shop appears, showing items like strength potions and supply boxes. At that moment, the young man's stomach starts to rumble loudly because he is very hungry. He remembers that in his past life, he was always under to save money for Ku Jing's dowry. Without a second thought, the boy grabs his phone to order food through an app. Since the world is ending in a month, he decides he deserves to eat well at least once. The scene then takes us to a fancy building in the city, where the delivery will soon be made. A huge, expensive feast arrives at his house, and the young man is impressed by it all. He picks up a piece of meat and says he's going to see what a 300 yuan dish tastes like. The protagonist brings the food to his mouth and finally tries the dish, which looks delicious. The flavor is so good that his body reacts explosively and his shirt even rips. With that, he begins to devour all the food at an absurd speed, without stopping for a second. However, in the middle of the meal, the young man's cell phone starts to ring, catching his attention. It was a call from Ku Jing's friend, and he already knew the manipulator had gone crying to her. The girl on the phone yells, asking how he could treat Kui Jing in such a horrible way. With no patience at all, the protagonist yells back, simply telling her to get lost. He then hangs up on her without even caring what she was about to say. After dealing with that minor annoyance, he throws himself on the sofa to relax a bit. Then, the young man remembers the system's mission and starts thinking about buying a piece of land. He plans to build the strongest fortress of all near a water source in a forest. Determined, he gets up and goes to a real estate agency to find the perfect spot for his plan. Arriving there, a realtor approaches him and asks if he wants to rent or buy a house. Just as Jiang Xiaoyang was about to answer, a guy shows up and interrupts their conversation. The manager, Ju, tells the woman to go carry boxes of toilet paper, but she tries to refuse. The man then scolds her, telling her not to waste time on a nobody in cheap clothes. Hearing this, the protagonist gets really annoyed and asks what he meant by that. The manager looks at him with contempt and couldn't care less about the young man's question. He taunts him, saying if the kid buys a toilet, he'll do a live stream eating something. Jiang Xiaoyang then accepts the bet and says he'll get something nice and warm for him. With a confident smile, he shows his black credit card to the realtor. He then announces that he is there to buy a piece of land, and everyone is shocked. The realtor's attitude changes instantly, and she offers to give him a detailed explanation. The manager, however, continues to doubt him, thinking the young man will back out when it's time to pay. She then hands Jiang Xiaoyang some papers with the available plots of land. But the protagonist interrupts her, saying he'll state his requirements to see if anything fits. The ideal location would be near mountains with running water and preferably easy transportation. The woman becomes thoughtful, trying to find a place that meets so many requests. Suddenly, Manager Ju suggests a plot in the East District, and she is quite surprised. The guy actually just wants to get rid of the kid, thinking he's there to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaoyong asks if the location meets all the criteria, and she confirms it but mentions the factories there. He analyzes the papers and sees that the location is great and the stalled construction will save time. Without a second thought, the young man decides he'll take the land and wants to sign the contract right away. The realtor is completely shocked by how quickly he made the decision and doesn't understand a thing. She asks if he's sure, and the protagonist confirms, remembering the bet with the manager. The payment is made on the spot, and the receipt shows a down payment of 300,000 yuan. Manager Ju panics when he sees the kid spent millions on an abandoned piece of land. The protagonist then faces him and says it's now his turn to fulfill his part of the deal. The people around them start filming and teasing the manager, telling him to start the live stream. With the purchase of the land, the first part of the system's mission is finally completed successfully. Zhang Xiaoyong now needs to find a way to get money to buy supplies. On his way, he runs into the trader from his past life, who recognizes him and is confused. The man who betrayed him in the past life glares at him angrily as the protagonist walks away. Meanwhile, at the real estate agency, the manager is forced to honor the bet and cries out for help. Elsewhere, Kujing is relaxing and smoking calmly at a fancy chair. Suddenly, her cell phone starts to ring, and she picks it up to see who is calling her. It was Li Shoxiang, who tells her that Jiang Xiaoyong went to the real estate agency to buy land. The woman is shocked and wonders where he got the money to make such a purchase. Furious, she yells that the young man used her money and that she will expose him online. Back at home, the protagonist thinks about how he will get the money to buy supplies. At that moment, he hears loud knocks on the door and wonders what could have happened. When he opens it, he is faced with Kui Jing and her friend, who accuse him of spending her money. The young man pretends not to understand and asks the two of them what they are talking about. She then yells that the dowry money is hers, and therefore the land he bought is also hers. Zhang Xiaoyong simply asks if the girl has lost her mind and flicks her on the forehead. He shows a wad of cash and reveals that he knows about her affair with Li Shuxiang. The woman is completely frozen, wondering how he found out her secret. Her friend tries to calm the situation, but the protagonist cuts her off, saying there's no misunderstanding. He kicks him out of his house, and Kui Jing remains in shock, not understanding how she was found out. In the elevator, her friend questions her about the affair, and she admits she only booked rooms with him. Kui Jing says the situation has gotten out of control and that they need a new plan now. Her friend then smiles maliciously and says she won't hold back with the young man anymore. On the purchased land, the protagonist asks a builder how long the renovation will take. The construction is massive, and the young man observes the workers and machines already on site. The foreman lists all the requirements like reinforced walls and watchtowers. The man says it's impossible in 1 month, but Zhang Xiaoyong threatens to hire someone else. The foreman then changes his mind and says it will cost more to finish everything on schedule. The protagonist then tells him to name his price, and the man shows 2 fingers with a smile. The young man asks if it's 20 million, and the builder confirms, asking for a deposit of 5. Zhang Xiaoyong agrees to transfer the money in a week and tells him to start now. He guarantees that if he doesn't pay, the land will belong to the man, who finally accepts the job. Suddenly, Kui Jing's friend appears on site and calls the young man's name sweetly. The girl approaches him and hugs him, asking what he is doing in that place. She continues to cling to the young man's arm, trying to be as charming as possible with him. In his thoughts, the young man swears he will make her pay double for what she did in his past life. The woman asks if he bought the land and if he's going to build a mansion on the site. Losing his patience, he pushes her away, saying that what he builds is none of her business. She is confused because before he would have turned bright red, but now he had no reaction. The protagonist ignores her and goes to give more orders to the workers, leaving her behind. The girl then sees a golden opportunity to trick him and take the land for herself. Back at home, he sees that he only got 3 million from the house, which isn't enough. He then gets the idea to sell the house to multiple people since the apocalypse is near. Focused and determined, he knows what he needs to do to get the rest of the money. Suddenly, he hears loud knocks on the door and already knows it's the old neighbor again. He remembers that his downstairs neighbor has money and really wants to buy his house. The elderly man accuses him of partying all night, but that's just an excuse to bother him. The protagonist yells back that he went to bed early and wasn't making any mess. Fed up with the situation, the young man says he will finally sell the house to him. The neighbor is completely shocked by the news and can hardly believe what he heard. But the kid imposes a condition to close the deal, and the old man is very curious to know what it is. He demands 5 million at once and asks to stay in the house for another 6 months. Then Zhang Xiaoyong threatens to slam the door in his face if he doesn't accept his terms. The old man agrees on the spot but demands a contract to ensure he doesn't back out. With a malicious smile, the young man thinks the old man can wait to pass away in his new house. With the neighbor's money plus the loan, he calculates that he will soon have 8 million yuan. Now with the money secured, he opens the system screen to claim his reward. Without wasting time, he heads straight to a giant supermarket to buy supplies. The protagonist runs through the aisles, grabbing everything he sees for his mission. A couple watches him from a distance and comments that the young man must be crazy to buy so much. The scene shows the absurd number of shopping carts that he has filled completely. The The people around him mock him, thinking he's just another fool who believes in rumors. With that, the mission is completed, and he finally earns his first 10 points in the system. He checks the system store and sees that the protagonist's supply box costs 10 points. Without hesitation, the young man decides to spend all his points to buy the special box. The exchange is successful, and a mysterious, glowing box appears in front of him. Inside the box, he finds a spatial ring with 500 cubic meters of space. The young man is very happy because he knew the first reward would be something incredible like this. With time stopped inside, he can store fresh food without it ever spoiling. Then a new mission appears in the system, asking for supplies for 10 years of sustenance. Suddenly, a man appears with 2 security guards, yelling and asking who is making the mess. As he gets closer, the guy recognizes Jiang Xiaoyong and is surprised to see him there. The protagonist also recognizes him immediately and remembers his name is Yang Tao. He remembers that Yang Tao was the school bully's lackey and always picked on the weak. The former classmate then threatens him and tells him to put all the groceries back. The young man stares at him and asks if this is how the market treats all its customers. Yang Tao then yells at him to pay for everything, or they won't be gentle with the young man. An hour later, the cashiers are still ringing up the young man's huge purchase without stopping. The cashier informs Yang Tao that the total purchase came to over 50,000 yuan. The man then holds out the card machine to the young man and demands that he pay now. With a quick movement, the protagonist swipes his card, and the transaction is approved instantly. Yang Tao is shocked to see the transaction approved and can't hide his anger. He and his guards turn to leave, but Jiang Xiaowang calls him back and asks him to wait. Yang Tao turns around annoyed and asks what the young man is doing just standing there staring at him. With a confident smile, Jiang Xiaoyang demands an apology for his rudeness. The former classmate gets furious and accuses him of looking for trouble with him on purpose. Then, other people in the market start filming and supporting the protagonist in the confrontation. The young man then promises that if the apology is sincere, he will buy 10 times more products. Yang Tao doubts him, but Jiang Xiaoyang shows his card and challenges him to check the balance. The young man then inserts the card into the machine to prove to everyone that he's telling the truth. Upon seeing the balance of 700,000 yuan, the man is completely shocked by the cash. Jiang Xiaoyang stares at him and reaffirms his promise to keep buying if he apologizes. With no other choice, Yang Tao bows dramatically and apologizes to the young man. The protagonist pats him on the head and advises him not to be so reckless. The guy's attitude changes instantly, and he asks why the young man is buying so much stuff. He then says that the market stock won't be enough, and that he needs a wholesaler. The young man sees an opportunity, and Yang Tao mentions the name Zhang Shengzhi, the school bully. He then calls his boss, and Jiang Xiaoyang thinks about how the two of them steal from the market. The two then go to the warehouse outside the large commercial establishment. At that moment, a luxury car comes speeding towards them without even braking. The vehicle almost runs them over, and the two have to jump out of the way to avoid being hit. The protagonist is annoyed by the driver's arrogance and thinks about how he was never fooled. A man gets out of the car smoking, and he seems to be the so-called Zhang Shengzhi, the big wholesaler. Yang Tao introduces him to his boss as the big client he had mentioned before. The wholesaler, however, doesn't recognize him, and his lackey explains that he's a former schoolmate. After taking a drag from his cigarette, the man finally says he remembers the young man's face. With that, he blows smoke right in the protagonist's face, who shows no reaction. Then the bully mocks him, calling him the only guy with a drop of courage in school. He pulls the young man's sweatshirt string and accuses him of wearing a fake brand to show off. Annoyed, Zhang Shengzhi shoves his employee aside, yelling that this was a waste of time. He then kicks Yang Tao, saying he knows how to spot a rich person, and the young man isn't one. The protagonist smirks and thinks that his aura isn't enough to intimidate an illiterate person. Furious, the man grabs the young man's collar and asks what he just said about him. Jiang Xiaoyang repeats that he looks down on others, and the bully gets angry at being called that. With a cute face, the young man then asks if it's okay to call him a snob. Yang Tao tries to break up the fight and says that being illiterate is his boss's weak spot. The wholesaler gets even more annoyed by the comment and shoves the boy against a truck. He threatens him, saying that if he doesn't buy a whole truckload of products, he'll be leaving on all fours. The young man then tells him to let go and show him the account number to make the transfer. The man is shocked to receive a 1 million yuan deposit and asks if he's serious. The young man confirms and says he'll buy 5 million in rice, oil, salt, and anything edible. With a malicious smile, the bully thinks he has a batch of nearly expired food for him. In the warehouse, he offers a 10% discount if the protagonist takes everything at once. The protagonist says the discount depends on the quality of the products he's selling. He then picks up a food package to analyze and see if it's worth buying or not. Upon checking, he realizes that only the outer layer is new, and the rest is nearly expired. The wholesaler is surprised by the young man's cleverness and offers a 50% discount. Jiang Xiaoyang refuses the offer, saying his 5 million is for buying quality products. He then reveals that he has other plans for the nearly expired food, and the man gets curious. The young man proposes to take everything with the discount but will only pay for the batch in a month. The bully is worried, but the young man assures him he will mortgage the house if he doesn't pay the debt. With a confident smile, he says that in a few days, even expired food will be worth a fortune. He then tells the man to deliver the goods to the address he will send shortly. Suddenly, the protagonist's cell phone rings, and he answers to see who is calling. While on the phone, he tells the two of them to separate the food for delivery. Yang Tao asks if the young man set him up, but his boss says his family is just average. The old man who wanted the young man's house shows up with a deposit of 400,000 yuan in cash. He accepts the condition of waiting 3 months for the house and asks to sign the contract right away. The young man notices the man's desperation and asks why he is in such a hurry. The old man explains that his granddaughter needs to change schools, and the house is the only housing option. The protagonist jokes, asking if he's not afraid that he might raise the price of the house. The man begs him not to do that, as the money is the savings of 2 generations. With a gentle smile, Jiang Xiaoyong calms him down and assures him he won't go back on their deal. With everything settled, the protagonist finally signs the sales contract for his old house. The old man is very happy to see the signed document and celebrates the deal he made with him. Then the man says goodbye, saying he won't bother him anymore, and the young man bids him farewell. Alone, he thinks that because they are so honest, the old man and his granddaughter wouldn't survive the apocalypse. Then the young man calls him back and asks for the man's current address, who is quite confused. The scene then shifts to the construction site, where the foreman approaches the young man. The builder asks about the second payment, and Jiang Xiaoyong says he will transfer it soon. The foreman informs him that the construction is almost finished with secure walls and the warehouse is ready for use. With everything ready, the young man calls Zhang Shengji and tells him to start delivering the goods. The delivery men celebrate the generous bonus and comment that the place looks like a real bunker. The protagonist organizes everything and tells him to separate the perishable items from the other products. After all the hard work, the delivery men finally leave and the door closes. Satisfied with the result, Jiang Xiaoyong finds himself surrounded by a mountain of supplies. With that, the mission for 10 years of supplies is completed, and he earns another 20 points. Checking the system store, he sees that new skill boxes have been added for purchase. Without a second thought, he spends 10 points on the awakening box and gains the Mind's Eye. The young man is excited because this ability to detect hostility will be very useful in the apocalypse. Soon after, a new mission appears, asking him to arm himself to earn more rewards. With a confident smile, he thinks that's exactly what he was already planning to do. At night, he goes to a black market to find everything he needs for his next task. At the black market, the protagonist overhears people negotiating fake items like ancient relics. He watches a man trying to sell an item for 300, but the buyer haggles relentlessly. Jiang Xiaoyan then sees the trader Li Shuxiong buying a fake jade bracelet for 200. With a smile, he thinks about how foolish Kui Jing is for being tricked by a trinket. At one of the stalls, he spots some swords and machetes that seem to be of good quality. After walking a bit more, he finally finds the shop he was looking for. The young man crouches down and asks the vendor if he has any more durable items to sell. The man scoffs at him, saying that if he wants something stronger, he'll have to sharpen it himself. The young man insists that he needs something more resistant and looks at the vendor seriously. The vendor gets annoyed with his persistence and asks if he's there to cause trouble. Suddenly, the man receives a notification for 200,000 yuan in his account and is shocked. The protagonist shows his phone and passport, proving he's serious about the purchase. Impressed by the cash, the vendor calls an assistant to take care of the stall for him. He then invites the young man to talk in a more private place, away from prying eyes. In the back of the shop, the vendor offers a homemade firearm for 2,000 yuan, but the young man refuses. The man doesn't understand the young man's refusal and looks at him with a confused expression. He then offers a replica revolver for 5,000 yuan and bullets for 5 each. Jiang Xiaoyan gets annoyed and says that with a 200,000 advance, he deserves something better. The vendor is confused and asks what advance the protagonist is talking about. With his eyes glowing, the young man reveals that he wants to buy 2 million yuan worth of weapons. The vendor is surprised by the size of the order and asks who the mysterious young man is. He asks for a moment and steps away to get something important for their negotiation. The man opens a secret door that was hidden behind a wall in the warehouse. He then peeks through the crack to make sure no one is watching them. With the area clear, he tells the protagonist that he has found the right person for the job. The young man then gives the delivery instructions and demands that the payment be in cash. The vendor sees him off at the door and tells the young man to be careful on his way back. As he leaves the shop, he runs into Li Shuxiong, who looks at him with a disdainful gaze. The man accuses him of having family heirlooms to be spending so much money lately. He then taunts him, saying he's selling everything to live comfortably and without effort. The protagonist smirks and decides to test his new Mind's Eye ability. The ability is activated, and a glowing blue eye appears on his forehead, showing his powers. He senses the trader's hostility and the vendor's neutrality, who is standing beside him. With that, he mocks the man, saying he tricked Kui Jing with second-hand goods. Li Shuxiong becomes enraged by the young man's comment and lunges at him with great anger. The vendor asks if they know each other, and Jiang Xiaoyong says they are more like enemies. The man then tells him to go about his business, and he will teach the trader a lesson himself. The young man walks away as the vendor's goons prepare to engage the angry man. Li Shuxiong tries to argue, but one of the guys threatens him with a sharp metal bat. Without mercy, the goon hits him hard, and the man falls to the ground, crying out in great pain. Lying on the ground, the man swears revenge on the protagonist and tells him to wait for payback. 2 days later, in a warehouse, a truck arrives to deliver the purchased weapons. The young man watches the vehicle approach and prepares to receive the arsenal he ordered. With the weapons in hand, the mission is completed, and he earns another 10 points in the system. As a bonus, he receives a physical enhancement potion, which leaves him very surprised. The potion is a +2 level, which is double the one in the system store. Without hesitation, the young man prepares to apply the injection and increase his physical attributes. Upon injecting the liquid into his body, he feels intense pain and screams in agony. He calculates that with the 2 strength points, his capacity will increase by 40%. With the 20-point potion from the store, he decides to maximize this advantage and get stronger. Now with 8 strength points, he is 60% stronger than an average person. An aura of fire envelops his body, and he feels ready to test his new strength. He then spots some pipes and sandbags that could serve for his little test. The young man picks up an iron bar and prepares to see how powerful he has really become. With a precise kick, he bends the iron bar with impressive ease. The metal object shatters into pieces, and the protagonist is satisfied with the result. He realizes that now, not even the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse will be a problem for him. The young man then lies on the floor to rest and decides to store the weapons in his spatial ring. With a gesture, the weapon crates are sucked into the ring and disappear into thin air. He then gets up and thinks that since the apocalypse is the next day, he needs to prepare. He remembers the old man's honesty and how desperate he was for the house for his granddaughter. Even after all he's been through, he still sympathizes with the plight of the less fortunate. Therefore, he decides to send some supplies as a form of payment for the man's help. The protagonist then gets in his car and drives to an old building in a remote neighborhood. Upon arrival, he complains that without GPS, it would be impossible to find such a hidden place. He goes up the stairs and notices that the old man lives in a simple, cheap place on the top floor. Before knocking on the door, the young man prepares to use his spatial ring to get the supplies. He remembers that if he doesn't take the boxes out first, it would be very difficult to explain how he got them. With the ring glowing on his hand, he prepares to summon the boxes of food and drink. The supplies then appear out of nowhere, stacked in the hallway, making everything very cramped. The old man hears the noise and runs to the door, thinking it's the landlord collecting rent. Upon opening it, he is faced with the protagonist and recognizes him immediately with surprise. The man is shocked to see the pile of boxes and asks what the young man is doing there. The young man asks him to help carry everything inside before any neighbors see them. Inside the apartment, the old man comments on the young man's energy, who moved everything at once. The protagonist surveys the place and sees that the room is decent and the front door is very solid. He then turns to the old man and says he has something very important to tell him now. The young man warns that starting the next day, the world will undergo a major change. The man doesn't understand and says he can store the supplies at his house since he's moving out. In a picture frame, he sees a photo of the old man with his granddaughter, who seems to be a kind young woman. Seeing the photo, he remembers the girl's name and her image comes to his mind. He asks the old man his granddaughter's name, and the man is shocked that he knows. The old man explains that she is in her hometown and will only move after the transfer. The young man then remembers that in his past life, the grandfather risked everything to save the girl. He swears to himself that he will make up for the old man's regret in this new life. The protagonist then tells the man that he will no longer be moving into his old house. He explains that starting the next day, the world will become a living nightmare, and nothing else matters. The old man is confused and can't understand what the young man is trying to tell him. Jiang Xiaoyong realizes it will be difficult to explain the situation to the older man. He then tries a different approach, asking if the old man knows what hunger is. To prove his point, he uses the spatial ring and makes all the supply boxes disappear. The man is frightened by the magic and wonders what kind of trick the young man used. The protagonist reveals that he has superpowers and can predict the future to convince him. With a serious and determined look, he asks where the old man's granddaughter's school is. The two then get in the car, and the young man drives at high speed towards the location. The car speeds through the city streets, and they arrive at the school in a matter of minutes. Upon arrival, the young man asks which class and dorm the girl is in to find her. In the schoolyard, a girl is being surrounded by a group of angry bullies. One of the girls hits her hard and accuses her of having something a guy named Zhang Xiaoqing likes. With a bruised face, she tries to defend herself, saying she wants nothing to do with the boy. Losing patience, the girl kicks her hard and knocks her to the ground without any mercy. The bully then pulls her hair and accuses her of playing hard to get with the boy. Another girl holds her tightly while the group's leader looks at her with a disdainful gaze. Suddenly, one of them spots the girl's grandfather and the protagonist approaching and scoffs. The old man yells at them to let his granddaughter go, and the young man follows with a serious look. One of the bullies then turns and tells the older man not to meddle in their business. The old man gets furious and attacks the boy who threatened him but is easily overpowered by the group. One of the boys holds him tightly, and the other prepares to hit him with a bat. But before he can land the blow, the protagonist catches the bat with one hand. With a cold look, he asks if they are learning to be thugs at such a young age. The bully calls him Big Brother, and the protagonist knocks him down with a single blow. The boy falls to the ground with a dull thud, and his friends are shocked by the young man's strength. Impressed by the young man's strength, the bully wonders if he is trained to fight. The two then decide to attack together to try to have a chance against the protagonist. With a determined look, he prepares to face the two bullies at the same time. He faces the two boys who arm themselves with a bat and a knife for the upcoming fight. The boy with the bat attacks first and tries to hit the protagonist's head with force. But with a quick move, the young man dodges the blow, and the bully barely misses the target. The protagonist realizes his reactions are much faster after the enhancement. With that, he takes advantage of the opening and grabs the boy's neck with impressive strength. With brutal force, he throws the bully to the ground headfirst to incapacitate him. The boy passes out instantly with his eyes rolled back and mouth open, showing it's over for him. Then the other boy tries a surprise attack from behind with a sharp knife in his hand, but the protagonist turns and catches the blade with ease, surprising the attacker. With no time to react, a swift kick goes straight towards the blonde bully's face. The blow lands squarely, and the boy is thrown far away by the impact of the attack. He hits the ground hard and lies there, groaning in pain, unable to get back up. With the two attackers defeated, Zhang Xiaoyong turns to the girls who were watching. He then approaches their leader, who looks at him scared and asks what he wants. The bully's face turns red, and she glares at him with a look of pure hatred and surprise. She remains in shock, unable to believe what just happened right in front of her. The young man then grabs her hair and asks if she likes doing this to others. He then holds the knife to her neck, and she screams, terrified by the situation. With a quick flick of the blade, he lets her go, and the girl screams in sheer desperation. The protagonist's eyes glow with an intense blue light, showing his determination. The bully falls to her knees on the ground and realizes something terrible has happened to her. She puts her hands to her head and discovers that her long hair has been completely cut off. Furious, she yells that she won't let him get away with what he just did to her. The young man ignores her and says that long hair will only be a burden in what's to come. He then turns to Shanshan and calls for her to leave, leaving the bullies behind. Shanshan is confused and asks where they are going now that they've left the school. In the car, she is shocked to realize she won't be going back to classes anymore. The protagonist explains that a great famine is coming and survival is the priority. The girl scolds her grandfather, thinking he fell for another one of the many phone scams. Zhang Xiaoyong then corrects her and swears he will keep the girl safe in this new life. He reveals that the information about the famine came from him, not from some random scam. Shanshan then looks at him and asks who he is, as she has never seen him before in her life. The young man introduces himself and says she doesn't need to worry about the bullies who attacked her. She becomes concerned by the news and asks if the famine is really going to happen. He then reveals that he made up the story about the famine for her grandfather to understand the situation. The girl is shocked by the revelation and yells that the apocalypse is about to begin. The young man then asks her to check the news and videos to see the first signs. On her phone, she sees a post about a sword that lights up the moon and scatters the leaves. Then she sees a video of people biting each other and is shocked by the scene. Another post talks about a strange fog that has returned with a very weird smell. A person in the video complains about being bitten and asks to be taken to the hospital urgently. The protagonist confirms that the signs of the apocalypse are already appearing everywhere. He then explains that the next day a toxic fog will cover several provinces. The fog will affect living beings, and a part of the population will turn into zombies. And the other part that is not infected will not be spared from the terror to come either. He continues to explain that the people who pass away will turn into one of the creatures. The protagonist then asks if she knows what zombies are, and the girl says yes. He warns that when it all begins, she won't find the situation so unbelievable. Suddenly, they hit a huge traffic jam on the road and get stuck. The young man notices that even the emergency lane is completely blocked. The old man is worried about the zombies, but the young man says it's not that urgent yet. In his thoughts, he worries about the possibility of a small outbreak happening right there. Suddenly, a yellow car cuts in front of them and merges into the emergency lane. The abrupt maneuver forces the protagonist to brake hard to avoid a collision. The passengers are thrown forward by the impact, and the girl screams from the shock. Annoyed, Zhang Xiaoyong curses the driver for merging without even signaling. He then turns the steering wheel sharply and decides he won't let the other driver get away. With a daring maneuver, he pulls his car in front of the other and blocks it on the road. The protagonist's car is parked sideways in front, blocking the yellow vehicle's path. With a furious look, he glares at the other driver, who keeps trying to get past him. The man in the other car starts yelling at him from the window, but the young man is not intimidated. The old man suggests avoiding trouble, but Zhang Xiaoyong says he doesn't mind sending him a message. Finally, the traffic starts to move, and the young man celebrates the end of an almost 1-hour wait. But the girl warns him that the car from before is trying to cut them off again on the road. Without a second thought, the protagonist accelerates and rams his car into the other drivers. With a furious look, he complains that the other driver won't leave them alone. The collision between the two cars creates sparks, and the sound of metal clashing echoes. The old man asks him not to stoop to the other's level, but the young man doesn't listen. He says that with the apocalypse coming, there's no need to tolerate scum like that. With a risky maneuver, he swerves the car to the side, and the other one hits the guardrail. The yellow vehicle is dragged along the road, and the protagonist manages to get rid of it. Annoyed, the driver gets out of the car and yells at the young man who is already far away. The man then takes out his phone and calls the traffic police, requesting the footage. He swears he will show the young man that there are people he can't mess with. At night, they arrive at the fortress and the garage door opens for them to enter. The old man gets out of the car, impressed with the place, and the young man observes the shelter's entrance. They approach the building, and the man is shocked by the size of the place. The protagonist tells them to rest because from the next day on, everything will be difficult. The next morning, he observes the landscape from the window and prepares for what's to come. Shanshan stretches in the hallway and celebrates not having to go to school anymore. With a smile, he invites her to see the fortress that will be their new home. The young man explains that the walls are made of reinforced concrete to ensure safety. The solid steel gate with remote control is also super resistant to attacks. He warns them that without his permission, no one but them can enter the fortress. The girl then asks if they should leave the survivors who arrive there to perish. He then asks her to come with him, and the three of them go out to explore the fortress together. The young man explains that in the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable and dangerous. Therefore, having a soft heart would only lead them to a tragic and inescapable end. The two of them listen to him in silence, and the old man seems to understand the gravity of the situation. He then shows them a safety zone that can serve as a temporary shelter for others. Next, he takes them to the food storage and shows which areas can be rationed. The three of them enter the giant warehouse, and the young man prepares to show them something important. He turns to the two of them and looks at them with a serious and determined gaze. The protagonist then activates his mind's eye to check the loyalty of his companions. He sees a sign of trust above their heads and is surprised by the positive result. With that, he summons the weapons from his spatial ring and gives them to the two to defend themselves. The young man teaches them how to handle the weapons and tells them never to let them fall into the wrong hands. The old man nods in agreement and understands the importance of keeping the weapons safe. A new system mission appears asking him to find and rescue an old comrade. The young man is confused by the mission, but soon an arrow of light appears to guide him. He's excited about the new task because he was wondering how to find his friends. He reinforces the fortress rules and the girl asks where he is going now. The protagonist says he needs to recruit and assemble a team for what's to come. The scene then shifts to a fancy building with a bright KTV sign on its facade. Inside, a group of friends is singing karaoke and having fun, unaware of the danger. Two of the guys get up to go to the restroom, and a friend makes fun of how long they're taking. Annoyed, one of them curses back, and they head to the karaoke bar's restroom together. In the hallway, they accidentally bump into a couple who were passing by at that moment. The woman complains about the bump, and the white-haired guy looks at her with a disdainful gaze. He then apologizes to the woman, and his friend tries to avoid any kind of trouble. But the man accompanying her doesn't accept the apology and kicks him hard in the chest. The young man is thrown backward by the impact of the kick and falls to the ground in a lot of pain. His friend runs to help him and asks if he's okay after the blow he took. He then turns to the aggressor and asks why he hit him that way. The man gets annoyed by the young man's audacity and says it's the first time someone has talked back to him. Without a second thought, he grabs him by the collar and lifts him off the ground with ease. The young man wipes his nose and complains about his bad luck for catching a cold again. The people around them comment on the fight and wonder if they ever get tired of trouble. The guys' friends try to break up the fight and ask everyone to calm down. The aggressor boasts about his influence and says that not even their boss would dare touch him. The Karak employee tries to calm him down, but the man pushes him away and tells him to leave. He then threatens to shut the place down and tells him to call the boss to resolve the situation. The scene then shifts to the number of the room where the group of friends was having fun. The two guys run back to the room, looking very scared about something. One of the friends asks why they are in such a hurry and if a dog chased them. One of the friends explains that they bumped into a drunk who wanted to pick a fight with them. Another friend gets annoyed and says they should have fought back and even offers to call for backup. The white-haired guy then calms him down and tells him not to look for trouble and to continue the party. Suddenly, the room door is kicked open with a loud thud and the group is startled by the intrusion. The aggressor from before enters the room with his goons and points at the two guys who confronted him. The group of friends stands up, scared, and the white-haired guy glares at the intruders angrily. The man then orders his goons to grab the guys, and a fight breaks out in the Karak room. The friends are easily overpowered and kneel on the floor with their hands on their heads to protect themselves. One of the Karak employees is assaulted and ends up with a bruised face from the blows. One of the friends tries to argue but is threatened by the aggressor, who tells him to be quiet. The man then grabs a bottle of whiskey from the table and prepares to attack one of the guys. He breaks the bottle over one of the friends' heads, who falls to the ground, injured and bleeding heavily. The young man groans in pain, and his friends are shocked by the violence of the unexpected attack. The white-haired friend yells the injured companion's name and looks at him with desperation and anger. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrives at the karaoke bar by car, following the signal from his system. With a smile, he scoffs at the situation and prepares to enter the scene of the commotion. He enters the KTV and thinks about how young people still have the nerve to sing with the world ending. In the karaoke room, the young man on the floor is bleeding heavily, and his friends are shouting his name. The aggressor then approaches his female companion and asks if she is feeling better now. He then points to the fallen young man and asks the white-haired friend if he was the one at fault. The white-haired young man grabs a glass from the table and prepares to retaliate. He then attacks one of the goons but is quickly surrounded by the other men. The main aggressor is surprised by the courage of the young man who dares to confront him. With a swift move, he breaks the glass on the head of the goon who was holding him. The man falls to the ground, stunned, and the white-haired young man's friends scream in shock. Annoyed, he lunges at the other aggressors, and the fight intensifies in the room. One of the friends cowers in the corner and tells the others to go all out against them. The two groups clash, and an exchange of punches and kicks happens non-stop in the place. The white-haired young man fights bravely but is eventually overwhelmed by the disadvantage. One of the friends despairs and yells for the other one who is getting beaten to join the fight. The man then musters up his courage and jumps on one of the goons. He bites him hard on the arm, and the goon screams in pain from the unexpected bite. The man gets angry about the bite and yells for help to get the young man off him. The friend who was cowering yells for the others to help him since he's holding off two of them. The bitten goon then starts to bite back, and the young man is shocked by his strength. The man complains about the bite and says the young man is acting like a rabid dog. The aggressor then throws him to the ground and easily overpowers him, showing his superiority. The protagonist observes the scene and prepares to join the fight and help his friends. With a quick move, he lifts one of the goons by the neck with a single hand. He then throws him hard against the glass table, which shatters on impact. With the fight interrupted, the protagonist yells for everyone to stop what they are doing. One of the friends is impressed by the young man's strength, who subdued the aggressor with one hand. The group leader asks who the young man is and glares at him with a look of pure hatred and anger. The protagonist approaches his friend and asks if he was bitten during the commotion. The white-haired young man denies it and asks why he is asking such a strange question. Zhang Xiaoyang then tells him to come with him, and the two prepare to leave the room. The aggressor tries to stop them, but one of his goons starts to feel sick and distracts him. The goon says his head is spinning and his boss asks if his cold has gotten worse. The protagonist observes the scene in silence and already knows what is about to happen there. The man says earlier it was just a runny nose, and now he feels very ill. The young man then asks if his shoulder was bitten by the other guy during the fight. The goon confirms and asks what that has to do with him feeling unwell. He explains that the young man was already infected, and the bite near the head will speed up the mutation. The aggressor gets annoyed with the young man's audacity and tells him to stop meddling. With a quick move, the protagonist throws the infected young man into the Carrick room. He then locks the door firmly and holds it to ensure no one gets out. The young man thinks it's a good thing the zombies don't know how to open doors on their own yet. The people inside the room scream and pound on the door, desperate to get out. The young man turns to his friend and asks which of the aggressors need to be eliminated. The white-haired young man is confused and asks if they know each other from somewhere. The main aggressor advances on the protagonist and accuses him of being too arrogant. But with a quick move, he grabs the man's hand and stops him from advancing further. He then throws him hard against the glass wall, which shatters on impact. One of the goons gets angry and lunges at the protagonist to avenge his fallen boss. The young man dodges the attack and lands a solid punch on the chin of the man attacking him. The goon falls to the ground from the blow, and the young man positions himself over him with a cold look. The man starts to have convulsions and foam at the mouth, leaving his friend very worried. The goon runs to help him and asks what happened since it was just one punch. The protagonist then challenges the others and asks if anyone else wants a taste of his fists. He then asks his friend to take their injured companion outside and wait for him. The three young men leave the room, and the protagonist prepares to deal with the rest of the group. The main aggressor gets up and says they are also leaving that place, but the young man stops him and asks what he's doing standing there in front of him. He accuses him of almost taking out his friend and questions his lack of memory. The man gets annoyed by the young man's audacity and throws him to the ground with a single push. He then locks him in the room with his goons and prepares to leave the place for good. The aggressor yells from outside and swears he will skin the protagonist alive for everything. Suddenly his eyes turn red, and he begins to transform into a creature. With a terrifying roar, he turns to his goons who are shocked by the scene. The creature then advances on them, and the friends panic at the transformation. From outside, the protagonist hears the cries for help and the sound of the door opening. An employee appears, and he tells him to lock the door and call the police and the hospital. The man is confused by the term rabid flow and doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. With a shout, the young man tells him to obey, and the frightened employee runs to carry out the order. He locks the door with the key, and the screams from inside the room continue non-stop. The protagonist then turns to his friends and tells them to leave that place. The employee is shocked by the noise and wonders why everything is so chaotic. Another man appears and asks about the so-called rabid flu, the other one mentioned earlier. He then suggests checking the surveillance cameras to see what's happening. In the security room, the employees watch the horror scene with fear and desperation. On the footage, they see the zombies attacking people in despair at the massacre. The protagonist then says goodbye to his friends and tells them to hurry up and leave. He gets in his car and drives away from the karaoke bar, which is no longer a safe place. In the car, the white-haired friend thanks him for his help and asks who the young man is. The young man introduces himself and says he was hired to protect them without giving more details. One of the friends asks about the rabid flu, and the protagonist reminds him of what happened. The young man is silent for a moment and then asks if there is any cure. The protagonist explains that the disaster will only get worse because the world is already ending. Suddenly, a scream from outside the car catches the attention of all the passengers. They see a person being attacked, and the young man explains that it's just a localized outbreak. He warns that soon everything will get out of control, and they need to follow his orders to survive. The friends agree and call him Brother Yang, showing that they trust his leadership. The system then informs him that the former partner mission has been successfully completed. In the system store, he sees new supply boxes and notices that an old one is still there. He decides to buy all the boxes as they seem useful, and they will soon return to the fortress. The protagonist then remembers that he still has a trust issue to resolve with the group. He remembers how in his past life, one of Zhang Qi's friends betrayed them and caused a massacre. With a serious look, he turns to the friends and asks who the traitor among them was. The scene then shifts to a building where Kui Jing is on the phone with someone important. She complains about the delay in the delivery of supplies and says she is afraid to leave her house. Suddenly, she hears knocks on the door and is startled by the unexpected noise at her home. She then says goodbye to the person on the phone and goes to see who is knocking at her door. Through the peephole, she sees her friend and opens the door to find out what happened to her. The friend tells her that the neighbor on the first floor was taken away by the police and an ambulance. Kuijing then realizes that was why everything was so chaotic in the building earlier. Her friend says that the so-called rabid flu is not just a rumor and asks about the supplies. She gets annoyed with the delay and tells her friend to call the man and tell him about the protagonist. Kuijing explains that one of his goons watched the young man and found out about the abandoned factory. The friend then realizes that the young man probably already knew about the pandemic in advance. She then tells her friend to call the man and close the deal as soon as possible. She then tells her friend to demand a larger share of the profits when he starts making money. The protagonist then arrives by car at the fortress with his new teammates. They get out of the vehicle, and the white-haired young man is impressed with the place they are at. He says the place looks like a fortress, and the protagonist confirms that this is everyone's first reaction. The young man then approaches the old man and his granddaughter, who welcome him with relief and concern. They ask if the young man is okay, and he reassures them, saying they don't need to worry about anything. With a smile, he prepares to introduce the new members of the group to the two of them. He introduces them as Zhang Chai and his classmates, who will now be their companions. The girl welcomes the group and says she trusts brother Xiaoyang's choice. The protagonist then asks the old man to show them around and explain the rules to the newcomers. One of the friends raises his hand and asks if he can ask the leader an important question. He asks if they can also receive weapons to help defend the place with the others. The protagonist is silent for a moment, and his gaze becomes serious and thoughtful. Another friend scolds him and says they need to earn the group's trust first. Zhang Xiaoyan then reassures them and promises they will have weapons in a few days. He is also worried about his injured friend and says he needs to go to the infirmary. After a hot shower, one of the friends celebrates the comfort of their new shelter. The young man who asked for the weapons gets annoyed with the other for interrupting him earlier. He argues that at best they are being protected and at worst they are under house arrest. But his friend reminds him that the protagonist saved them, and they should be grateful for that. The friends start to argue, and one of them questions why the protagonist saved them. Another friend complains that the infirmary is safer than a prison and suspects something. He then suggests that the young man might be planning something bad and that they need to act first. The young man says he would rather betray the world than be betrayed and plans to take over the fortress. With a malicious smile, he comments on the girl, and his friends fall silent. The awkward silence hangs in the air, and no one knows what to say about the comment. The young man then says he was just kidding and tries to relieve the tension that had formed in the group. The friends are relieved, and one of them says he shouldn't joke about such serious things. In his thoughts, the traitor says that in chaotic times, one must be ruthless to win. The protagonist then says goodbye to the old man and his granddaughter and asks them to rest. He then turns to the two of them and makes an important request before leaving the fortress. The young man asks them to keep an eye on the other two friends because he senses a traitor. Alone in the warehouse, he prepares to use his points and buy items in the system store. He analyzes the available items and decides to buy the 3 supply boxes from the store. The protagonist then touches the screen and selects the first Apocalypse Farmer's box. He buys all 3 boxes at once, and the bright lights indicate the new acquisitions. In the boxes, he finds corn seeds, starch sausage, and 1,500 rounds of ammunition. He is satisfied with the rewards and knows they will be valuable in the apocalypse. The scene then shifts to the road where the protagonist is surrounded by 2 black cars. He arrives at the address and confirms with the person on the phone if the location is correct. He then tells the person on the phone that they will eat together when he gets back. Outside the fortress, the driver of the yellow car orders his goons to break down the gate. The group then starts attacking the gate with bats and kicks, but can't even scratch it. One of the men warns that the door is too thick and they won't be able to break it like this. The driver gets annoyed and wonders who uses such a sturdy door on a normal house. With no other option, he orders his goons to get the bigger weapons they brought with them. Inside the boxes, they find several bottles of wine that they will use as Molotov cocktails. The men then light the bottles and throw them over the fortress wall non-stop. The explosions set the top of the wall on fire, and the flames begin to spread quickly. The fire spreads along the wall, and the group of invaders watches the scene with satisfaction. More bottles are thrown, and the fire gets bigger and more dangerous on the site. Inside the fortress, the group rushes to put out the fire with buckets of water and fire extinguishers. Shan realizes that the protagonist was right, and the disaster is already happening for real. The young man and the old man then grab their weapons and prepare to face the invaders. They climb the watchtower, and the young man says he's going to see who is looking for trouble. From the top of the tower, he recognizes the driver and the car from the incident on the road earlier. The old man also recognizes him and is shocked to see that the man followed them to the fortress. The driver also spots them on the tower and is surprised to find them there again. His goons confirm it's him, and he gets annoyed seeing it's the same young man from the road. He then yells for the protagonist to come out, or he will burn the whole place down with fire. With a cold look, he gives the driver and his goons 5 minutes to get out of there. The man gets annoyed by the threat and orders his men to bring more Molotov cocktails. Suddenly, a new mission appears in the protagonist's system with a clear objective. The old man asks what they should do, and the mission orders that the threat be eliminated. The young man then readies his weapon and says they don't care if someone gets burned. He aims and says that letting this scum live will only harm more innocent people in the future. With a clean shot, he fires the weapon, and the bullet goes straight towards the driver. The man feels the impact of the shot but doesn't understand what just happened to him. He cries out in pain and realizes his hand was hit by the shot from the young man on the tower. The protagonist is frustrated for missing the shot, and the invaders are shocked by the weapon. The driver then orders his men to retreat and swears revenge on the young shooter. But the young man is not in a playful mood and says he hates waiting to finish what he started. He then fires a barrage of shots at the group, who run desperately towards their car. The goons throw their injured boss into the trunk and prepare to flee the scene. The driver yells at them to speed up and get out of there as fast as possible to survive. The protagonist and the old man watch the escape attempt and prepare for the final attack. The young man fires at the car, and the bullets pierce the bodywork and windows of the vehicle. He reloads the weapon with impressive speed and continues to fire non-stop. The old man is shocked by the young man's skill and wonders who he really is. The screams from inside the car indicate that the shots hit their targets, and the mission was accomplished. The car crashes and flips on the road, and the invaders' bodies are thrown out. The protagonist then asks the old man to call Zhang Shai and the others to clean up the mess. But he changes his mind and thinks of using the bodies as training for his companions. He then says he has other plans and that they don't need to rush with the cleanup. The scene then shifts to Li Shuxiang driving his car with the two women in the back seat. The man asks if they are getting close, and one of the women says it's the next one. The two women relax in the back seat, and Kui Jing's friend looks at her suspiciously. She accuses her of putting on an act every time Li Shuxiang is around to get something. The man then stops the car near the fortress and tells the woman to text him when she gets in. Kui Jing asks her friend to go with her, and the girl is surprised by the invitation. The friend complains about her shoes, but Kui Jing insists she go ahead to scout the place. The friend then realizes she forgot her purse in the car, and Kui Jing pulls her so she won't go back. From the car, Li Shuxiang watches the two of them walk away and prepares for the next step of the plan. He takes out his phone and calls his men, telling them all to get ready for action. The man then gives the order for them to follow his car as soon as he starts to move. In a nearby van, a group of armed men prepares to follow their boss's orders. Kui Jing and her friend walk towards the fortress, and the friend complains about the situation. She says she dressed that way to ensure she could seduce the protagonist. Suddenly, Kui Jing stops and asks what is happening up ahead on the road. They then come across the scene of the massacre and are shocked to see the bodies on the ground. Kui Jing's friend panics and suggests they go back because the people are no longer alive. The woman analyzes the scene and speculates that two groups fought over the protagonist's supplies. She then deduces that the young man probably didn't survive the confrontation and laments the loss. Suddenly, one of the bodies moves, and her friend suggests they get closer to investigate. One of the men the protagonist defeated gets up and peeks over the fallen car. The two then approach the fortress gate to see if they can find any clues. They notice that the gate is tightly shut, and the friend wonders if the young man is okay. Suddenly, they hear a voice calling and turn to see who is speaking to them. Shanshan appears on the fortress wall and questions them about how they know the place. Kui Jing says she is the young man's girlfriend and that they are his friends who came to visit. The girl then informs the protagonist that two women are outside, and one claims to be his girlfriend. Kui Jing understands the young man's change in attitude, and her friend worries about the crossbow in his hand. But the woman reassures her and says that Li Shuxiang brought weapons to handle the situation. The protagonist then appears and asks what the two of them are doing there at his fortress. He activates his mind's eye to check their intentions and prepares for the worst. With a fake smile, the friend says they were worried and came to see if he was okay. The young man scoffs at them and asks about the presence of Li Shuxiang and his men nearby. The two are shocked by the question and wonder how he knows about their plan. Suddenly, a shot is fired, and the two are startled by the sound of the firearm. Kui Jing's friend yells at the young man, and he reveals himself with a weapon attached to his arm. Kui Jing's friend advises her not to provoke the young man, but she doesn't listen. The protagonist laughs and says shooting them would be too easy an end for the two of them. Suddenly, they hear a groan and turn to see where the strange noise came from. The men the protagonist defeated rise as zombies and surround them on the road. The young man then says he will let them perish at the hands of the creatures he himself created. The zombies roar and charge at the two women, who run for their lives. They scream in desperation and run as fast as they can to escape the creatures. Kui Jing's friend screams Li Shuxiang's name, who hears the screams from inside the car. She continues to scream for help while being chased by the zombies on the empty road. The man is startled by the scene and wonders how there can be rabid flu patients there. He then grabs the radio and tells his men to turn around and flee from that place. Kui Jing curses him for being a coward and abandoning her to perish at the hands of the zombies. Desperate, she screams that she doesn't want to go out like that and tries to fight for her life. She then shoves her friend backward to buy time and try to escape the creatures. The strap of her purse gets caught on her friend's ankle, causing her to trip and fall. The girl falls hard and lies there defenseless as the zombies approach to attack. The zombies surround her and begin to attack her mercilessly, and she screams in pain and despair. She curses Kui Jing as a traitor while being devoured alive by the hungry creatures. The woman laughs at the scene and says her friend deserved what happened for being so naive. With that, the mission is completed, and a new task to clear the streets appears in the system. Shanshan is shocked and wonders how people turned into zombies so quickly. The protagonist explains that it is now officially the apocalypse and the deceased will transform. He then calls everyone for a meeting and prepares to give the next instructions. In the meeting room, the group sits around the table to listen to what the young man has to say. He advises them to stay indoors for the next 2 days to adapt. The white-haired friend is worried about his companion who is injured in the Karak fight. In the infirmary, the injured young man is lying in bed and appears to be in a serious condition. The veins in his hand begin to darken and spread up his arms slowly. The marks of the infection also appear on his neck, and he grinds his teeth in pain. The scene then shifts to the city where chaos ensues and people run in desperation. The wholesaler Zhang Shengji watches the chaos from the window and is concerned about the situation. He decides to go to the warehouse to get supplies and warns his family not to open the door. He hears knocks on the door and is startled by the unexpected noise at his home. The man peeks through the peephole and prepares to see who is on the other side. He then tells his family to be quiet and covers his son's mouth with his hand. With a golf club in hand, he asks who is at the door and hears Yang Tao's voice. Relieved, he opens the door and prepares to welcome his lackey who is waiting for him. But when he opens it, he's jumped by a group of men who knock him back with a powerful kick. The men surround him and attack him without mercy, leaving the wholesaler with no chance to defend himself. His family watches the horror scene and despairs at the violence of the attack. The goons hold him on the ground, and he yells for them to let him go immediately. He then curses Yang Tao and asks why he is doing this after everything. The former lackey scoffs at him and says that to his boss, he was just a servant. He then demands the keys to the warehouse and the address to steal all the supplies. The wholesaler grinds his teeth in anger and refuses to cooperate with the betrayal. Yang Tao then turns to the man's family and looks at them with a malicious smile. He grabs the woman by the hair and uses her as a hostage to blackmail his boss. His son yells for him to let his mother go and lunges at the man holding her. The boy bites him hard on the hand, and Yang Tao gets annoyed with the child's attitude. He then throws him hard against the wall, and the boy cries out in pain from the impact. The wholesaler despairs and asks them to leave him alone and go after him instead. Yang Tao assures him they will be safe if he cooperates and takes them to the warehouse. They then arrive at the warehouse, and the door opens for the group to enter. The men enter the storage facility and prepare to take all the supplies they can find. But when they get there, they find the place almost empty, with only a few boxes. Yang Tao thinks of the protagonist's name and begins to devise a new plan in his mind. He realizes that if he can get the supplies from the young man's factory, they'll be set for life. The wholesaler advises him to stay away from him, as he saw him with a weapon during the delivery. Yang Tao then says that's his problem and looks at him with a contemptuous smile. He then blackmails him and says that in exchange for the supplies, his family will be safe. The wholesaler is speechless and glares at his former lackey with a look of pure hatred. From a distance, the group hears the roars of the creatures and is startled by the strange noises. The scene then shifts to the fortress infirmary, where the injured friend is hospitalized. The group gathers around the bed and watches the young man writhing and roaring like a zombie. The man thrashes on the bed and tries to break free from the restraints that hold him tightly. The friends watch him in fear, and one of them even covers his ears to block out the screams. The traitor of the group then turns to the protagonist and says they need to put him down. The young man stares at him in silence, and the white-haired young man gets annoyed by the suggestion. He yells at the traitor and questions his lack of compassion for their friend. The traitor argues that he's already gone, and if he gets loose, they will all be in danger. The protagonist agrees and says that once someone turns, there's no going back. He then draws a sword from his waist and prepares for what needs to be done. The young man hands the weapon to the traitor and tells him to do the dirty work himself. With a cold look, he tells him to end the suffering of his friend who is turning. The traitor hesitates for a moment and stares at the sword with fear and uncertainty in his eyes. The protagonist reminds him that he always wanted a weapon, and now he has the chance to use one. The white-haired young man then approaches and takes the sword from the cowardly traitor's hand. He looks at his friend thrashing on the bed and prepares for what needs to be done. With a determined look, he says he will do whatever it takes to protect them. The protagonist then hands him the weapon and watches the scene with a serious expression. The protagonist questions him and asks if he is sure about what he is about to do. But the white-haired young man says he trusts him and prepares for the act of mercy. The young man smiles and tells him to go ahead and end his friend's suffering once and for all. The young man then approaches the bed and raises the dagger for the final blow on the zombie. With a cry, he brings the blade down forcefully but stops before it hits his friend's neck. The zombie opens its mouth and drools, showing that the transformation is complete and irreversible. The protagonist then grabs his friend's hand and stops him from completing the act of mercy. The white-haired young man looks at him, confused, and asks why he suddenly stopped him. The young man explains that the situation is special and that he still has a use for the zombie on the bed. A system notification appears, informing him that a rare variant has been discovered there. The protagonist then locks the infirmary door and leaves the zombie inside alone. He approaches the creature thrashing on the bed and looks at it with a serious expression. The young man then calls him by his name, and the zombie grinds its teeth in anger and aggression. With a confident smile, he says he has an important task for the new zombie. The scene then shifts to the wholesaler Zhang Shengji, who crashes his car on the road. The vehicle stops on impact, and smoke starts coming from the car's dented hood. The man gets out of the car and complains about his bad luck for getting into an accident. He then turns around and realizes he's almost at his destination and feels relieved. But a zombie appears from behind and attacks him by surprise with a terrifying roar. The creature bites him hard on the arm, and the man cries out in pain from the unexpected attack. He pushes the zombie away forcefully and tries to get up to flee from the creature's attack. The wholesaler then runs back to his car and prepares to escape from there. He grabs a crowbar from inside the vehicle and arms himself to face the zombie. With a clean hit, he strikes the creature's head and defeats it with a single blow. He then realizes he can't stay there and decides to jump the fortress wall to save himself. The man jumps over the wall and lands safely on the other side, away from the zombies. In the fortress courtyard, the zombies gather and a truck arrives for the cleanup. The protagonist exits the fortress and prepares for his next cleanup mission. He and his group come out armed and ready to face the creatures awaiting them. Shanshan complains that the gear is uncomfortable and difficult to use for fighting. The young man explains that the zombies are dangerous and the protective gear is essential. The group then hides behind a wall and prepares for the first confrontation. They prepare for battle and confirm that they are ready for whatever comes. A zombie approaches and the group realizes they've been spotted and need to prepare to fight. The protagonist reminds them of their training and tells them to keep their distance and protect themselves. The zombie advances, and one of the friends prepares to dodge the attack and counter-attack. He says that when a zombie misses an attack, it's the perfect chance to eliminate it for good. One of the friends then raises his axe and prepares to strike the creature's head. The blow lands squarely, and the young man yells from the impact of the axe on the zombie's skull. The protagonist then explains that the skull is the hardest part, and the blow only injured it. The zombie then lunges at the young man and grabs him forcefully to bite him. The friend panics and cries out for help as the creature gets closer to his face. The protagonist praises the young man's defense and reminds him that his companion needs help. The white-haired young man then moves with agility and strikes the zombie with a bat. The blow lands squarely and the creature is thrown to the side by the impact of the hit. The protagonist encourages them to continue, and they attack the zombie together without stopping. The white-haired friend turns to the leader and asks how they did in the battle. With an ironic smile, the young man distracts him while a zombie approaches from behind. The white-haired young man yells and warns him about the danger that is quickly approaching. The creature roars and prepares to attack the protagonist, who faces it calmly. The young man then grabs the zombie's head with one hand and stops it from advancing further. He scolds him for letting his guard down and reminds him to always watch his surroundings. The friends are shocked by the scene and can't believe the young man's strength. The wholesaler Zhang Shenji climbs the fortress wall to escape the zombies. He is surprised to see mutants wandering around and wonders if the young man is already gone. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a car and prepares for what might happen. He then recognizes the protagonist's car and sees the group fighting against the zombies. The wholesaler hides and watches the group hunting the creatures with skill and courage. Suddenly, he sees a shadow moving under the car and is startled by the scene. Kujing's friend, who has turned into a zombie, emerges and prepares to attack. The zombie then grabs the wholesaler's leg and prevents him from fleeing the scene. She pulls him to the ground with a strong tug, and the man cries out in pain and desperation. He looks at the creature in fear and can't believe what is happening. The zombie then lunges at him and grabs him tightly to bite him again. The man panics as the creature approaches and tries to break free from its grasp. He cries out in pain as the zombie attacks him and bites him all over his body non-stop. The protagonist then appears and shoots the creature in the head to save the wholesaler. The man gets up, panting and injured, and looks at the young man who saved him from the attack. The young man approaches and asks what he is doing there at his fortress. The wholesaler says he can't believe he's still alive and thanks him for saving him. The protagonist then notices the bite marks in the man's arm and becomes concerned. The dark veins and pale skin indicate that the infection is already spreading. The young man then points the weapon at him, and the man realizes he was bitten by the creature. He begs the young man not to shoot and asks him to listen because he has something to say. The man admits that he is infected and that he will soon turn into a zombie. He then reveals that his former lackey kidnapped his family to blackmail him. The wholesaler says he is not a noble person, but that he has never done anything terribly wrong. He begs the protagonist to save his family and says they are innocent in the story. The young man thinks that even though it was for profit, the man helped him a lot in the past. He then turns to the wholesaler and prepares to make an important decision. He then thinks that the fortress still has space and needs more women in the group. The protagonist smiles and says that the task of rescuing the man's family is profitable. A new mission appears in the system, asking him to rescue the wholesaler's wife and son. The young man then guarantees that he will take care of his family, and the man is moved by the promise. He kneels on the ground and swears he will be his loyal servant in the next life as a thank you. The wholesaler then turns to the protagonist and asks him to end his suffering. He says he doesn't want to turn into a mutant and put his family in danger. The young man looks at him in silence and thinks about what to do with the infected man. He then asks Shanshan to bring a bicycle from the warehouse for the wholesaler to use. The protagonist tells him to go far away and avoid people so as not to hurt anyone. The man thanks him for his help and says goodbye to the young man who saved him twice. He then gets on the bicycle and pedals away from the fortress as fast as he can. With tears in his eyes, he shouts the names of his wife and son who were kidnapped. The transformation begins and one of his eyes turns red as he grinds his teeth. The group then gathers and prepares to burn the bodies of the invaders they defeated. They pour gasoline on the bodies, and the protagonist prepares to set everything on fire. With a lighter, he ignites the pyre, and the flames consume the bodies in a large bonfire. The group watches the fire, and the young man says he is exhausted after such a hectic day. With the cleanup done, the mission is completed, and he earns another 10 points in the system. He then warns that they are not yet ready to face groups of zombies or hordes. He then calls his companions and tells them he needs them to follow him for the next step. The group follows him, and they enter a large warehouse filled with shelves and boxes. The protagonist calls the old man by name, and the man turns to listen to what he has to say. He hands over the key to the warehouse and says that the fortress's security is now in his hands. The old man is worried about the young man going to the city alone amidst the chaos. The white-haired young man offers to go with him, and his friends agree to help. But the protagonist refuses their help and says they would only be a burden on the dangerous mission. He then gets into his car and prepares for the journey alone with his weapons on the seat. In the car, he checks the system store and sees that it is empty with no new items. The young man complains about the slow updates and decides to spend points to refresh the store. He presses the manual refresh button and prepares to see the new items that will appear. The store is updated, and new supply boxes appear with varying and different prices. He notices that the cost of the update is doubled and that he needs to be more careful with his points. The young man then decides to buy the black tech box, which costs a total of 20 points. The purchase is successful, and he spends most of his points on the rare item. A bright light blinds his vision, and the car glows intensely with the new acquisition. The box opens and reveals a +5 level physical enhancement serum inside. The protagonist complains about the bright light and wonders what just happened to him. He is shocked to see the serum, and is excited about the item that will increase his strength. Without a second thought, he injects it into his arm and uses the serum immediately. The young man coughs and grinds his teeth in pain as the serum takes effect on his body. His attributes rise to 13, and he is now 260% stronger than a human. He then arrives at the wholesaler's house to rescue his family from the kidnappers. In the son's room, the woman tries to calm the boy, who is crying, scared by the situation. She hugs him and tells him not to be afraid, because his father will sort everything out for them. Suddenly, Yang Tao and his goons enter the room and approach the woman. She is startled by the intrusion and asks what they're doing there in her house. The traitor says they are going to have some fun and grabs the woman with a malicious smile. She screams and tries to break free, but the men hold her tightly and tear her clothes. The woman begs them to let her go, but the men ignore her and continue the assault. An older man appears and complains about the noise they are making in the room. One of the goons invites him to join them, but the man gets annoyed with the attitude. He says it's not the first time they've done this and that he sees no problem with it. The older man scolds him and says that if she gets hurt, the boss won't forgive them. He then turns and says that after they deal with the boss, she won't have a day of rest. The goon calls him a killjoy and prepares to leave the room with the other. The woman hugs her son, and the two of them cry, frightened by the violence they suffered. At night, the protagonist drives through the city and sees zombies wandering the dark streets. He notices that his stamina and reflexes have improved greatly with the serum he used. The young man feels incredible with his new powers and dodges the zombies with ease. The zombies roam the dark city streets in search of their next victims. The protagonist stops the car and prepares to continue his journey on foot through the city. He says the city center is ahead, and driving will attract too much attention. Suddenly, he hears a roar and turns to see where the terrifying noise came from. Two zombies lunge at him, and the young man prepares for the approaching battle. He dodges one of their attacks and grabs its arm forcefully to immobilize it. The zombie tries to break free, but the young man holds it firmly and doesn't let it escape. With a clean punch, he hits the creature's face and throws it far away with the impact. The zombie roars in pain, and the protagonist prepares to face the next enemy. He then uses his spatial ring and summons a sword to fight against the creatures. With the weapon in hand, he faces the zombies and prepares for the upcoming combat. The young man charges forward with speed and cuts down the creatures with his sharp, deadly sword. The blade gleams in the darkness, and the zombies are defeated with swift movements. The creatures' bodies fall to the ground, and the protagonist stands out in the dark night. He realizes that with his enhanced strength and reflexes, the zombies are no longer a problem. His vision has also improved, and he can detect that the passage is blocked. He calculates that the barrier is 800 meters away and prepares for the next step. A new encounter mission appears in the system, and the young man prepares for whatever comes. He finds a group of survivors surrounded by zombies in a convenience store. The survivors try to block the entrance with furniture and despair at the attack. The boy asks his father if they are going to perish, and the man tries to calm him as best he can. But the young man is not convinced and starts to cry, desperate in the dangerous situation. One of the men scolds the other for scaring the child with his words. The police officer then wonders if they are really going to meet their end there in that convenience store. Suddenly, they hear a strange noise and turn to see where it's coming from. The silhouette of a zombie appears, and the group is startled by the creature watching them. The father and son scream in fear and move away from the window to protect themselves from the danger. The zombie then disappears, and the group falls silent, trying to understand what happened. The scene shows the store floor stained with red, and the silence that has settled in the place. The police officer tells the other two to move the heavy furniture to block the entrance. He tells them to be quiet, and the group hides so as not to attract the zombies' attention. They then see the creatures' bodies on the floor and wonder what happened there. Armed and ready to fight, they wonder who is responsible for the massacre. The boy then yells that it must have been a mutant, and the group is frightened by the idea. The father explains that a mutant is a stronger, faster version of a common zombie. The police officer gets annoyed with the reference to comics and games and draws his weapon to protect himself. He then tells the group to keep an eye out and prepare for a possible ambush by the mutant. The group then leaves the store and moves slowly towards the base to protect themselves. Suddenly, the police officer stops, and everyone wonders what strange thing he saw on the way. The protagonist then reveals himself, and the system informs that the rescue mission has been completed. The boy yells that he must be a mutant, and the police officer watches him with suspicion. The police officer analyzes him and says he looks more like a survivor than a creature. The protagonist laughs at the boy's imagination and says that mutants are not yet common. The police officer approaches and is relieved to realize that he is just a survivor like them. He invites him to join the group and says they need to stick together to survive. The protagonist asks about the group, and the police officer explains that they are looking for supplies. He then asks about a nearby mansion, and the police officer confirms that it's across the street. The man boasts about his weapon and experience and says he can protect the young man from the zombies. The young man feigns gratitude and thanks him for the offer of protection from the police officer and his group. The group then continues on its way, and the police officer watches him with a suspicious look. He asks if the young man is going to the mansion to meet someone important to him. The police officer continues to question him and asks if he is going to see a relative or girlfriend. He then warns him to prepare mentally because the person he is looking for might be gone. The police officer explains that even if they weren't taken out by the looters, they might have encountered the beasts. He tells about a group of bandits who hide in the mountains and attack other survivors. The man then says not to talk about it anymore and that they should stay vigilant. Suddenly, the boy yells for the police officer to watch out for an approaching zombie. The creature attacks him from behind, and the police officer turns to defend himself from the surprise attack. He draws his weapon and shoots the zombie in the head, which falls to the ground from the clean shot. The police officer then realizes he is out of ammunition and despairs at the dangerous situation. The shots attract more zombies to the location, and the group finds itself surrounded by the creatures. The police officer panics but tries to stay calm and look for a way out of the situation. He then spots an abandoned bus and sees a chance to escape the zombies' attack. The man yells for everyone to run to the bus, and the group follows his orders without hesitation. The protagonist analyzes the situation and gives the police officer's decision a 70. The police officer hurries him, and the group runs as fast as they can to reach the bus. They manage to get into the vehicle, and the police officer prepares to close the door firmly. He then tells everyone to check the seats to see if there are any hidden looters. The boy notices that the zombies haven't given up yet and are gathering outside. The police officer gets frustrated and realizes that the zombies managed to catch up to them despite the run. The creatures start banging on the bus windows and try to get into the vehicle. The horde of zombies surrounds the bus, and the group despairs at the hopeless situation. The police officer tries to hold the door, but the zombies are too many, and he starts to lose strength. Suddenly, he feels a hand on his shoulder and turns to see who is helping him. The protagonist pushes him aside and holds the door with one hand without any effort. The police officer is shocked by the young man's incredible strength and can't believe what he sees. The young man tells him to gather everyone to break the windows and fight back against the zombies. The man agrees and runs to warn the others while the protagonist holds the door. The group then breaks the bus windows and prepares for the confrontation with the creatures. The zombies try to climb the vehicle, and the group prepares for the battle for survival. The zombies scream and bang on the windows, trying to invade the bus by any means. The group fights bravely, and one of the men attacks one of the creatures with a baton. They manage to push the zombies off the bus and protect themselves from the horde's attack. The police officer realizes that the bullets won't be enough to deal with so many zombies. The protagonist then offers a new weapon for the police officer to use in the upcoming battle. He pulls a crossbow from his spatial ring, and the police officer is shocked by the mysterious weapon. The young man hands it to the man and says he found it by chance earlier in the city. The group then uses their new weapons and attacks the zombies surrounding them outside. The creatures' bodies fall to the ground, and the group celebrates their victory against the horde. They get off the bus and observe the scene of the massacre with a sense of relief and triumph. The boy gets excited and says they are the children of destiny in this chaotic apocalypse. The protagonist scolds him and tells him to stay alert so as not to make any more careless mistakes. At the fortress, he says goodbye to the group and wishes the young man well on his mission. The traitor then offers to stand watch, and the old man watches him with suspicion. One of the friends questions his enthusiasm, and the young man gets annoyed by his colleague's comment. He yells that he has always been enthusiastic, and his friend is startled by his exaggerated reaction. The friend then wonders why he is reacting so strongly to a simple comment. The old man then sends everyone to their rooms and asks the traitor to be careful on watch. Night falls on the fortress, and the moon illuminates the watchtower where the traitor is. He observes the place and thinks that it's late, and everyone must have gone to sleep by now. He says he has no time to waste and needs to sort things out before the protagonist returns. The old man is fast asleep in his bed, and the traitor approaches him silently. He peeks through the bedroom door and prepares to put his evil plan into action. The young man then approaches the bed and reaches out to grab the key to the warehouse. He takes the key that was next to the pillow and prepares to flee the scene. But suddenly, the old man wakes up and stares at him with wide-eyed surprise. He asks what the young man is doing, and the traitor is startled by being caught unexpectedly. Without a second thought, he lands a strong punch on the man's face, who cries out in pain. He then flees the room, and the old man yells for him to return the keys he just stole. Shanshan hears the screams and comes out of her room to see what is happening in the hallway. The old man warns her that the traitor has stolen the keys to the armory and that they need to stop him. The group then chases after the young man, who is fleeing with the keys to get the weapons. He kicks over a ladder, knocking it down to block the path and buy time to escape. The white-haired young man gets annoyed with the traitor's attitude and calls him a sneaky brat. The traitor then arrives at the infirmary and stops in front of the door where the zombie is locked. With a malicious smile, he says that since he's come this far, he'll go all the way. He faces the zombie thrashing on the bed and prepares for the next step of his plan. The young man then reaches out and prepares to release the creature that is tied to the bed. The zombie roars, and the traitor is startled by the violence of the thrashing creature. He notices that one of the restraints is loose and wonders if the knot was poorly tied before. He smiles and says that this saves him the trouble of having to untee the zombie himself. The group then rushes to the infirmary to see what the traitor is up to there. The white-haired young man gets annoyed and says the traitor let the zombie escape from the room. They then see the creature standing in the hallway and wonder if he wants to take them all out. The old man despairs and says he misjudged the young man, and now all the weapons are locked up. He then tells the group to spread out and use the methods the protagonist taught them. The group spreads out in the hallway and prepares to face the creature that is staring at them. They see a chance to attack and prepare to surround the zombie and immobilize it. The white-haired young man grabs it by the neck and tries to hold it with all his strength. The others help him, and they manage to control the creature with teamwork. The old man then tells them to tie it up and take it back to the infirmary safely. They push the zombie into the room and prepare to lock the door again. The white-haired young man slams against the door and closes it forcefully to lock it in. The old man watches the zombie through the window and feels tense and alert about the dangerous situation. The group comments that it was surprisingly easy to subdue the creature, and they suspect something. The old man then despairs and realizes they wasted too much time and the traitor has already gotten the weapons. Suddenly, the traitor appears and questions them about who they are calling a brat. He is frustrated for not finding the weapons and says there was only one in the armory. With the weapon in hand, he says it's enough to deal with them and find the rest later. The old man then tells everyone to move and go to the back to protect themselves from the traitor. The white-haired young man questions him and says that the protagonist is their savior. The traitor argues that now they are practically slaves to the young man who saved them. The old man calls him ungrateful and says that some people are impossible to teach. The traitor points the weapon at the zombie and tells the old man to shut up and obey him. The zombie's eyes glow with a red light, and it prepares for the attack. The traitor then opens the door and tells the creature to go after the group that is chasing him. The scene then shifts to the city where the protagonist says goodbye to the group of survivors. The police officer warns him about the tricky terrain of the mansion and tells him to be careful. He then invites him to join them in the garden after he finds his people. The young man thanks him for the information and gives the police officer a thumbs up before leaving. One of the survivors questions if they shouldn't help the young man on his mission. The police officer laments the situation and says it's a shame for a young man with so many skills. At the wholesaler's house, the power goes out, and the kidnappers worry about the situation. Yang Tao wonders if the boss managed to complete the task he gave him. He gets annoyed and says he's going to let off some steam tonight, or he won't be able to sleep peacefully. Another goon says they can tie up the woman so she doesn't try anything against them. The older man agrees and says they should enjoy it while they can without regrets. He then gives up on the idea and tells them to be careful not to hurt the woman. The goon invites him to join them, and the older man looks at him with contempt. He then notices that the zombies downstairs are all gone and is surprised. He then goes downstairs to investigate the situation and prepares for what he might find. The man wonders if it could be a rescue and continues down the stairs cautiously. Suddenly, he is startled by a noise, and his eyes widen with the unexpected shock. A purple blur flashes past him at high speed, and the man is startled by the attack. He feels a blow to his neck and falls to the ground without even having time to react. The man's body tumbles down the stairs, and the other goon is shocked by the horror scene. The woman tells everyone to get out and despairs at the situation that is happening. The traitor tells her to stop pretending and approaches her with a malicious smile. The woman tries to stop him, but the man grabs her forcefully and doesn't let her escape. He then hits her with a strong slap across the face, and the woman cries out in pain from the blow. Her son despairs, and the goon throws him away with a violent kick. The boy swears he will fight with everything he has, and the goon prepares to attack him. He is then thrown far away and falls to the ground from the impact of the surprise attack. The boy yells for the man to let his mother go and says his father won't forgive him. Suddenly, the goon is thrown to the ground, and the boy is shocked by the unexpected scene. He is startled by the violence of the attack, and his eyes widen with fear. A shadow appears in the doorway, and the boy screams, frightened by the mysterious figure. The protagonist then reveals himself and asks if the wholesaler is the boy's father. The young man nods his head and looks at the man who saved him from the kidnappers. The woman cowers in the corner and cries, frightened by the violence she just witnessed. The men grab her and taunt her with a malicious smile on their faces. One of them holds her by the hair and prepares for the worst that is to come. Yang Tao is surprised by the boy's strength, who managed to defeat one of his men. He then realizes that the young man broke down the door and gets annoyed by his audacity. The traitor then questions him and asks why he hasn't kicked him out of the house yet. Suddenly, another goon falls to the ground, and the group is startled by the unexpected scene. The man turns to see what happened and is faced with the protagonist standing there. He puts his hand to his head and is startled by the presence of the young man who appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist then advances and lands a clean punch on the traitor Yang Tao's face. The man is thrown far away by the impact of the blow and falls to the ground in a lot of pain. He gets up, dazed, and asks who the young man is that attacked him by surprise on the scene. The young man then hits him with a kick to the chin, and the man falls to the ground again. The traitor from the group of friends threatens to shoot if the protagonist doesn't move away from the room. The old man tells the group to obey and says the traitor is armed and dangerous. The young man gets annoyed with the group's hesitation and prepares to show his dominance. He then points the weapon at the old man and says he will be the first to go if they don't obey. Shan Shan and the white-haired friend scream in desperation and beg him to stop. Suddenly, they hear a strange noise and turn to see where the sound came from. The infirmary door opens, and the group is shocked to see the scene that unfolds. The lock on the door turns, and the group wonders who could be inside the locked room. The zombie then comes out of the infirmary, and the group is startled by the creature that is broken free. They realize that the zombie used the key to open the door and are shocked by its intelligence. The traitor faces the creature and prepares for the worst that is to come in the fortress. The zombie's eyes glow with a red light, and it glares at the young man with hatred. The traitor points the weapon at it and says he can't let such a smart zombie live. He then pulls the trigger, but the weapon fails and doesn't fire at the creature. The young man realizes the weapon has jammed and despairs at the hopeless situation. The zombie then lunges at him, and the traitor can't believe what is happening. He cries out for help, but the zombie attacks him and bites him hard on the neck. The creature then looks at him with a cold stare, and the group watches the scene shocked. The zombie drags the traitor's body across the floor and takes it into the infirmary with him. The group is left confused about what happened and wonders why the creature acted that way. He then exhales a white smoke from his mouth and seems to calm down after the attack. The zombie throws the traitor's body to the floor, and the group continues to watch the scene. He then takes the key and uses it to lock the infirmary door from the inside. The creature throws the key out and tosses it towards the group watching him. The key falls to the floor, and the old man stares at it with a look of surprise and confusion. The infirmary door closes, and the zombie locks itself inside with the traitor's body. The group falls silent, and the old man stares at the closed door with a thoughtful expression. The scene then shifts to the protagonist, who ties up the kidnappers and saves the family. He then calls the boy over and prepares to teach him an important lesson. The boy's mother is worried and asks what he is going to do with her frightened son. The protagonist calls him again, and the boy approaches him with fear and hesitation. He tells his mother not to worry and that everything will be okay with him in the end. The young man then hands a dagger to the boy and looks at him with a serious expression. He tells him to take out the men who are tied up on the floor, and the boy trembles with fear. The kidnappers beg for their lives in despair at the dangerous situation. The woman tries to intervene and says he is just a child and can't do this. But the protagonist says that from that day on, he is no longer an innocent child. He then tells him to gather his courage and take out the animals who hurt his mother. The boy remembers the scenes of violence and is filled with anger and determination. With tears in his eyes, he prepares for what needs to be done to get his revenge. He then runs and attacks the tied-up men with the dagger in a fit of rage. The boy stops panting and looks at the bodies of the men he has just defeated. His mother calls his name and looks at him with a mix of surprise and concern. The boy then asks if the men also took out his father and looks at him with sadness. The protagonist confirms with a nod, and the young man prepares for the harsh reality. The dagger falls to the floor, and the boy cries in his mother's arms at the news of his loss. The woman begs the protagonist to take her son with him and says she will give him anything. The young man then says they will both go with him and that he promised the boy's father. The group then follows the protagonist, and they walk through the dark streets of the city. The boy wonders who is strong enough to defeat so many zombies alone. The protagonist then reveals himself as the one responsible, and the boy is shocked by the answer. He stops the group and tells them to wait a moment, because he needs to resolve something first. The young man faces the building in front of him with a serious and determined look. He then asks the woman if she knows the location of Building 8 in the garden. Suddenly, they hear screams and see a group of bandits threatening the residents of a building. The scene then shifts to the third floor, where the police officers' group is surrounded. They wonder if they should surrender, but the police officer says the bandits won't keep their word. The leader of the invaders gives them 10 minutes to surrender, or they will all perish. One of the women suggests that she and another girl give themselves up to spare the others. But the other refuses and says she doesn't want to be a toy for their pleasure. The police officer then tells them to calm down, and they will protect the hallway with their lives. One of the bandits complains that they can't force their way in since the leader is armed. The leader then orders his men to shut off the water supply to pressure them. The boy asks if they are bad people, and the protagonist confirms with a nod. The young man then peeks through the door and prepares to intervene in the dangerous situation. He readies his weapon and says the bandits are like the ones who hurt his mother. The police officer tells the group to protect the stairs and says he will see what's happening. He crouches near the window and peeks to see what the bandits are doing outside. He despairs when he sees there are 7 armed men, and 3 of them have firearms. Suddenly, a bright light blinds everyone's vision, and a loud noise echoes in the place. The police officer is startled by the explosion and wonders what just happened there. The group of survivors is shocked by the scene and tries to understand the source of the noise. The bandits are also confused and look around to see what caused the explosion. They are then thrown far away by the force of the explosion and scream in shock. The police officer looks out the window and tries to see who is attacking the bandits outside. He then recognizes the protagonist and is shocked to see him with a weapon in hand. The young man fires at the bandits, and the shots echo through the dark city street. One of the men is hit and cries out in pain as he falls to the ground, injured by the shot. The bandit hides behind a tree and tries to protect himself from the protagonist's shots. He then fires back, and the young man prepares for the approaching confrontation. The protagonist shoots again, and the police officer watches the scene with a mix of fear and admiration. With a confident smile, he mocks the bandits and calls them amateurs in battle. The man gets annoyed with the young man's audacity and wonders where that lunatic came from. He then hides behind a box and tries to protect himself from the non-stop shots. The bandit leader yells for him to shoot while the protagonist is holding him down. He then gets annoyed and fires his weapon, but the shots ricochet off the metal box. The protagonist then reveals himself from behind the box and prepares for the final attack. He aims with his crossbow and fires a clean arrow towards the bandit leader. The arrows hit the bandits and defeat them with impressive precision and speed. The bandit leader scoffs and thinks the protagonist has run out of ammunition for the crossbow. He then lunges at the young man and prepares to attack him with his firearm. The man points the weapon at the young man's head and prepares for the final shot. He pulls the trigger, but the protagonist dodges the shot with superhuman agility. The young man then grabs the man's arm and prevents him from shooting at him again. He looks at him with a cold stare, and the man is startled by the young man's proximity. The protagonist then forces the weapon against the man's head and disarms him with ease. The bandit falls to the ground, defeated, and the young man observes his body without any emotion. He then kneels beside the man and looks at him with a serious and determined expression. The young man enters the building and is faced with the remaining goons who surround him at the entrance. He looks at the men with a cold stare and prepares for the approaching battle. The goons attack him at the same time, but the protagonist defeats them with ease. He then approaches the door and calls for the survivors to come out of the apartment. The boy praises him and says he looked incredible fighting the bandits outside. A new reinforcement mission appears in the system, asking him to recruit 5 survivors. The police officer approaches and asks who the people he saved from the bandits are. He recognizes their clothes and says they are the beasts from the villages of Bakujan. The police officer then calls 2 of his men to tell the protagonist about the gang. They explain that they are an armed and resourceful group that dominates almost all survivors. He then remembers that in his past life, Li Shuxiang and Ku Jing's gang was in the south. The young man asks if Bakujan is the only settlement in the south, and the men confirm. They explain that the gang is cruel and takes young and beautiful women as hostages. With that, the protagonist is sure that they are the ones responsible for the family's kidnapping. He turns to the police officer, and the man asks what he meant by his statement. The young man then takes the weapons from the fallen bandits and tells the police officer to keep them. He also hands over his rifle and 5 magazines of ammunition to the shocked man. The protagonist tells him to hold out for a few days and that he will come back to deal with the gang. One of the men despairs and says they can't face the gang alone. The police officer also agrees and says it's not worth the risk for them and suggests another place. But the young man says this is personal and that he will take them to his fortress in the east. He explains that he is building a fort there and needs people to join him. The group says goodbye, and the protagonist tells them to stay safe until he returns to get them. The scene then shifts to a mysterious figure observing the fortress from a distance in the darkness. The man observes the place carefully and seems to be planning his next move. In Bakushan, the gang leaders gather in a room to discuss their plans. One of them asks about the supplies from an entertainment center that they haven't gotten yet. Li Shuxiang says he has already sent his men and that they should be back any moment. Another leader reminds him that there are high-level affiliates living in the mansion, and they need to be careful. With a malicious smile, he says he sent his men to bring anyone back alive from there. The gang leader gets annoyed with Li Shuxiang for not completing any tasks. The man guarantees that this time he will take care of everything perfectly for his boss. One of the goons runs, panting, and asks if Brother Li is okay after the commotion. Li Shuxiang asks if the 7 men he sent have returned from their mission yet. The goon informs him that they were all taken out, and the leader is shocked by the news. He then orders everyone who knows how to handle weapons to be gathered for the next mission. The protagonist arrives by car at the fortress and prepares for the reunion with the group. Shanshan hears the car's noise and gets excited, realizing that Brother Yong has finally returned. The mission is completed, and he earns another 25 points in the system for the task. The group welcomes him with relief, and the girl says he is finally back home. The young man then reveals that he already knew about the traitor, and the group is shocked by the revelation. The girl asks if he knew everything from the beginning and looks at him with surprise. He then tells Zhang Chai to take the woman and the boy to their rooms and meet him later. In the infirmary, the white-haired friend asks if he already knew about the traitor's bad intentions. The protagonist admits that he wasn't sure if he was the traitor he was looking for. He faces his friends and prepares to reveal what he really knew about the betrayal. The young man explains that he was sure that one of Zhang Qi's friends was a traitor. The white-haired young man is shocked to realize that the protagonist used rubber bullets. He analyzes the bullets and wonders why the young man would use non-lethal ammunition in the situation. The old man then realizes that the young man in the infirmary is not really gone and is shocked. He explains that the young man is not a common zombie but a rare and powerful mutant. The protagonist then approaches the zombie and asks it to blink 3 times if it understands him. The creature then blinks 3 times slowly, and the young man establishes a communication code. He explains that rare mutants retain fragments of their memories and intelligence. With a smile, the protagonist says that Chen Chong is exceptionally rare among the rare. The zombie then gets up and steps on the traitor's head, who watches him in fear. The creature looks at him with a confused expression, and the group watches the scene in silence. The zombie then waves at the group, and the protagonist watches him with a satisfied smile. He then tells the group not to hold him back and to finish off the traitor once and for all. The zombie drags the traitor's body across the floor, and the group is shocked by the scene. The white-haired young man asks if he still remembers them, and the zombie looks at him. The creature grinds its teeth, and the friend backs away, scared by the unexpected reaction. He is speechless and doesn't know what to think about the transformed friend's attitude. The white-haired young man then attacks him, and the zombie looks at him with a disdainful gaze. He realizes that even as a zombie, his friend still can't control himself properly. With this, he unlocks a secret achievement and earns another 10 points in the system. He is shocked to see a level 2 box in the store, but it costs 50 points. The young man then decides to open the other 2 boxes so they don't take up space in his inventory. He buys the lifesaver and armed deterrence boxes with his remaining points. In the boxes, he finds an infection blocker and a sniper rifle with ammunition. He decides to finish the mission the next day to open the level 2 box he got. The protagonist then jumps off the fortress wall and prepares for another journey. In the fortress courtyard, he gathers his group and prepares for the training he has planned. He informs them that from that day on, everyone needs to practice shooting for 1 hour. The group then begins the training and shoots at bottles and cans to improve their aim. The protagonist then announces that he is going to pick up the survivors from the garden and asks the old man to prepare. He then calls his pet zombie and tells it to accompany him on the rescue mission. The two find an abandoned bus, and the protagonist tells the zombie to deal with the creatures. The creature then throws the zombies off the bus and clears the path for the young man. The zombie driver turns and roars at the protagonist, who faces it calmly. The pet zombie then throws the creature off the bus and takes the wheel. The young man then hands the keys to the zombie and tells it to drive to their destination. He then helps the creature remove its mask and says it doesn't need to wear that. The zombie looks at him in silence, and the protagonist comforts it with a touch on the shoulder. He tells it to put the mask back on when they arrive so as not to scare anyone. Li Shuxiang and his gang arrive in a pickup truck and prepare for the attack on the garden. He gets annoyed and says he can't believe they can't take the place with so many men. The group then advances and prepares for the confrontation with the survivors who are waiting for them. On the road, the zombies gather, and one of them's across the protagonist standing there. The creature looks at him with confusion and doesn't understand what he is doing there alone. The zombies are thrown far away by the force of the speeding bus. The bus door closes, and the creatures are left behind on the dark city road. The bus speeds down the road, and the group moves away from the danger of the zombie horde. They then arrive at Building 8 and prepare for the rescue of the survivors. The group of survivors eats and rests while waiting for the promised rescue. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a car engine and get excited with hope. The police officer tells them to calm down and goes to check the window to see who has arrived. He looks outside and prepares to see if it's the protagonist, who has come to save them. Outside, Li Shuxian's gang arrives and prepares for the attack on the building. The leader orders his men to move, and they advance towards Building 8. The police officer realizes it's not the protagonist and gets annoyed by the arrival of the bandits. He prepares to fight and says that now that they have weapons, they can face them. He then remembers the plan and tells the group to prepare for an ambush on the rooftop. The police officer climbs onto the roof and positions himself to attack the bandits by surprise. Li Shuxian's group fires into the air and prepares to storm the building with force. The police officer yells for them to take cover and ducks to avoid being hit by the shots. The bandits fire at the building's windows, and the glass shatters from the shots. The police officer is startled by the hail of bullets and takes cover behind the roof's wall. The gang leader then grabs a megaphone and prepares to speak to the survivors. He tests the device and prepares to give his orders to the group that is hiding. Suddenly, one of the goons is hit in the head and falls to the ground from the clean shot. The gang leader is startled and yells that there are snipers at the scene of the confrontation. Another man is hit in the leg and cries out in pain as he falls to the ground, injured by the shot. The police officer then prepares to shoot and tells everyone to find a place to take cover. He positions himself on the roof and warns the group to be careful with the automatic weapons. The gang leader gets annoyed and wonders where the rifle they weren't expecting came from. One of the goons despairs and asks what they should do now with the disadvantage. The leader tells everyone to run together on his signal to try to escape the attack. But one of them is hit and falls to the ground, taken out by the police officer's clean shot. Li Shuxiang celebrates and tells everyone to advance on the bandits who are retreating. The group then rushes to attack the invaders, who are trying to flee the confrontation in fear. The gang leader watches the scene with a satisfied smile and feels victorious. The men run to the pickup truck, but the protagonist continues to fire at them non-stop. Li Shuxiang realizes they might be out of ammunition and prepares for a counter-attack. The police officer reloads his weapon and prepares for another round of shots at the bandits. The leader orders his men to get in the car and prepare to flee the scene. One of the goons is left behind and yells for them to wait for him before they leave. But a shot hits his cap, and the young man is startled by the sniper's precision. The car speeds off, and the bandits fire at the group that is chasing them down the street. The scene then shows the protagonist's bus approaching for the group's rescue. On the bus, the protagonist observes the street and wonders what is happening. He sees a car fleeing in his zombie's bus and wonders who is there. He then decides to focus on the mission and says that the points are more important at the moment. The bus stops in front of Building 8, and the protagonist prepares for the rescue. He realizes that the rifles he left behind were useful in the battle against the bandits. The pet zombie starts to growl, and the young man realizes it is hungry. He asks if the creature is hungry, and the zombie groans in response to its master. The protagonist then tells it to eat the bodies of the bandits that are on the ground. The zombie smiles, and its eyes glow with a red light of satisfaction and hunger. It then advances on the bodies, and the protagonist tells it to meet him later. The creature devours the bandits' bodies, and the young man watches the scene calmly. The zombie then gets up and lets out a sigh of satisfaction after feeding. The creature's eyes glow, and it seems to have regained part of its consciousness. The protagonist observes the bodies and realizes the police officer didn't go easy on the bandits. The boy looks out the window and gets excited to see that the protagonist has finally arrived. The group calls him from the window, and the young man faces the building, preparing for the meeting. The police officer then approaches and asks if he managed to defeat all the bandits. He boasts about his skill with the rifle and says he was a sniper before. Suddenly, they hear a roar and turn to see where the noise came from. The protagonist turns and prepares for what might be approaching the location. The pet zombie approaches, and the group is startled by the creature's appearance. The police officer prepares to shoot and warns the group to be careful with the zombie. The protagonist calms him down and says the creature is one of them and won't hurt them. The man is confused and doesn't understand how a zombie can be an ally of the group. The young man then tells the zombie to eat the bodies of the bandits that are on the ground. The police officer is shocked and asks if the protagonist can really talk to the zombies. He explains that it's not a common zombie and that he will explain everything on the way back. The young man then tells the creature to eat quickly and meet them on the bus later. The zombie puts on its mask and prepares to join the group on the bus that is waiting for them. It then gets on the vehicle, and the group watches it with a mix of fear and curiosity. The boy is shocked to see the creature put on its own muzzle so as not to scare them. He comments that the attitude is cool, and the protagonist warns him that the zombie can hear him. The zombie then sits on the bus, and the group prepares to leave that location. The bus speeds off, and the group moves away from the scene of the massacre they just witnessed. The police officer notices a slight tilt in the bus and wonders what might have happened. The zombie then tries to speak and shows the key to the protagonist with a trembling hand. The young man is surprised and realizes that the creature is evolving and learning to speak. He then understands that he needs to go back to the fortress and use his points to get stronger. The bus speeds down the road, and the police officer still can't believe it's a zombie. At the gang's base, one of the leaders gets annoyed and says the fool can't do anything. Li Shuxiang despairs and says it's not his fault and that the men had rifles. The gang leader doubts him and accuses him of lying about the automatic weapons. The man insists it's true and tells the boss to send someone to check the situation. Suddenly, one of the goons attacks him and throws him to the ground with a violent kick to the back. Li Shuxiang watches the scene from the window and seems to be thinking about his next move. The goon says he's tired of the useless fool and prepares to take control. He then approaches the boss and suggests they can attack since he has lost men. Another leader accuses him of having his eye on the boss's woman and scoffs at his greed. He then suggests they share the woman as property and laughs at the idea. The gang leader tells him not to rush and says he will find an opportunity. A mysterious man enters the room and prepares to give the next orders. He looks at the group with a cold stare and everyone falls silent, waiting for him. The scene then shifts to Li Shuxiang's house, where he seems to be in trouble. He knocks over a picture frame, and his wife asks what is wrong with him. The man tells her to pack her bags and says they need to leave that place. He explains that the place won't be safe for long and that they need to plan for the future. He then turns to one of his goons and asks what his orders are. The leader tells him to gather the remaining brothers for a midnight attack somewhere. Qiu Jing watches the scene with a serious expression and prepares for what's to come. The protagonist's bus then arrives at the fortress, and the group prepares to get off. The group is impressed and says the place is truly an end of the world fortress. The protagonist realizes that exceeding the mission's goal has earned him extra points in the system. He then turns to his pet zombie and tells it to go with him to the South District. The police officer asks why they are going there, and the young man looks at him with a smile. He says he needs to settle some scores with the people from the village of Bachui. Back in his room, the protagonist analyzes the system store and prepares to make a purchase. He then decides to buy the level 2 high-tech box that appeared in the store. The purchase is made, and he spends 50 points on the rare item, hoping for a good reward. The box opens and reveals a plus 20 level stamina enhancement potion. The young man is excited and says it's no wonder it's a level 2 box in the store. He then uses the potion and feels an intense pain as the liquid takes effect on his body. His stamina points rise to 33, and he feels 6 times stronger. Suddenly, a mosquito approaches, and the protagonist observes it with his heightened senses. He catches the insect in mid-air with impressive speed and crushes it with his fingers. The mosquito's reflection in his eye shows how fast and precise he has become. The young man smiles and throws the dead insect to the ground, satisfied with his new powers. The sun sets, and the fortress is illuminated by the light of the approaching twilight. The group gathers and prepares for the next mission the protagonist has planned. The police officer asks if he is going to the south side of the city, and the young man confirms. He then praises the police officer's shooting skills and asks him to train everyone. The police officer smiles and says that's his specialty, and there's nothing to worry about. The protagonist then says goodbye, and he and his pet zombie leave for the mission. The bus leaves the garage and speeds down the road towards the south district of the city. The scene then shifts to Li Shuxian's gang, which is preparing for another attack. The leader and his men get out of the car and prepare for the invasion they have planned. Suddenly, a car stops in front of them, and the headlights blind the group's vision. The men prepare for a fight and face the car that is blocking their path. The mysterious man's group then gets out of the car and surrounds Li Shuxiang's goons. Kui Jing and another man watch the scene from inside the car with a malicious smile. Li Shuxiang gets annoyed with the interference and wonders what is happening there. The mysterious man draws a weapon and asks where they think they are going. Li Shuxiang is shocked to recognize the man and calls him by his name in surprise. He explains that they were planning to try their luck in the garden and plays dumb. The mysterious man scoffs at him, and his goons prepare for the imminent attack. They then advance and attack Li Shuxiang's group with violence and without mercy. One of the men is thrown to the ground, and the gang leader screams his name in desperation. The older man scolds him and tells him to open his eyes and see what is happening. Li Shuxiang plays dumb and says he doesn't recognize the man who attacked him. The group leader then orders his men to act, and they prepare for the massacre. The shots echo through the street, and Li Shuxiang's group is defeated with ease. Li Shuxiang is shocked and wonders who the people who attacked him are. He says he doesn't know and despairs at the situation that is out of his control. The group leader taunts him and tells him to look who is inside the car that arrived. The car's headlights turn off, revealing the people inside the vehicle. Li Shuxiang grinds his teeth in anger and is shocked to see who is in the car. He then recognizes Kui Jing and the other gang leaders who are watching him from inside. One of the leaders accuses him and says the woman has already told them everything about his betrayal plan. Li Shuxiang is enraged by Kui Jing's betrayal and curses her with hatred and contempt. The leader asks what they should do with him, and looks at him with a malicious smile. He then gives a signal with his hand, and one of the goons approaches to carry out the order. The man puts a rope around Li Shuxiang's neck and prepares him for his end. He then pulls him forcefully and hangs him in front of everyone as punishment for his betrayal. The traitor coughs and struggles but can't break free from the rope that is choking him. He is hung from the mansion gate and his body sways in the night wind. The protagonist bus approaches, and he observes the scene from outside the gate. He and his pet zombie get off the bus and prepare to enter the mansion. The two of them jump over the wall and enter the place to face the gang that is waiting for them. The young man crouches down and faces the goons with a serious and determined look. He scoffs at Li Shuxiang's body and says he is a pathetic and weak dog. The protagonist then throws a stone with incredible force. The rope holding him snaps and the traitor's body falls to the ground with a dull thud. The protagonist observes the scene and prepares for the next step of his revenge. He then grabs a zombie and says he will help it get revenge for its pathetic end. In the mansion, Kui Jing and one of the gang leaders are having fun together in one of the rooms. The woman complains that she did a good job and that they are treating her badly for it. The man says her reward is coming and approaches her with a malicious smile. Suddenly, one of the goons hears a noise and turns to see what is happening. He looks out the window and observes the scene outside with a curious look. The young man is startled by what he sees and wonders what is happening outside. One of the goons is taken out and the others are startled by the surprise and unexpected attack. The bedroom door is kicked open, and the three of them are startled by the sudden intrusion. The protagonist and his pet zombie enter the room, and the group is shocked by the scene. The young man faces the gang leader with a cold look full of hatred and revenge. He then holds the knife to the man's neck and looks at him with a threatening gaze. The man swallows hard and the protagonist attacks him with the sharp, deadly blade. The gang leader falls to the ground, defeated, and the young man prepares for the next target. The other man is startled and recognizes him as the young man he met on the road. The protagonist then throws his knife with precision and hits the man in the neck. The man coughs and cries out in pain as red fluid gushes from his fatal wound. He falls onto the bed, and the woman screams in desperation at the horror scene she witnessed. Kui Jing is startled by the protagonist's presence and asks what he wants with her. He scoffs at her and asks if they are having fun with the situation in the mansion. The young man then taunts her and wonders what Li Shuxiang would think if he saw her like this. The woman is shocked to hear her lover's name and looks at him with a fearful expression. Suddenly, Li Shuxiang's zombie bursts into the room and lunges at Kui Jing. He grabs her forcefully, and the woman despairs at the attack of the creature holding her. She begs for forgiveness, but the zombie attacks her with a fatal bite to the neck. The woman screams in pain and her body falls onto the bed as the zombie watches her with hatred. The protagonist closes the bedroom door, and the screams from inside continue non-stop. He then turns to his pet zombie and tells it to eat the bodies of the goons. The creature looks at him and says it will eat one of the bodies on the floor at most. The young man is surprised by the response and realizes the zombie is evolving even more. He then hears a noise and turns to see where the strange sound in the place came from. In a dark basement, a group of survivors is trapped and frightened by the situation. A fat cook appears and prepares to choose his next meal from among them. One of the men offers a girl and says she is tender and perfect for dinner. But the cook refuses her and says she is too thin for his refined taste. The man then grabs a child and offers him to the cook as another option. The cook smiles and says the child is fat and perfect for his feast. He then kicks the child's mother away and tells her to get out of his sight. The woman begs them to spare her son and despairs at the dangerous situation. She cries and begs for mercy while the other survivors watch her with pity. Suddenly they hear a noise and turn to see where the strange sound came from. The basement door opens and the cook yells, asking who is there in the darkness. He recognizes the sound of a shotgun and wonders who else would have a weapon like that. The woman hugs her son and comforts him as the group prepares for the worst. The men point their weapons at the door and prepare for what might come out of there. The cook tells one of his goons to go check what is happening outside. The man approaches the door with his weapon in hand and prepares for whatever comes. Suddenly, a hand grabs him by the neck and pulls him out of the room forcefully. He cries out in pain and is dragged into the dark hallway with no chance to defend himself. The other men are startled and yell that it's a zombie and they need to shoot. The shots echo through the hallway, but the bullets ricochet off the door without hitting the creature. The group despairs and fires non-stop, but the shots have no effect. The pet zombie then jumps into the room and roars at the frightened men. He lunges at the cook, who looks at him in fear and prepares for the attack. The creature grabs him by the neck and throws him forcefully against the basement wall. The zombie then throws the cook into the air and defeats him with a clean blow. The creature then lunges at the other goons and attacks them without mercy. The cries for help echo through the basement as the pet zombie does its work. The survivors wonder why the zombie is not attacking them and are confused. The creature looks at them in silence, and the group can't understand what is happening. The protagonist then appears and praises his pet zombie's speed. He says the mask and chains make it look even cooler, and the zombie poses for him. The group of survivors is shocked to realize the zombie managed to speak to the young man. The creature faces the survivors, and the group is startled by the zombie's presence. A woman hugs her daughter and trembles with fear at the creature standing in front of them. The protagonist calms them down and says the zombie won't attack them and that everything is fine. The little girl cries and says he is a super monster who eliminates without even blinking. The young man is surprised by the girl's comment and looks at her with curiosity. He asks if she has ever seen a similar creature before, and the girl looks at him in fear. Her mother confirms, and the protagonist asks where she saw the mysterious creature. The young man is shocked by the news and realizes that things are happening faster. The pet zombie asks what the creature is, and the protagonist looks at it with a smile. He explains that rare mutants have greater intelligence and potential than normal zombies. The zombie is worried about its own condition, and the protagonist reassures it with a touch. He says the zombie is one of the lucky ones and that he won't let it lose its sanity. The protagonist then asks if there are more survivors in the village area where he is. He and his pet zombie then head to the basement to look for more survivors. They open the basement door and are faced with red marks and a scene of horror. He is shocked to realize that the survivors are being treated like livestock in the basement. The protagonist understands that they capture and process the survivors to feed on them. He then wonders if this is the reason there are no other camps in the city. The survivor explains that they move the meat regularly and don't know how many there are. The young man deduces that they might be feeding the zombies with the survivors' bodies. He then asks for more information about the sales office the man mentioned. The protagonist listens attentively, and a new serial mission appears in his system. The mission asks him to expand the community and increase the score as much as possible. He and his pet zombie then approach the sales office for the rescue. The guards comment on the shots, and one of them says they use people for practice. The pet zombie then advances and attacks the guards who are watching the entrance. Inside the office, a group of women is trapped and frightened by the situation. They hear the noise from outside and wonder what is happening at the location. One of them says not to let anyone in and despairs with fear. The door then opens and the women are startled by the unexpected entry into the room. They beg him not to enter and try to protect themselves from what is to come. The protagonist then appears and looks at them with a serious and determined expression. He calls for them to come out, and the women follow him out of the office in silence. The group of survivors walks down the hallway and sees the guards' bodies on the floor. One of the women asks if he will really give them a safe place, and he confirms. He then says that everyone needs to work but that the place is safe for them. The group agrees and says it's no problem because they are all capable of working hard. The protagonist then takes them to the bus, and they prepare to go to the fortress. The bus speeds off and they arrive at the fortress safely, ready for a new life. The group of survivors gets off the bus, and the protagonist and his zombie welcome them. The white-haired young man says he will open the gate, but Shanshan suddenly stops him. The protagonist then says this is their fortress but that they can't enter yet. He explains there are temporary carry cabins outside that are better than other places. The group kneels in gratitude and calls him their savior for his generosity. The scene then shifts to a truck arriving in a mansion and preparing for a delivery. The truck driver prepares to unload the cargo he brought to the location. A woman inside a car complains about the delay and gets annoyed with the situation. She wonders why no one is answering and what the driver is doing outside. The woman then realizes something is wrong and senses that there is danger nearby. She and a goon get out of the car and come across the bodies of the men the protagonist defeated. The woman is shocked by the scene and her eyes widen with fear and horror. Suddenly, the men rise as zombies and the woman is startled by the creatures. One of the zombies grinds its teeth and drools as it stares at the woman with a hungry look. The creature then roars and lunges at her and her goon, who panic. The woman attacks the zombie with a quick blow and throws it far away with her strength. She then defeats the rest of the zombies with her powers and prepares for the next step. With a knife in hand, she turns to her goon and prepares to give the next orders. The man asks what they should do now that the zombie leader is gone. She says they will handle the situation themselves, and that she will take out anyone who gets in the way. With a cold look, she swears she will defeat anyone who dares to face her. She and her goon then leave the mansion and find the zombies' bodies on the ground. The man informs her that there is no one else alive, and she asks about the meat they found. He confirms that the meat is still there, and she tells him to bring the truck to load everything. The truck arrives, and the goons start loading the bodies into the vehicle. The woman observes the scene and notices something strange on the ground near where they are. She bends down to get a better look, and her goon asks what she has found that's so interesting. The woman crouches to analyze the marks on the ground and wonders who could have made them. She gets up and says she will see for herself what is happening at the location. The protagonist then analyzes his mission and wonders how to increase the community's score. He observes the fortress and remembers the snobbish man who helped him get the land. He then remembers the rare mutant he left in the infirmary and prepares for the next step. The group of survivors is in the fortress, and the protagonist approaches to talk to them. They call him their savior and thank him for rescuing them from the danger of the bandits. The young man calms him down and says he doesn't need thanks for helping them. He then turns to the woman and asks where she saw the super monster she mentioned. The woman explains that they found the monster while looking for supplies in the market. She says that in the confusion, her daughter and she fled and found the group from the village. The protagonist hears the market's name and remembers the place he has visited before. Shan is worried about the danger, but the young man says they need more supplies. He then warns that the city is less than 2 kilometers away, and they can't leave the threat. The woman despairs and drops the water basin she was holding in shock. She begs him not to go, but the protagonist reassures her and says he knows what he is doing. He then calls his friend and the pet zombie and says they are going to pay a visit. The scene then shifts to a group of survivors arriving in front of a supermarket. The group's leader boasts about finding the place, and the others follow her with hope. She warns them not to be too optimistic, that the place might have already been looted. The group then enters the supermarket and prepares to look for supplies in the location. They enter the dark place and prepare for what they might find inside. The shelves are empty, and the group realizes the place has been looted, but not completely. The leader bangs on a pot to make noise and attract the attention of anyone there. She then yells and asks if there is anyone in the supermarket and waits for a response. With a serious look, she tells everyone to listen carefully and prepares for danger. Suddenly, they hear groans and turn to see where the strange sound came from. The zombies appear, and the leader yells for the group to prepare for the approaching battle. The group defeats the zombies with ease, and one of the men celebrates the simple victory. One of the men celebrates their luck and says today is their lucky day. The group's leader tells them to stay alert and continue exploring the supermarket. Suddenly, a creature with sharp teeth and red eyes appears in the darkness. The group finds a hallway full of supplies and celebrates the great discovery. One of the women points to the end of the hallway and gets the other's attention. She finds a bed and gets excited about the possibility of resting in a comfortable place. The woman throws herself on the bed and says she doesn't care about anything else and will stay there. The group then decides to settle in the supermarket, and one of them goes out to smoke. He lights a cigarette and prepares to relax a bit after so much tension. The two men talk outside, and one of them asks if they should really stay there. The other explains that the place has many entrances and exits and will be difficult to defend. He then suggests a 2-story building he saw at the entrance that seems safer. Suddenly, the man is startled by a noise and turns to see what is happening. The monster the woman saw before appears and attacks him with its sharp, deadly claws. The man screams for help and runs desperately to escape the creature that is chasing him. The rest of the group hears the screams and wonders what is happening outside. The man is hit by several spikes and falls to the ground, injured and bleeding heavily. The monster then attacks another man, and the horror scene unfolds in the supermarket. The woman is startled by the creature and tells them to run, but they can't. She then runs for her life and tries to escape the monster that is chasing her. The monster yells that no one can escape, and the group runs desperately to survive. One of the men is hit and cries out in pain as the monster attacks him without mercy. The woman screams that she doesn't want to perish and runs as fast as she can to escape the creature. She looks back and sees the monster getting closer and closer with its claws. The woman runs towards a light and gets excited with the hope of finding an exit. She yells that the exit is near and continues to run with all her strength. But she trips over body on the floor and falls hard, unable to get up. The woman is startled by the creature's hand on her shoulder and screams in sheer desperation. She cries and begs for her life as the monster approaches for the final attack. Suddenly, the protagonist's pet zombie appears and looks at her with a cold stare. The woman turns to it confused and doesn't understand what the creature is doing there. The zombie then tells her not to be afraid, and the woman is shocked by the creature's voice. The protagonist then appears and looks at her with a serious and determined expression. He extends his hand to her and introduces himself as the person who bought the land. The young man helps her up, and the woman recognizes him as the client from the real estate agency. He asks for her name, and the woman remembers the day they met at the store. She yells about the monster. The protagonist calms her down and says he has already taken care of everything. The woman looks at him in silence and can't believe what just happened. Her eyes widen with surprise and she realizes she was saved by a miracle. Suddenly, the monster that attacked her appears and scoffs at the zombie that saved her from danger. The protagonist asks if the zombie can handle the monster alone, and it agrees. The two then jump from the roof and prepare for the battle that will take place below. The monster is excited to see the zombie and says it's the first time it has met one of its kind. It then advances at high speed and prepares to attack the pet zombie. The creature hits it with a strong blow and throws it far away with the impact of the attack. The monster wonders if eating one of its own kind will speed up its evolution and laughs. The zombie then prepares for a counterattack and faces it with a serious and determined look. It jumps and hits the creature with a powerful blow that knocks it to the ground hard. The monster is impressed by the zombie's strength and praises it for its skill. It then hits it with a high kick, and the zombie is thrown backward by the impact. The zombie is hit squarely, and the monster prepares for the final attack in the battle. It looks at the zombie with a cold stare and prepares for what will happen next. The creature jumps and transforms into an even bigger and more terrifying monster. It roars and says the power it has accumulated will finally be useful in battle. The zombie faces the creature with a look of surprise and prepares for the next attack. The monster looks at it with its bright red eyes and a malicious smile on its face. The battle between the two intensifies, and the exchange blows echo through the supermarket. The protagonist's friend is worried and says the zombie is losing the battle against the monster. The young man then draws his weapon and prepares to intervene in the fight and help his companion. He asks the zombie to hold on for a second and promises not to provoke it later. The pet zombie is overpowered by the monster and yells for the creature to let it go. The protagonist then fires his weapon, and the shot echoes through the dark supermarket. The bullet hits the monster squarely in the head and throws it backward with the impact. The creature retreats and prepares for the next attack with even greater fury. It digs its claws into the ground and propels itself forward with incredible speed. The monster laughs and says the young man managed to hurt it and swears we'll take him out for it. The protagonist's friend is shocked to see that the creature didn't perish from the shot to the head. The young man then fires a barrage of shots at the monster, which glares at him with hatred. The creature caws and laughs as the bullets seem to have no effect on its body. The group is startled by the monster's resistance and wonders if it is gone or not. The protagonist then suggests that his pet zombie eat the monster to get stronger. The mission is updated, and he realizes that eliminating dangerous elements counts towards the score. He then decides not to leave empty-handed and suggests they clean out the supermarket. The protagonist uses his spatial ring and sucks all the supplies into it. With a smile, he says it's better to store the bodies than to let them turn into zombies. The scene then shifts to the woman and her goon, who are observing the fortress from a distance. The man uses binoculars and asks her what she thinks of the place they found. He then spots Shanshin on the fortress wall and watches her with attention and curiosity. The man also sees the survivor camp outside and analyzes the situation. He scoffs at the group and says they are poorly armed and their only advantage is the warehouse. The man wonders how they managed to defeat the gang leaders who attacked them. The woman laughs and says the heavens must be pitying them for sending new prey. She then suggests they go back to regroup and get more weapons and people. The car then speeds off, and they move away from the fortress to plan their next attack. The protagonist and his new group drive towards their fortress to take shelter. The woman is excited to learn that there are mattresses and hot water for showers at the location. The young man overhears the conversation and is shocked by the woman's excitement over simple things. Suddenly, the white-haired young man alerts the group and tells them to grab their weapons. He prepares for danger and holds his rifle firmly and with determination. The scene then shifts to the protagonist driving his car at high speed. He faces the road with a serious look and prepares for what's to come. The woman watching him in the other car looks at him with contempt and hatred. A new mission appears in the system and asks him to resist the approaching invasion. The protagonist wonders if it's the same guys from before and prepares for battle. He arrives at the fortress and prepares to face the gang that threatens them. He climbs the watchtower and observes the area to make sure it's safe. The young man asks if there have been any strangers around, and Shanshin looks at him curiously. She says she saw a car pass by but that it didn't approach the fortress and disappeared. He then tells her to gather everyone because he has an important announcement to make to the group. The scene then shifts to a coal plant in the southern suburbs of the city. On a radio, a man asks survivors to go to the coal plant. The broadcast says they are establishing a settlement and need labor. A group of survivors hears the call and prepares to go to the indicated location. They spot a car and wave desperately for help and a safe place to stay. The car stops with a screech of tires, and the group gets excited with hope. The driver asks if they heard the broadcast, and they nod their heads. A woman gets out of the car, and the survivors are enchanted by her beauty and presence. She says they arrived at the right time and invites them to follow her to the settlement. One of the men says the car won't fit everyone, and they decide to walk to the location. They arrive at the settlement and see the bodies of the zombies the protagonist defeated. The group is impressed with the place and celebrates finally having a place to stay. One of the survivors says he needs to use the restroom and prepares to leave the location. The woman stops him and says there is a restroom inside and that he can follow her. The man then uses the restroom and prepares for the next step of his plan. He looks at the fan and seems to be planning something for his escape from there. The woman waits for him outside and looks at him with a suspicious and malicious gaze. The man then harasses her and says he knows what she's thinking and that he is strong. Suddenly, he's attacked and falls to the ground from a clean blow to the neck. The woman looks at him with a cold stare, and the man watches her with fear and surprise. He falls to the ground, defeated, and the woman looks down at him with her high-heeled shoes. The woman laments and says she thought the young man would be good prey, but she was mistaken. She then reports to her boss and says she has already taken care of everything as he ordered. The man tells her to call numbers 2 and 3 and bring what's in the restroom. The whole group gathers in the meeting room and prepares for the next announcement. The police officer wonders who's attacking them. The protagonist says they know nothing. He then tells his zombie and his friend to clear a building to move the refugees. Shan and her friend offer to help with the task, and the protagonist looks at them. The 2 delivery guys also volunteer and say they are in on the mission. The boy the protagonist saved also offers to go, but his mother stops him right away. The woman he saved in the supermarket also offers to go, and the young man looks at her. The protagonist then says the old man and the police officer will stay and the rest can go. The group then gathers and prepares for the mission to clear the unfinished building. They arrive at the location and prepare to enter and face the zombies waiting for them. The protagonist leads the group, and they face the creatures with their weapons and skills. One of the men is attacked by a zombie but manages to defend himself from the creature's attack. The young man asks if anyone was hurt, and the group confirms they are all fine. He tells them to settle there for now and warns that they might be attacked. The group of survivors gets excited and says they are ready to fight and contribute. The protagonist agrees and says it's fair that they also help in defending the location. He then tells them to clean the place and says he will send weapons and ammunition later. The men unload the supplies and prepare for the next step of the plan. The woman asks her boss how the mission went and if everything went well in the process. A muscular man approaches and says he wants human flesh to feed on. She gets annoyed and says the settlement has been decimated and now food is on them. The man is shocked by the news and complains about not having any more human flesh to eat. The woman then says she will lead a team to finish off the group from the eastern suburbs. The protagonist then checks the system store and prepares to buy new items. He is excited to see that there is new stock in the store and prepares for shopping. The young man notices that there are 2 boxes and decides to see what they have. He then buys the overload box and gains an ability that increases his strength. The young man calculates that with a 25% increase, he will have over 40 points. He is excited about the new ability and can't wait to test it in a battle. The scene then shifts to the woman's group, which is preparing for the attack on the fortress. They advance with their vehicles and prepare to invade the location with full force. The woman gives the instructions and tells everyone to attack and take out the refugees outside. She then tells them to use the modified vehicle as cover and provide suppressive fire. The muscular man celebrates and says he is hungry and ready for battle. The group then speeds up and prepares for the attack that will happen soon. The fortress is seen from a distance, and the protagonist observes the approach of the enemies. He says the location is more hidden, and that he's not there for the privileged view. The police officer asks what the purpose of them being there is, and the protagonist looks at him with a smile. He then reminds him that the man said he worked as a sniper for a few years. The police officer deflects and says it was only for a few months and as a temporary substitute. With a confident smile, he boasts about his aim and says he can hit a target at 500 meters. The protagonist says that's enough, and the white-haired friend arrives with a box. The police officer is surprised by the weight of the box and wonders what could be inside. They open the box, and the man is shocked to see a Barrett sniper rifle inside. The weapon gleams, and the group is impressed by the power of the equipment they found. The police officer asks where he got the weapon, and the protagonist says there are only 10 rounds. He then takes the rifle and prepares to use it in the battle that is about to begin. The young man asks if everyone is ready, and the group confirms with a battle cry. Shan spots something strange and alerts the group about the danger approaching them. The police officer also sees the enemy and tells everyone to prepare for the attack that is about to start. The gang realizes the refugees are gone and wonders if they were also taken down. The woman orders them to advance and says if they see them, it will be harder to attack. The order is given over the radio, and all units advance for the attack on the fortress. Shan yells that the enemies are within range and tells the group to open fire on them. The group then fires their weapons, and the shots echo through the scene of the intense confrontation. The bullets hit the invaders' cars, and they take cover behind the vehicles. One of the men is hit and cries out in pain as red fluid gushes from his wound. The gang's cars flee at high speed, and the protagonist's group watches the scene. A mine explodes near one of the cars, and the group is startled by the explosion. The woman despairs and says they have been spotted and that the ambush has been discovered. The shots continue, and she tells everyone to advance and hide near the wall. The cars crash, and the chase intensifies on the fortress road. The muscular man stumps the ground and prepares for the attack that is about to happen. He roars with anger and prepares to take out everyone who gets in his way. The man is hit by several shots but remains standing and ready for battle. He notices that someone is breaking down the door and gets annoyed by their audacity. The protagonist group fires non-stop and tries to prevent the bandits from entering. The gang returns fire, and the shootout intensifies at the scene of the confrontation. Shanshan is hit and cries out in pain as the group tries to protect themselves from the shots. Another friend is hit, and the white-haired young man screams his name in desperation. He realizes that the enemy's firepower is no weaker than theirs. The police officer tries to calm the group and says they have enough ammunition for the fight. He realizes that the bandits are cutting the main gate and despairs at the situation. The protagonist calms him down and says he has a plan to deal with the enemy's invasion. He then leaves the location and prepares to put his plan into action against the gang. The young man runs through the fortress and prepares for the confrontation that is about to happen. The woman is worried about the ammunition and asks the muscular man if he is done yet. The muscular man yells that he is almost done breaking down the fortress door. The door then opens and the gang prepares to invade the location with full force. Shanshan yells that the gate is open and tells the group to stop them from entering. The gang leader laughs and says she will see how they deal with the terror of an evolved one. She tells the group to follow her and prepare to provide cover as soon as they enter. The muscular man opens the door with his strength, and the group prepares for the invasion. The protagonist then communicates over the radio and tells the police officer to prepare for his signal. The police officer positions himself with his sniper rifle and aims at the gang's muscular man. He finds him in his sights and prepares for the clean shot that will take him down. The creature roars, and the protagonist group is startled by the man's appearance. The old man is shocked and asks if that is still a human being and looks at him in fear. The group fires at him, but the bullets have no effect on the man's body. The shots ricochet off his chest, and the creature seems to feel no pain. The bullet that hit him is expelled from his body, and the wound heals instantly. The old man is shocked to realize the creature can regenerate and can't believe what he sees. The gang leader scoffs and says they must be seeing an evolved one for the first time. The police officer then prepares to shoot and says he will try something different this time. He fires the sniper rifle, and the bullet goes straight towards the muscular man. The shot hits the creature squarely in the head and throws it backward with the impact. The man's body falls to the ground, and the group celebrates their victory against the enemy. The goon despairs and wonders how that could have possibly happened. The woman is shocked and wonders how they got weapons of that caliber for the fight. The protagonist shoots from the roof, and the gang is startled by the shots coming from above. The leader realizes they are surrounded and that there are enemies behind them as well. She gets annoyed and says they underestimated the strength of the group they are facing. The woman orders everyone to retreat and get back to the vehicles to flee the scene. She then spots the protagonist and looks at him with a look of pure hatred and anger. The leader recognizes him as the kid from the car they met on the road before. Suddenly, one of the men is hit, and the woman is startled by the surprise attack. The protagonist shoots, and the man cries out in pain as he is hit by the clean shot. The young man is surprised by the woman's reaction speed and realizes she is an evolved one. The woman dodges the shot and attacks the protagonist with a quick, powerful kick. He throws her to the ground with a clean blow, and the woman falls hard to the ground. The young man realizes she is going to escape and prepares for the next move in the battle. The police officer aims with his sniper rifle and says she won't get away that easily. He concentrates and prepares for the clean shot that will take the woman down. The woman is hit in the back and cries out in pain as she falls to the ground, injured. She falls hard to the ground and lies there, unable to get up to continue her escape. The police officer is shocked to realize he missed the shot and didn't hit the target as he wanted. The goon picks her up and carries her to the car while yelling for the driver to speed up. The gang flees and the protagonist is frustrated for letting the woman escape. The mission is completed and he earns more points and increases the community's score. A new mission appears, asking him to attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. The group celebrates the victory and is excited about the security of the fortress that protects them. The protagonist asks if there are any casualties, and the police officer says no one perished but some were injured. He then tells them to bring the refugees from the abandoned building, because the place is safe. The young man is excited about the 76 points he earned and prepares to spend them. The scene then shifts to the gang returning to their base after the failed confrontation. The leader is helped by her goons and prepares to enter their refuge. She is annoyed with the defeat and wonders what happened in the battle they lost. The woman complains that they were careless and didn't think they would have heavy weapons. She then yells and orders them to bring human flesh for her to feed on and regain her strength. One of the goons looks at her in silence and doesn't move to carry out the leader's order. She gets annoyed with the disobedience and tells him to get a move on because he is useless to the gang. The man curses her and says she dares to talk to him like that after everything. The woman is shocked by the rebellion and asks if he is turning against her. She then orders her men to take him down and prepares for the approaching confrontation. The goons fall silent and don't move to attack the man who challenged her in front of them. The man boasts and says he is now the strongest and that the brothers have put up with enough. He then asks the others if it's not true, and they look at him with a serious expression. The woman gets annoyed with the rebellion and says they can't handle her alone. She is surrounded by the men and begs them not to hurt her and to let her go. The new leader laughs and prepares to attack the woman with a baseball bat in hand. The goons attack her with their bats and beat her mercilessly on the floor of the room. The woman screams in pain as she is hit by several blows all over her body. She falls to the ground injured and bleeding and can't get up to defend herself. The new leader cleans his hands and prepares to give the next orders to the group. He gets annoyed with one of his goons and scolds him for speaking out of turn. The man bows an apology and says he spoke without thinking and that it won't happen again. He then expresses his concern and wonders what they will do if they encounter the young man. The new leader thinks about the man with tentacles and prepares for his next move. He then decides they can join the Shigen group and escape the danger. The protagonist and his group arrive at the coal plant and prepare for the rescue. The white-haired friend is impressed and says the place is truly a fortress. The group approaches in silence and the young man wonders if the bandits have already left. They then find the woman's body and the police officer is shocked to see the scene. The protagonist is not surprised and says they take each other out for power. The white-haired friend asks about the muscular man and his difference from the zombie. The police officer remembers that the bandits yelled something about evolved and wonders what it is. The protagonist then reveals that they become evolved by eating other people. The two are shocked by the revelation and wonder if he is serious about it. The protagonist explains that to become an evolved one, the most direct method is to eat people. The white-haired friend despairs and asks if they need to eat people to survive. But the young man reassures them and says that is not the only method to evolve and get stronger. He then shows an energy core he found, and the friends are shocked by the item. The young man explains that both evolved ones and zombies can be classified as mutants. He says that evolved ones and rare mutants contain a concentrated energy core. The police officer wonders if this means they can consume zombie flesh to evolve. The protagonist then explains that only mutants can eat other zombies to get stronger. The mission is successfully completed, and he realizes the settlement is no longer a threat. Suddenly, he hears a noise and turns to see where the strange sound came from. A zombie attacks him from behind, and the protagonist hits it with a quick, precise blow. He is surprised by the creature's ability to approach without making any noise. The zombie drops an energy core, and the protagonist picks it up with a smile. He realizes it's time to hunt and prepares to collect more energy cores. The young man then hands the cores to the group and says it's not all for the police officer. The man looks at the cores with a confused expression and doesn't know what to do with them. He then makes up his mind and prepares to eat the cores to try to evolve as well. The police officer bites the core forcefully and prepares for what might happen to him. He cries out in pain as the core's energy begins to take effect on his body. The police officer celebrates and says this is his specialty and there's nothing to worry about. The protagonist then says goodbye, and he and his pet zombie leave for the mission. The bus leaves the garage and speeds down the road towards the south district of the city. At the gang's base, the leader asks about one of his men and if he is already in position. Li Shuxian's group then approaches a new location and prepares for the attack. Suddenly, a car stops in front of them, and the headlights blind the group's vision. The group prepares for a fight and faces the car that is blocking their path. The mysterious man's group then gets out of the car and surrounds Li Shuxiang's goons. The gang leader asks why the third master came this time and looks at him. He then informs that the group was attacked and that his brothers didn't manage to survive. The leader looks at him with a cold stare and prepares to give the next orders. He tells them to take the third master and his brothers to the safe house at the coal factory. The man laughs and says he also thinks the plan is a good idea and follows him. The third brother calls him and prepares to give him an important warning about the location. He asks what the man called him and looks at him with a look of pure anger and contempt. The young man apologizes and says he has a bad feeling about the safe house. He points to the iron windows and doors and says the place looks like a prison. Suddenly, a man appears and the group is startled by his unexpected presence. He tells everyone to get out, and the group prepares for what might happen next. They then come across a large group of men who surround and stare at them. The man despairs and says it wasn't his fault and that the people had rifles. The gang leader doubts him and accuses him of lying about the automatic weapons. The man insists it's true and tells the boss to send someone to check the situation. Suddenly, one of the goons attacks him and throws him to the ground with a violent kick to the back. The gang leader watches the scene from the window and seems to be thinking about his next move. The goon says he's tired of the useless fool and prepares to take control. He then approaches the boss and suggests they can attack since he has lost men. The gang leader scoffs and says if it weren't for the skills of the two of them, they would have already been annihilated. With a malicious smile, he orders his men to take out everyone in the room. One of the men begs for his life and says he has important information to share. The woman is interested and asks what information he has to offer in exchange for his life. He then reveals that there is a settlement in the east with many people and supplies. The woman asks how their strength compares to hers, and the man says it's about the same. She and the leader realize they are a real threat and prepare for the next step. The man then says they don't know how to become evolved and that he hasn't seen any. The goon is interested and asks how one becomes an evolved one and looks at him curiously. The leader asks how they lost if there were no evolved ones in their group. The woman praises the information and prepares to give the next orders to the group. She then orders her men to take out everyone and prepares for the approaching massacre. The men are shocked by the order and can't believe what they just heard. The man begs for his life and says he gave important information to the woman. The gang leader says the threat needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. She then sends scouts to confirm if they really know how to become evolved. The protagonist then analyzes his points and wonders what he can buy in the system store. He is excited to see that another level 2 box has appeared and celebrates his luck. The young man then buys a supply in black tech boxes with his points. He then uses the new serum and feels the energy course through his body with incredible force. Suddenly, he hears knocks on the door and tells the person to enter his room. Shanshin informs him that they caught a suspicious person, and the protagonist gets up. He then says he will check the situation and prepares to see who the intruder is. The man yells that he is not an enemy and asks them to call the group's leader to talk. The protagonist then appears and asks if the man is looking for him at the fortress. The man questions him, and the young man confirms he is the leader and asks what he should call him. The young man then says his name, and the man recognizes him as Brother Yong and gets excited. He introduces himself as one of the workers from the steel plant, and the group looks at him. The police officer recognizes the name and says it is the largest steel plant in the region. The protagonist asks why he came there, and the man looks at him with a smile. He then invites him to join his group, and the young man tells him to keep talking. The man explains that his leader sent them to find survivors and settlements. He says they are recruiting people to join their group at the plant. The friend with glasses warns him and says he was drawing a map of the location. The protagonist analyzes the map, and the suspicious man looks at him with a nervous smile. He then activates his mind's eye to check the intentions of the man looking at him. The system shows a sign of anger, and the protagonist realizes he has bad intentions. The young man points the weapon at the man and prepares to interrogate him about his plan. He threatens him and says he will shoot if he doesn't tell the truth about what he is doing. The man swallows hard and is startled by the threat from the young man who is looking at him seriously. He tries to explain himself and says he was just being cautious and didn't want to cause trouble. The white-haired friend wonders if the man knows about their pet zombie. The protagonist then tells the police officer to release him and prepares for the next step. The man is surprised by the order and can't believe the young man let him go. The young man then returns the map and tells him to leave the fortress with his friends. The man bows in gratitude and runs to flee the location as fast as he can. He runs down the road and prepares to return to his base and report what he discovered. The protagonist watches him from a distance and wonders how many points the system is worth. 5 months later, at the steel plant, people comment that the disappearances have returned. A man is worried and wonders if the monster with tentacles is active again. Suddenly, they hear a noise and turn to see where the strange sound came from. One of the men runs to see what happened, but the other tells him not to go and wait. Suddenly, a bone projectile is launched, and the group is startled by the surprise attack. The man is hit and spits red fluid as the projectile pierces his shoulder forcefully. The gang leader smokes a cigarette and watches the scene with a contemptuous look. He hears cries for help and turns to see what is happening at the plant. One of the workers runs desperately and says a monster took out one of his companions. The leader is startled and asks if it is the man with tentacles who attacked the location. He gets annoyed and wonders if the monster is attacking without any warning this time. The man then tells everyone to hide and the evolved ones to follow him into battle. The group approaches the garbage dump and prepares to face the creature. He warns them not to fight and to escape immediately if they encounter the monster. The leader observes the location and prepares for what he might find in the middle of the garbage. He is surprised not to find the creature and wonders if it has already left. The group finds tracks and speculates that the monster took its prey and fled the scene. They realize that the disappearances have increased since the settlements were decimated. The leader then realizes it is not the man with tentacles and prepares for the worst. The scene then shifts to the protagonist's fortress, where he observes the landscape. He thinks that he has survived longer than in his past life and that there is hope. The young man is worried about the system mission that still hasn't appeared for him. Suddenly, Shanshin yells that they are back and waves at the protagonist from outside. The young man is startled by the unexpected arrival and prepares for what might happen. He then jumps from the roof and lands with a dull thud on the fortress ground. The white-haired friend says that with their strength, no one would have followed them without being noticed. The protagonist then asks the boy how he did and if he is getting used to it. The young man boasts and says he did very well and even took down a zombie by himself. The young man congratulates him, and a new mission appears in the system for him and his group. He wonders if the potential allies are the people from the steel plant he met. The police officer is worried about him going alone and says it is very dangerous for him. The group is also worried and says they won't be able to help him if something goes wrong. But the protagonist reassures them and says that with his current strength, not even the zombie could hurt him. He then says goodbye to the group and says he is counting on them to take care of the fortress. The old man is worried, but the young man reassures him and says he needs to be careful. The scene then shifts to the steel plant, where a man tries to enter to give a report. The guard stops him and says no one enters without the permission of the two leaders of the location. Suddenly, the man attacks the guard and looks at him with a look of pure anger and contempt. He wonders what is happening to his emotions that are losing control. The guard threatens him and says that even if the boss values him, they won't spare him. Suddenly, a voice tells him to let him in, and the guard lets him pass through the door. He apologizes for his behavior, and the guard looks at him with a look of anger and confusion. The man enters and prepares to give his report to the leader who is waiting for him. The scene then shifts to the protagonist approaching the steel plant for his mission. He observes the location and prepares for what he might find inside the enemy base. The woman laments and says she thought the young man would be good prey, but she was mistaken. She then reports to her boss and says she has already taken care of everything as he ordered. The man tells her to call numbers 2 and 3 and bring what's in the restroom. In the meeting room, the group sits around the table to listen to what the young man has to say. The police officer wonders who is attacking them, and the protagonist says they know nothing. He then tells his zombie and his friend to clear a building to move the refugees. Shan and her friend offer to help with the task, and the protagonist looks at them. The two delivery guys also volunteer and say they are in on the mission. The boy the protagonist saved also offers to go, but his mother stops him right away. The woman he saved in the supermarket also offers to go, and the young man looks at her. The protagonist then says the old man and the police officer will stay, and the rest can go. The group then gathers and prepares for the mission to clear the unfinished building. They arrive at the location and prepare to enter and face the zombies waiting for them. The protagonist leads the group, and they face the creatures with their weapons and skills. One of the men is attacked by a zombie but manages to defend himself from the creature's attack. The young man asks if no one was hurt, and the group confirms they are all fine. He tells them to settle there for now and warns that they might be attacked. The group of survivors gets excited and says they are ready to fight and contribute. The protagonist agrees and says it's fair that they also help in defending the location. He then tells them to clean the place and says he will send weapons and ammunition later. The man is surprised to see a lone survivor and approaches to investigate. He then asks the young man how he managed to survive so far alone in the city. The young man explains that his settlement was invaded by a horde of zombies and he fled. The man scoffs at him and says that means he doesn't have much strength to fight. The young man denies it and says he has strength and experience in fighting the zombies he has encountered. The man looks at him with a smile and doesn't seem to believe the young man's story much. He invites him to join the group and takes him to a more private place. The man says he needs to pass a test to be able to join their group. The young man realizes the steel plant is not a kind-hearted place and prepares himself. He wonders what is happening, and the man looks at him with a confused expression. Suddenly, a man appears and asks who the unfamiliar face with them is. The young man explains that he is a survivor and that he was going to take him for a body search. The man laughs and says to search him right there, and the young man realizes the trap. He tells the young man to hand over his weapons to be able to enter the settlement with the group. The man says it's natural to be cautious and that if he doesn't want to, he can leave. The young man then agrees and hands his dagger to the man, who looks at him in surprise. He is searched, and the man prepares for the next step of the entry test. The young man realizes the man has some moral limits and that the place is different. The man is surprised by the dagger and asks if the young man is an evolved one for surviving. The protagonist then tells him to follow him and says that evolved ones need to see the boss first. He then tells him to wait in the reception room and locks him in there alone. The young man notices that the door is reinforced, that the place looks more like a prison cell. The boss then appears and apologizes for the delay and asks the young man's name. The protagonist introduces himself as Jiang Yi and looks at the man with a serious expression. The boss asks if he is really an evolved one, and the young man says he already knows the answer. Suddenly, an axe is thrown, and the young man turns to see where the attack came from. The axe embeds itself in the wall, and the young man is shocked by the boss's surprise attack. The object passes right by his face, and the protagonist looks at the man with an angry expression. He realizes it's not an attack but a test to see his skills as an evolved one. The young man then grabs the axe handle and yells that it's a dangerous thing to do. The boss laughs and says he was right, and that the young man is really an evolved one like him. The protagonist then questions him and asks if he would have taken him out if he weren't an evolved one. The boss then asks him if he knows how to become an evolved one, and the young man confirms. He warns him not to spread the secret and threatens him with the strength of his gang. The man then attacks him with his claws, and the protagonist prepares for the confrontation. He threatens his life, and the young man realizes the situation is getting dangerous. He is relieved that the man only threatened him with his claws and not a blade. The young man wonders if he will get the mission points if he takes out the boss now. The man praises his reflexes and says he even drew his weapon to defend himself. He then warns him not to think about challenging him and says he will let the weapon slide. He then tells him to wash up and change his clothes and takes him to the meeting room. The boss introduces him as the new member of the group and says his name is Jiang Ye. A woman introduces herself as one of the leaders and looks at him with a suspicious gaze. She then tells one of her goons to keep an eye on the new guy, and he agrees to the order. The woman says he was lucky to find the strongest settlement in the region. The young man then agrees to follow the orders and prepares for what's to come. The goon calls him for patrol and takes him to see the area around the plant. They go out on patrol, and the goon introduces him to the rest of the group waiting for them. The man introduces him to his uncle and says he will be working with them from now on. The uncle looks at him and wonders why the young man seems so familiar and is suspicious. The goon then explains that the boss warned him to keep the secret about the evolved ones. He reveals that only the leaders and the four of them know the truth about eating human flesh. The young man promises not to tell anything, and the four of them walk together through the plant area. The protagonist realizes that the man who approached him is the same one he let escape. He then asks about the other officer, and the goon says he is talented and strong. With a cold look, he says that if the other finds out the secret, the two of them won't live. The protagonist realizes they are suppressing the young man so he doesn't surpass them. The group then arrives at a place, and the goon says they have already reached their destination. He reveals that the small settlement has 7 members and that they have been watching them for days. The young man asks if they are going to hunt them, and the goon laughs and says they are going to raise them. He then advises him to change his mindset and not be as rigid as the other man. The goon explains that they are no longer ordinary people and are at the top of the food chain. The protagonist questions him and asks if he plans to capture them to process them later. The The man says they don't need all of them and that they will deal with the rest on site. He then says goodbye and tells the young man to just watch and learn from them. The scene then shifts to a bricklayer working hard to build a wall. He complains that the work is exhausting but that he is finally almost finished. Suddenly, one of the men points to the horizon and yells that something is approaching. A horde of zombies advances, and the group despairs at the surprise attack of the creatures. The leader tells everyone to prepare for the fight, and the group positions itself for the confrontation. The zombies attack them, and one of the men cries out in pain as he is bitten by the creature. Another man draws his weapon and tries to defend himself, but is overpowered by the zombies' strength. He despairs and yells that there are too many, and that they have no chance against the horde. The protagonist accuses him and asks if attracting the zombies was his grand plan. The group then finds the men's bodies and realizes there are still supplies. The leader tells the young man to stay and gather the supplies and the bodies of those who perished. He agrees to the order and prepares for the work that needs to be done. The man then calls the rest of the group and tells them to follow him to the next location. The protagonist watches the scene from a distance and sees the bodies of the zombies the group defeated. He smiles and says the moment is perfect to put his plan into action. The survivors thank the group for saving their lives from the zombie attack. A woman asks if they will have water and a shower in the new place they are going. The man comforts her and says there is hot water and that she will be able to clean up well. One of the men in the group walks in silence and seems to be worried about something. He suddenly turns around and his friend asks what is wrong with him at the moment. The man says he felt something strange and his friend prepares for what might happen. He then tells everyone to stay alert and prepares for the approaching danger. One of the men offers to protect the woman and tells her to stay behind him to save herself. The group leader asks where the threat is and they can't find anything. He then scoffs at the man and asks if he is getting paranoid about the situation. The man insists he felt something and prepares for what might be hidden nearby. Suddenly, he is hit by a tentacle and cries out in pain from the surprise attack. The friend is startled and yells that it is a monster with tentacles that is attacking them. The creature dodges an attack with speed, and the group is shocked by its agility. The man turns and realizes the monster is behind him and prepares for the worst. He faces the creature in fear and can't react to the approaching attack. The protagonist then analyzes the zombies' bodies and finds 2 mutant cores. He is satisfied with the discovery and says the cores are a good reward. Suddenly, he hears cries for help and turns to see what is happening. The man is captured by the tentacles and despairs, thinking it's his end. Suddenly, the protagonist's pet zombie attacks the monster, and the two face off. The woman screams, frightened by the scene, and can't believe what is happening. The man and the woman hug each other in fear and watch the battle between the two creatures. The monster roars and faces its opponent with a look of pure hatred and anger. The man is shocked by the scene and can't believe the strength of the monster that attacked them. Suddenly, he grabs the woman beside him and uses her as a human shield to protect himself. The woman cries out in pain as she is used as bait, and the monster attacks her with its tentacles. The tentacles wrap around her and lift her into the air as the man flees to save his life. The woman is crushed by the tentacles and cries out in pain from the creature's attack. The tentacles break and the woman falls to the ground, injured but still alive after the attack. The man then approaches, and the protagonist looks at the coward with a look of contempt. He then recognizes him and prepares for the confrontation that will happen next. The protagonist asks if that is the monster with tentacles they mentioned. The man says no and that this is just one of the original monsters spawn. He explains that the monster transforms common zombies into creatures similar to itself. The young man then realizes he needs to flee and that he has no chance against the creature. He tells the protagonist to hold off the monster and says he will go get reinforcements to help. The group then runs to flee the location and leaves the young man behind to face the creature. The protagonist sees through the man's plan and prepares for the approaching confrontation. He then faces the monster and prepares for the battle that will decide his fate. The monster wraps its tentacles around him and squeezes him tightly to immobilize him. He laughs and says the concept of the monster with tentacles spawn is very interesting. The protagonist then breaks free from the tentacles and prepares for a counter-attack. The creature is surprised by the young man's strength and says he has sparked its interest. The monster slithers across the ground and prepares for the next move in the battle. The two face each other and the protagonist is wrapped in the creature's tentacles again. He then says he will test the ability he awakened and prepares for the attack. The young man stomps the ground hard and a blue energy suddenly envelops his body. He yells and activates his physical overload ability to increase his strength. He then creates a black panther of energy and launches it at the monster with full force. The creature is hit squarely and the impact of the attack throws it far away with force. The monster is thrown against the wall and the protagonist watches it with a serious expression. He then steps on the creature and crushes it with his enhanced strength from the power. The woman watches the scene shocked and can't believe the young man's strength. The protagonist then attacks the monster with his knife and cuts it into several pieces. The creature's body disintegrates, and it is defeated by the young man's final attack. The woman approaches and asks if he is okay after the intense battle he fought. She screams, and the protagonist looks at her with a serious and determined expression. He calms her down and says he is human and not a monster like the creature he faced. The group then runs to the fortress and celebrates finally arriving safely. The group's boss arrives and asks what happened and where his companions are. One of the men desperately explains that his friends were defeated by the monster's spawn. He then says that not even the three of them together were a match, and that the new guy, Zhang Yi, surely perished. Hearing this, the group's leader becomes furious, and a vein pops on his forehead with rage. He then glares at his subordinates with a look of pure hatred and contempt for their incompetence. The men swallow hard and prepare for the worst that is to come from their boss. The leader then attacks them with his axe and yells that they are a bunch of useless people. With a clean blow, he strikes the man who disobeyed him and defeats him on the spot. The group then rushes to hold him back and tells him to calm down so he doesn't do anything else foolish. Suddenly, something is thrown to the ground, and the group turns to see what the object is. Someone then appears, and the group is startled by the unexpected arrival of the mysterious figure. The protagonist and the woman he saved look at the group with a calm and serious expression. One of the men is shocked to see that the new guy is alive and can't believe the scene. The woman asks what the object on the ground is and looks at it with curiosity. The young man then says he took out the creature and that he avenged the relatives of the crying man. The gang leader and the woman are shocked and wonder if the young man is really that strong. The protagonist then tells him to get a vehicle and clean up the mess he left. The boss then asks if the monster was stronger than a certain Li Cheng he knew. The man says the creature defeated his friends instantly and that Li Cheng wouldn't do that. He then looks at the two of them and says that even they'd have had a hard time against the monster. The woman wonders how the young man is so strong since he didn't even react when she threatened him. The boss speculates that the monster might have used an ambush and that it wasn't a great feat. With that, the woman says it makes sense, but that if he joins Li Cheng, they will have problems. Suddenly, she tells him to be quiet, and the group turns to see who is arriving. One of the men arrives, and the boss asks what he wants with them at that moment. The man says that Zhang Yi's strength is similar to his and that he should be an officer. The leader refuses and says they don't know the young man's past to trust him. The woman then agrees and says he needs to prove his worth to the other members. The man gets annoyed and asks if defeating a monster isn't enough proof for them. With a malicious smile, the woman suggests that if he defeats the original monster, that would solve it. The man gets annoyed and says not even the two of them could do it and that it's not fair to ask him. The woman then says they won't send him alone and that everyone will help on the mission. The protagonist is surprised to learn that the plan revolves around him and feels important. The leader taunts him and says it's no problem since he might be stronger than the two of them. The boss then says that if the mission is successful, he will have the third most important position. He then asks the other man if he minds the new guy surpassing him. With a peace sign, the man says he has no objections and that they will leave in 2 days. The protagonist smiles and says the proposal is honest and that he even feels moved. But with his mind's eye, he senses the hostility and anger of the group's leaders. At night in the fortress, an alarm sounds and the protagonist prepares for what's to come. One of the men runs and says it's brother Xiaoyang's walkie-talkie that's ringing. The police officer grabs the device and asks how things are on the other end of the line. The protagonist then tells him to meet him at the southern suburban park the next day. With a serious look, he says it's time to end the threat from the South District. The police officer then tells the old man to stay out of the mission, and the man agrees to the order. The old man tells him to be careful and says the mission is not like the others he has done. The police officer then calls 7 of his companions to go with him on the dangerous mission. Suddenly, the boy he saved offers to go with them and says he is ready. His mother scolds him and says war is for adults and that he should not get involved. One of the men calms her down and says the boy is strong and no longer a weakling. The police officer then agrees and says it's better for him to gain experience early and that he will watch over him. The group then arrives at the location and prepares for what they might find in the dark park. The gang's boss prepares with his shield and says they have finally arrived at the location. The protagonist asks how they will lure the creature, and the boss says he has a plan. The young man observes the city from a distance and prepares for what might happen next. With a serious look, he activates his powers and prepares for the approaching battle. He faces the building in front of him and prepares for the confrontation with the creature. The reinforcement group observes the location from a distance with binoculars and prepares for action. One of the men asks if they should approach, but the police officer stops him from going. He then tells the group to prepare and says they will attack from the sides when the action starts. The gang's leader then calls one of the younger boys over to her with a smile. The young man approaches and asks what the boss needs while carrying a huge backpack. With a malicious smile, she tells him to enter the park, and he is confused by the order. The other leader then approaches and asks the woman what is happening there. She reveals that the monster is looking for its child, so they will use the boy as live bait. Desperate, the young man yells that he doesn't want to be the bait to attract the dangerous creature. At that moment, firm footsteps approach the scene and catch everyone's attention. The boss grabs him by the collar and threatens him, telling him to shut up and obey. Without any pity, the boy is thrown into the park to serve as bait. He hits the ground hard and lies there, groaning in pain, unable to get up properly. From a distance, the police officer sees the movement and warns his group that something is happening. The reinforcement group then rappels down a building to get closer to the location. Injured, the young man cries out for help as several shadowy figures approach him. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the forest, and the creature finally appears for the attack. The monster lands hard in front of him, and the boy screams that he doesn't want to perish. The creature faces the bait with its red eyes glowing with pure fury and power. One of the leaders yells that the monster took the bait and that they need to rescue the young man. But the protagonist grabs his arm and stops him from advancing to rescue the boy. The man gets annoyed and accuses him of trying to steal the credit for the mission that was his. With a confident smile, the young man faces the group and says he knows very well what he's doing. Suddenly, a beam of energy hits the ground hard, and the battle finally begins. The monster attacks and throws everyone far away with its rapidly moving tentacles. The boy used as bait is caught by the creature and despairs at the unexpected attack. The protagonist observes the scene calmly as the boy is thrown into the air. One of the leaders then jumps and manages to catch the young man in mid-air, saving him from a fatal fall. With the force of the impact, the protagonist's glasses fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. The creature then faces him and yells for him to return its child that they took. With a cold look in his eyes glowing, the young man faces the monster without any fear. The man who wanted to help yells for the protagonist to hold on and not give up. But the other two leaders hold him back and stop him from helping the young man in the battle. Desperate, he yells and asks what they are doing and why they aren't helping him. The woman then smiles and says his demise is perfect for the plans they have. The young man is wrapped in the tentacles, and the leader scoffs at his weakness and incompetence. The man then realizes they were setting him up from the beginning and asks why. The gang's boss says he will explain the reason behind the whole setup. The protagonist then reveals that he knows their secret about eating other people. The man is shocked by the revelation and can't believe the news about cannibalism. Suddenly, shots echo through the location, and the leaders are startled by the surprise ambush. The protagonist's reinforcement group appears and attacks the gang with their firearms. The zombie and the others attack with Molotov cocktails, and the monster watches the scene, shocked. With a shout, the boy announces that he is there to help and throws the Molotov cocktail at the creature. The bottle flies through the air and prepares to hit the monster with the flames that envelop it. The object then shatters, and the flames spread through the air, heading straight for the target. The fire hits the monster squarely, but it seems to feel no pain from the attack. The boy despairs and screams as he sees his father's face in the reflection of the creature's eye. The monster then murmurs its son's name and looks at the protagonist with a pained expression. The young man yells that the creature is too strong and is impressed by its resistance to fire. But the monster scolds him and tells him not to curse, because it's impolite. The reinforcement group warns to be careful because it's not a common zombie they are facing. The pet zombie then advances into battle, and the group yells for it to be careful. The creature attacks it with its tentacles, but the zombie dodges the blows with agility. The gang is startled and wonders what that creature is and if it's another mutant. The leader is shocked to see a mutant fighting alongside humans and can't believe the scene. The zombie is then wrapped in the creature's tentacles, which hold it tightly. The creature squeezes it with its tentacles, and the zombie prepares for a counterattack. With a quick move, it breaks free from the tentacles and prepares for the next blow. The group yells for it to be careful, and one of the tentacles heads straight for it. The zombie then catches the tentacle with its hands and prepares for the next phase of the fight. The creature then wraps it again with its tentacles and lifts it into the air forcefully. With the protagonist trapped, the zombie scoffs and says he has finally met his match. The gang's boss gets annoyed and says the young man still has time to make jokes. Suddenly, the protagonist breaks free from the tentacles, and the gang is shocked by the scene. One of the leaders yells for him to wait, and can't believe the young man's strength. He then remembers that the boy called him Uncle Xiaoyang, and the boss asks, "So what?" The leader then remembers that the leader of the Cheng fortress was named Jiang Xiaoyang. The boss yells that the kid tricked them and gets angry about the trap they fell into. With this, the woman realizes that the group that attacked them is the main force of the fortress. She then spots the police officer and his group and prepares for what might happen. The leader faces the group and prepares for the battle that is about to begin there. She then says that the strongest of them has the strength of Li Cheng and that they all have weapons. The woman realizes that the biggest problem is the protagonist and his powerful mutant. She is worried about the zombie that is as strong as the monster with tentacles. The leader despairs and says they have no guarantee of victory and will suffer losses. With a shout, she tells the boss to hold them off and asks the other leader to provide cover. The man agrees and prepares for battle with his axe in hand to fight. The woman then runs to flee, and the boss throws his axe with all his might. The weapon flies through the air and prepares to hit the group that is hiding in the forest. The reinforcement group yells to watch out and dodges the attack of the approaching axe. The shots and the axe hit the trees, and the group protects itself from the gang's attack. The police officer gets annoyed with the confusion and wonders what they are planning with that. One of the men then warns the boy to be careful as the woman advances towards him. The man then pushes the boy and warns him that the enemies are after him to capture him. In an instant, the man is hit by a powerful blow and is thrown far away by the force. The gang's leader lands hard, and one of the men says she is a very strong, evolved one. She then approaches the boy and suddenly looks at him with a malicious smile on her face. The woman lands gently on the ground and prepares for the next step of her evil plan. She recognizes him and says she has finally found him as she prepares for the action to come. The boy yells that he won't be used as a hostage and tries to break free from the woman's grasp. The leader is surprised by the young man's attitude and says he has some skill after all. But without mercy, she hits him with a strong punch to the face and leaves him very dazed. Meanwhile, the monster screams for its child and attacks the protagonist's pet zombie. The zombie then retaliates and attacks the creature with its tentacles, and the two face off. With a roar, the pet zombie prepares for the next attack in the intense battle. The protagonist then tells Brother Chong to release the monster and let it go. The zombie turns confused and can't understand its master's order at that moment. The young man thinks that the monster is ready to risk its life and that it's not good to interfere. The leader then threatens the group and tells them to lower their weapons so as not to hurt the boy. The police officer yells and offers to be the hostage in the boy's place to save him. With a smile, the woman says that seeing their desperation, she knows she got the right person. The police officer despairs and wonders how he will explain the situation to the boy's mother. The leader yells for everyone to drop their weapons and move at least 100 meters away. The police officer then agrees and orders his men to obey the woman's order to save the boy. She then demands that the protagonist's monster defeat the tentacle creature so she can escape. Suddenly, one of the men yells for Sister Ling to watch out for the approaching attack. With that, the tentacles emerge from the ground, forcing the woman to jump back to save herself. But one of the tentacles hits the protagonist squarely and injures him badly in the process. The gang's leader despairs and yells his companion's name upon seeing the shocking scene. The woman then wonders what happened and why the monster wasn't immobilized. She then turns and sees the protagonist standing there, watching her with a calm and serene look. The young man and his pet zombie just watch the scene and wonder what she will do. The police officer yells for the boy to run while the creature's tentacles wrap around him there. But the protagonist calms him down and says the boy is not in danger and will be fine. The police officer is confused and wonders how the boy is not in danger in that situation. The creature then holds the boy with its tentacles and looks at him with a different expression. The monster then calls him son and says his name, and the boy is shocked by the revelation. The protagonist says he kept his word and that the monster's wife and son are fine. The boy asks if it's really his father, and the young man says yes because they have similar bodies. With a cry of joy, the boy hugs his father and cries with happiness at the reunion. The gang's leader is shocked by the scene and tells his men to retreat and flee the location. The monster then faces the gang's leader with a look of pure hatred while hugging its son. The creature's tentacles advance quickly to attack the gang's leader who is trying to flee. The man is captured by the tentacles and cries out in pain from the creature's tight grip. Desperate, he tells his companions to help him and cut the tentacles for him to escape. He then gets annoyed with the woman and asks why she isn't doing anything to help him. The boss realizes he has been betrayed and yells furiously that the leader used him as bait to escape. The woman thinks she has no chance against the monster and that the only way out is to flee while he distracts it. With a determined look, she decides to abandon her companion to save her own skin. But suddenly, a tentacle grabs her leg and stops her from continuing her escape. She is then thrown hard to the ground, and the impact leaves her dazed and unresponsive. Lying on the ground with broken glasses, she glares at the monster with a look of pure anger. The leader gets up, injured, and curses the monster, preparing for what will happen. With that, the woman is caught by a tentacle and screams in pain as she is lifted into the air forcefully. The boss then scoffs at her and says she got what she deserved for betraying him like that. The other leader faces his trapped boss and says now it's just the two of them in this battle. Suddenly, a hand touches his shoulder, and he is startled by someone's sudden approach. He turns and is shocked to see the protagonist and asks how he got there so quickly. The young man tells him not to move and promises he will get out alive if he cooperates with the plan. The monster then lifts the gang's boss into the air and prepares for the final attack against him. The creature then throws him with all its might to the ground, and the impact creates a large crater. The man groans in pain on the ground, and his face is all bruised after the monster's attack. The tentacles then descend with full force to finish off the gang's boss who is lying on the ground. With that, the creature hits him with a fatal blow and defeats him once and for all with its strength. Next, the monster turns to the woman and wraps her in its tentacles to immobilize her. She screams in pain as she is squeezed tightly by the tentacles of the furious creature. With a face full of hatred, the woman faces her imminent end without being able to do anything to escape. Then the tentacles crush her completely, and the gang's leader is finally defeated right there. Meanwhile, the pet zombie finishes off the last gang member who is still alive. The protagonist observes the scene and a mission completed. Window appears with an 80-point reward. He then smiles and says the so-called potential ally was Zhang Shengju, whom he helped before. The young man turns to the man and asks if he has any doubts about what just happened. The man asks if they are from the eastern city, and what he meant about eating people. With a serious look, the young man asks if he thinks people just evolve by luck. The man is then shocked and realizes that to become evolved, they have to do something terrible. A memory then comes to his mind, and he remembers a child asking for a piece of meat. He remembers when he gave his food to a mother and her daughter so they could eat. The girl's mother then smiles strangely and apologizes for her daughter's behavior. He offered some of his food, but the girl's mother politely refused the offer at the time. Terrified by the memory, the man starts to break out in a cold sweat and can't believe the truth. In a flashback, we see people desperate with the return of the tentacled monster in the city. A woman screams and asks if anyone has seen her daughter, who suddenly disappeared in the confusion. Shocked by the revelation, the man starts to feel sick and can't hold back his nausea. With a look of pure hatred, he prepares to do something drastic with the new information. He then runs at high speed and attacks the bodies of his former gang members. The man screams furiously at the betrayal of his former companions who deceived him. With a cry of rage, he takes out all his frustration on the bodies that are on the ground. After calming down, he stops panting and covered in the filth of his allies' remains. He then turns and asks if the protagonist group also gained power in the same way. The police officer scolds him and tells him not to compare them to the cannibals he knew. The protagonist calms him down and reveals that they have other ways to gain power without cannibalism. He then hands a mutant core to the man and says they use that to evolve. The young man explains that they are zombie cores and that they are more effective and without side effects. Curious, the man asks what the side effects of eating human flesh to evolve are. The young man says that emotions become harder to control and violence becomes an addiction. He then advises the man to stop now so that his violent desires don't get worse. With that, the protagonist turns to the monster and prepares to talk to it about the future. The young man then asks if Zhang Shengji can still speak clearly even with the mutation. With difficulty, the monster thanks Brother Jiang for saving his son's father. The young man gets annoyed with the scene, and the monster continues to thank him in a confused and emotional way. The young man tells him to stop and says he already understood what he means with his thanks. He thinks that his mind is intact, but that his scary appearance might be a problem. The protagonist then understands that the monster has gotten used to the place and is at peace now. The creature praises him for his intelligence, and the young man corrects him, saying that's being smart. He then tells Li Cheng to lead the remaining people at the West Wind base. But Li Cheng refuses and says he can't be the leader because no one would be safe around him. The protagonist then thinks of a solution to the problem that suddenly arose there. He suggests that the police officer lead the base while Li Cheng returns with him to the eastern city. With a pat on the shoulder, he tries to comfort the man who is feeling very guilty. The young man then says he will keep an eye on the demon that exists in Li Cheng's heart. The scene then shifts to a neighboring city on the border of City S, which is in ruins. A group of people runs desperately, and one of them screams for help while trying to escape. One of the young men tries to help, but his friend stops him and says there's no saving him anymore. He then falls to the ground and faces the dark creatures that approach to attack him. The friend then despairs and yells in frustration for not being able to do anything to help him. The young man is wrapped in plants and wonders if someone will appear to save him. He is then attacked by the creatures and cries out in pain from the blows he receives there. His body is dismantled, and the plant monsters watch the scene with their red eyes. One of the creatures then devours the man's remains and prepares for the next target. Meanwhile, a woman says she can't run anymore and has no strength to continue. The man encourages her to continue and says that if they stop, they will be defeated by the creatures. Suddenly, a voice tells him to wait, and the young man turns surprised by the unexpected arrival. The group's leader makes a sign for silence and asks everyone to listen carefully to what's coming. With that, he concentrates and tries to identify the source of the mysterious sound in the dark forest. One of the young men rejoices and says it's the sound of the wind, indicating they are near the jungle's exit. But the joy is short-lived as a strange noise startles them and puts them on alert again. The leader yells that the creatures have caught up to them and tells everyone to run so they won't be caught. Desperate, the man says they are so close to making it and can't perish now like this. Then they all run as fast as they can to escape the clutches of the plant monsters. Suddenly, a light appears on the horizon, and they realize they have finally reached the edge of the forest. The woman celebrates excitedly and says they managed to escape, but a vine appears behind her. One of her companions screams desperately for her to watch out for the approaching attack. With no time to react, the vine wraps around her neck and catches her by surprise in the middle of her escape. She is then lifted into the air by a giant plant creature and screams in sheer terror at the scene. The monster then devours her without mercy, and the woman has no chance to defend herself from the attack. Next, another member of the group is captured, and his friend is shocked by the terrible scene. He screams his friend Jatong's name and cries desperately for not being able to do anything to help. The leader realizes the creatures have caught up to them again and prepares for the worst to come. Seeing his companion's desperation, the leader slaps him to bring him back to reality. He warns that his friend is already gone and that if he doesn't pull himself together, he will be the next to go. With that, the survivors continue running and finally manage to get out of the dangerous forest. The plant creatures then stop at the edge of the forest and watch them with a threatening growl. The plant creatures just watch the group at the edge of the forest with a threatening look. Then an entire horde of monsters begins to march towards the abandoned city. Far away, the group of survivors walks through a park and feels a little more relieved. One of the young men then recognizes the place and is surprised to see where they ended up. He then confirms that they have reached the suburban park of City M and are safe. One of his friends finds the silence strange and says the place seems completely abandoned. The leader supposes that the neighboring city was evacuated because of what happened in City S. But suddenly, one of the young men points to something in the distance and gets everyone's attention. With that, he points to a mysterious figure that is hidden behind a nearby pillar. Thinking it's a survivor, the group approaches and asks where the evacuation point is. The figure then reveals itself to be a monster with red eyes and frightening tentacles. The group is shocked to see the creature and realizes they've made a terrible mistake by approaching. They scream in fear as they see the monster standing on the pillar, watching them intently. The creature then just stares at them with a cold, calculating gaze, showing no emotion. One of the young men asks if they're being followed, but the leader doesn't think that's the case. The leader is confused and wonders why there are plant monsters outside of the jungle as well. He questions why the jungle hasn't spread, and one of the boys asks what they'll do now. But another strange noise gets their attention, and the group looks up, completely terrified. With that, more plant creatures appear and start advancing toward them quickly. They then realize they're surrounded, and that there's nowhere left to run from the horde of monsters. One of the men panics and says that if they had stayed in the jungle, his friend would still be with them. With that, the plant monsters advance, releasing a green smoke as they close in on the group. In desperation, another guy grips a knife and yells that he doesn't want to be taken down like that. He then prepares to do something drastic to avoid being captured by the approaching creatures. But suddenly, a giant tentacle strikes one of the plant monsters, destroying it in one blow. The humanoid creature then stands in front of the group, protecting them from the other monster's attack. With a serious look, the being faces the enemies, and the group wonders what's happening. The scene then changes to a large base where several people are lined up in military formation. On the balcony, Zhang Xiaoyang observes the landscape and comments that it's a very windy day. A system window pops up, and the protagonist is happy to see he's gained another 80 points. Excited about the new points, he decides to check out the system store to see what's new. The young man is surprised to see a level 3 box and decides to spend his points on various items. With that, he redeems 3 different supply boxes, spending 220 points in total. Upon opening the boxes, he receives an armor jeep, an enhancement serum, and an enslavement mark. He thinks that he can only use the mark on one target and decides to wait and see how his allies do. Suddenly, a new mission appears, and the objective is to eliminate the threat posed by weeds. The young man is confused and wonders if the mission is literally to help someone clear a field. Just then, a voice comes through a communicator asking Xiaoyang Ji for help, saying he's in trouble. Meanwhile, at the base, the men wonder if the creature is another zombie working with Boss Zhang. The creature then drags one of the plant monsters away as a single tear rolls down its eye. The boy yells for his father, and one of the men calls him Lo Zhang, recognizing the creature. Just then, the monster's wife and son appear, and she talks about their wedding in a confused way. The protagonist explains that the mutation damaged her speech and that she actually means to say, husband. With that, the creature hugs its wife and son in a very emotional and happy reunion. The young man then analyzes the remains of the plant monster and wonders what that thing is. The monster then starts listing several food names, and the protagonist tries to understand the list. The survivor leader explains that they came from S City, which was taken over by the jungle and plants. The guy thinks about the plant mutants, and the survivor says that M City isn't safe either. The young man confirms this, saying that most of the local population turned into zombies too. With that, he tells Shengbo to get the armored jeep, which is 2 blocks away from their base. He then turns to the survivors and invites them to check the border between the 2 cities. The group then walks to an area covered in vines that spread across the ground. The young man crouches down and notices that the vines have grown even more since he was last there. With a determined look, he informs everyone that they are heading into the jungle. One of the survivors is shocked by the news and can't believe what he just heard. The man says the jungle is dangerous and that they fought hard to escape and don't want to go back. But the young man explains that if they ignore the problem, the steel mill will be swallowed by the jungle. He then says that before that, there's something even more important they need to take care of first. Curious, one of his companions asks what could be more important than the steel mill right now. The leader then reveals that he's going to give them the ability to face crises on their own. He then orders Lao Lai and the mill team to be brought over, saying they'll be hunting for the next few days. Meanwhile, a giant, frightening monster attacks a man without a shred of mercy. Suddenly, the creature senses a presence and turns around, startled by what's coming. With that, he sits down and observes the city with a look of pure curiosity on his face. With a cold look, the protagonist prepares to attack the monster from behind without making a sound. Then, with a quick and precise strike, he hits the creature and defeats it with his sword. Far away, a team in an armored jeep fires at an approaching horde of zombies. The undead are hit by the shots and fall one by one on the abandoned city street. Bullet casings fly through the air as the takedown of the undead continues relentlessly. The young man then crouches down and checks a zombie's body to confirm its elimination. One of the men complains that there are too many zombies and that the city is infested with creatures. A strong man smashes a zombie and asks where the city's survivors are. But suddenly another undead appears and faces him with a frightening and threatening roar. Fearlessly, the man charges forward and strikes the creature with a powerful punch right in the face. He then complains that he's tired of facing zombies and wanted to find living people. Suddenly, he notices something strange, and his red eye glows with a new discovery. With a shout of joy, he celebrates finding what appears to be a survivor nearby. But one of his companions scolds him, asking if he wants to get taken down by going out like that. The man outside says the zombies were eliminated by Boss Jiang and that it's safe. With a malicious smile, the strong man realizes they are alive and prepares to act. The strong man notices they are pure humans and haven't consumed others of their kind. But he sees the group is well armed and decides to wait a few days to attack to avoid any risks. With that, his desire to attack grows stronger, and he yells in frustration for having to hold back. Back at the base, the protagonist's system shows his points have been spent, and he calls everyone to the room. In the meeting room, the young man praises the hunting team, saying they collected a lot in 3 days. He then tells Li Hongli and Zhang Qi to divide the mutant cores they obtained. But one of them refuses, saying that most of the credit for that hunt goes to brother Xiaoyang. The guy explains that they need elite fighters for the team, not half-baked mutants. Another group member encourages them to accept, saying everyone trusts the leader's judgment. With that settled, Zhang Xiaoyang turns to a woman named Shan Shan and asks her to come with him. She then follows him without question and opens a door so they can both enter a room. Once inside the room, the young woman turns and asks Brother Xiaoyang what he's planning. But suddenly, a guy who is hiding in the room makes a signal, asking them both to be quiet. A group of people is hidden, and the protagonist warns them that what he's about to do might hurt a little. Next, they are pushed into a small closet, getting squeezed in there together. One of the men is a bit flushed and breaks into a cold sweat over the embarrassing situation he's in. Outside, the guy asks Brother Xiaoyang how he was so fast in putting them in there. The young man then grabs him by the collar, calling him a brat, while the other asks him to take it easy. Mercilessly, the protagonist kicks him with full force into the room where Shanshan was waiting. The young woman is sitting with some syringes on the table, preparing to inject something into her arm. One of the men jokes if Shanshan got a shot, saying she's become one of the best fighters. The silver-haired guy laughs, and the protagonist tells the young woman to spar with him for a test. But the young man refuses to fight, saying he doesn't hit girls at all and that he won't do it. With a smile, the leader tells her to slap him and to use all the strength she has. The guy brags about his strength, saying he's very strong now and can take the hit easily. Without warning, she hits him with a powerful slap that deforms his face from the strong impact. With that, the man is thrown far away and hits the wall, shocking the others with the scene. The young man reveals he gave her a physical enhancement serum and that no one can beat her. With a swollen face, the guy laments, thinking he wasn't as close to the boss as he thought. But one of his friends teases him, saying the leader wouldn't get that close to him anyway. The protagonist then gathers some of his strongest allies for the next planned mission. He points to the survivor from S City and invites him to go back there with them. Shocked, the man points to himself and asks if the invitation was really for him, left speechless. He then refuses to go back, saying he finally managed to escape that horrible place. One of the men scolds him, saying they are going to help rescue his friends and family. The leader just stares at him with a serious look, waiting for the scared guy's final answer. Suddenly, one of his friends offers to go in his place and joins the mission group. Meanwhile, the cannibal is in the suburbs of M City, trying to remember something. He complains that his brain is getting slow and that he needs fresh meat to keep from getting worse. With that, he feels a sharp pain and writhes as he struggles to maintain control of himself. He then runs down an abandoned street, yelling that he remembered the place and that it's around there. With that, he finds a door and forces it open to see what's on the other side. Inside the room, a group of men and women is gathered, having fun in a dark place. The newcomer calls to get their attention, and the group stares at him, surprised by the unexpected visit. One of the cannibals gets angry and asks what he's doing there and how he dares to come back. The man asks for calm, saying he didn't come to steal anything, but to share some information. A woman doubts him, questioning his generosity since they are all monsters there. He swears it's true and talks about pure humans, but says he can't handle them alone. The group of cannibals then surrounds him, looking at him suspiciously as they listen to the proposal. The group's leader smiles and says he'll trust him, but if it's a trap, he'll be dinner. The strongman quickly agrees, assuring them he's not lying and that they can trust him. With that, one of the young women approaches and invites him to have some fun, as he's one of them now. With a malicious smile, he accepts the offer and thanks them for the meal to come. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyang and his team enter the forest, and he tells everyone to stay alert. The leader then asks for the survivor's name, and the guy introduces himself as Zhu Xingkai. Angrily, the young man says his girlfriend was taken by the plant mutants and that he seeks revenge. He also reveals that his parents are still trapped in the jungle, and he'll do anything to save them. The protagonist sets the formation, saying he'll be in front to protect Zhu Xingkai in the middle. The young man explains they aren't there for him, but to stop the jungle from continuing to spread. Suddenly, something sticky falls on his head, and the protagonist wonders what it is. The survivor is shocked and realizes it's the saliva of a giant carnivorous plant. He then yells desperately for Boss Zheng to move before it's too late for him. But a tentacle wraps around the protagonist's neck, catching him by surprise in the forest. With that, the young man is lifted into the air by the creature, and Zhu Xingkai yells that no one escapes it. However, the leader manages to grip the tentacle tightly, preventing himself from being devoured by the plant. With a determined look, Jiang Xiaoyang uses all his strength to break free from the trap. Using the force of the pull, the entire creature is ripped from the ground and revealed to everyone. The survivor is stunned by the scene and can't believe what just happened. The creature then hits the ground with a dull thud and writhes in pain from the impact of the fall. The carnivorous plant thrashes on the ground, trying to get up to attack the group again. The protagonist realizes it's trying to escape and wonders how that thing can move. He then yells for Zhang Shengji not to let the creature get away so easily. Without hesitation, the ally launches his tentacles to capture the fleeing plant monster. The black tentacles wrap around the creature, holding it tightly so it can't run anymore. With that, the monster is stopped in its tracks and can no longer move anywhere. Zhang Shengji pulls the creature back with his tentacles and throws it hard onto the ground. The carnivorous plant hits the ground hard and is incapacitated after the powerful blow it took. Upon being defeated, the creature releases a green smoke that spreads through the air around them. The group leader smells the smoke and wonders if that aroma is good for them. Suddenly, his eyes glow, and he realizes something new about the mysterious smoke. The protagonist notices the smoke has a strange fragrance and warns that it's not safe. Suddenly, he finds himself in a dark place and wonders where all his companions have gone. The smoke causes hallucinations, and one of the men starts seeing strange things around him. Zhu Xingkai also feels a strange effect and gets dizzy from the smoke he inhaled. He then tries to talk to his companions, but they are all standing still and not responding to his calls. At that moment, the sound of something moving in the bushes gets the scared young man's attention. He then turns around startled and sees a mysterious figure emerging from the dark forest. The figure reveals itself to be his girlfriend Xiang, who calls his name with a weak voice. The guy is in shock and speechless to see that his beloved might be alive after all. He then calls her name and asks if she's really alive there in front of him right now. The young woman says his side is dangerous and invites him to come over to where she is to be safe. Believing her, the young man starts walking in her direction to join her. Meanwhile, the cannibals arrive at the location, and the man who led them points to their base. One of them gets excited, saying there's fresh human meat there for them to eat as much as they want. But a red mist surrounds the place, and one of the cannibals tells everyone to calm down and wait. Suddenly, one of them is pulled down, falling into a hidden trap in the ground at the base. With that, one of the strongest can't take it anymore, and yells that he needs to eat someone right now. At the base, one of the guards notices the movement and becomes alert to what's happening. He then sees the cannibal running toward him and asks who the intruder is. With no time to react, the cannibal attacks the guard, and his friend yells for him to watch out for the attack. With a cry of pain, the guard is bitten on the shoulder by the cannibal who attacks him mercilessly. In the control room, a man hears the commotion and yells for the others to shoot the intruder. He then realizes the gravity of the situation and tells himself that this is very bad. The injured guard falls to the ground while his friend desperately shoots at the intruder to save him. But the bullets have no effect, and the cannibal just smiles as he heals from the wounds instantly. Next, another intruder attacks a guard who prepares to shoot but is caught by surprise. Suddenly, the man from the control room arrives and hits the cannibal hard with a club. The blow sends the intruder flying, but he spins in the air and prepares for a safe landing. With agility, he lands on the ground and prepares to continue the attack against the guards. The man then takes out his gun and starts shooting at the cannibal running toward him. The intruder dodges the bullets with speed and continues to advance without fear of being hit. Seeing his men injured, the leader yells to take them to the infirmary and stop the bleeding. The cannibal then stops, a bit out of breath, and seems to be in pain from some of the shots. He leans against a wall, annoyed at being injured during the fight against the guards. Just then, the rest of the cannibal group arrives, and the woman scolds him for being so hasty. Annoyed, the man ignores the lecture, yells that he needs meat to recover from his injuries. But the group leader smiles and asks who he thinks he is to be giving them orders. The injured cannibal says it's no time for games and that he needs to hurry up and heal. Suddenly, he's attacked from behind by one of the women in the group and falls to the ground, unable to react. She then pins him down with her foot, saying that with fewer mouths to feed, there's more for the rest of them. The injured man asks what the plan is, saying their prey is armed in the abandoned factory. The young woman smiles and says it's easy, as they are humans, not zombies to be feared. With a smile, she suggests they simply walk in through the front door without hiding. Meanwhile, in the forest, Susinkai feels like he's floating, and the young woman tells him to hurry up. Suddenly, her face transforms, revealing a creature with sharp teeth and red eyes. But suddenly, a sword appears out of nowhere and strikes the creature with a quick, accurate blow. The strike is precise, and the figure of the young woman is split in half in mid-air with no chance to defend herself. With that, she falls to the ground, and the guy watches the scene, shocked by what just happened. In despair, the young man screams his beloved's name and cries for having lost her again like that. The protagonist recovers and admits that even he was caught in the creature's illusion. Angered, Zhu Xingkai confronts him, asking why he took down his girlfriend. The leader tells him to look more closely at what was really defeated in front of him. The guy is confused, and the protagonist helps him snap out of the trance to see the hidden truth. The illusion then fades, showing that the young woman was a disguised plant monster. Zhu Xingkai is shocked to see he was deceived by a creature made of vines and leaves. The protagonist then wakes up one of his allies, telling him to stop dreaming about what he saw. The man wakes up confused, feeling like years have passed, while another talks about his dream. The young man explains that the flower released a hallucinogenic gas that hypnotized all of them. One of the men asks what he's doing, and the guy says he's going to check its internal structure. He then realizes he overthought it and that the creature was just a puppet, not the real body. The young man says the vines go deep and that the creature's real body must not be nearby. But suddenly, he notices something strange and is surprised by what he sees on the forest floor. He then gets closer and is confused to see something stuck to the tip of the severed vine. With that, he pulls the object, revealing a kind of tuber that was buried there. He analyzes the thing and assumes it's an organ that stores the creature's nutrients. The protagonist then decides to keep the item, thinking it might be edible for them later. Next, he turns to Zhu Xingkai and asks if he knows more about the plant monsters. The guy says he only knows they're dangerous, but that someone named Old he might have more information. The leader then asks the survivor to take him to this expert to get more help. Meanwhile, one of the cannibals prepares to put the base invasion plan into action. She then steps on a pedal with her heel, activating a trap in the ground of that location. With that, the ground suddenly opens up, and the young woman falls into a hole, screaming in surprise. One of the guards sees the scene and celebrates, thinking he's found a lost survivor. One of the men runs to help, but his companion tries to stop him, asking him to wait. But the guy ignores him, saying that if they leave her there, she'll be eaten by zombies in no time. He then helps her up, and the young woman asks for help, saying she needs to be saved quickly. Far away, the other cannibals watch the scene, waiting for the right moment to attack the group. One of them smiles and praises the woman's acting, who easily deceived the guards. But suddenly, the young woman hits the guard who helped her with a strong kick, surprising him. With a smile, she brags, saying that besides acting, she's even better when it's time to fight. With a victorious smile, the woman approaches the guard and seduces him to lead her to the base. Meanwhile, in the forest, the protagonist group complains about the darkness and density of the jungle. The leader then asks how much further, and Shinkai points to a building, saying they're close. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and the guy turns around, startled by the unexpected call. A woman with glasses appears, and he recognizes her as Aunt Yang, an old acquaintance. But the guy hesitates, thinking it might be another hallucination caused by the creature's smoke. With that, he covers his mouth and prepares for the worst, thinking he's dreaming again. But Jiang Xiaoyong calms him down, saying they didn't inhale anything and that the people are real. One of the men from the other group gets angry and scolds him for taking such a risk. He then says they can no longer save Shinkai because he has been assimilated by the monsters. The woman ignores the argument and prepares for battle, counting to 3 for the attack. With a war cry, the group of survivors charges forward to attack the protagonist's team. The young man asks for calm and tells everyone to stop the fight, as there's no need for a confrontation. But several arrows are shot in their direction, and the attack continues without hesitation. The arrows then stop in mid-air right in front of the protagonist, blocked by a force. With a shout, the guy tells everyone to stop attacking and to calm down so they can talk. Aunt Yang's group is shocked by the scene and doesn't understand how the arrows were stopped. With that, Shinkai steps forward and asks the woman to calm down, as they are not enemies. The survivor leader orders everyone to cease fire and observes the group with suspicion. The guy then explains that they came from outside the jungle and are there to save them. With that, Aunt Yang asks about the rest of the group and what happened to her friend Xia Tong. The guy explains that half the group is gone but that he managed to escape with those who remained. The woman's group then stares at the protagonist's strange companions with great suspicion. With that, the 2 monstrous allies just stare back at them with serious looks on their faces. But Jiang Xiaoyong reassures them, telling them not to worry as they are his allies. He then turns to his companions and asks them to say something and break the ice. One of them says he is kind, and the other shows off strangely to try and socialize. The leader is embarrassed, and Shinkai reinforces that they are saviors and have helped them. After much confusion, the woman finally gives in and invites them inside. Meanwhile, a motorcycle speeds down a dark and empty road at high velocity. The scene then reveals it's Shan riding the motorcycle with great skill. Using a radio, she informs Uncle Lee that she has arrived at the factory gate and asks him to open it. But suddenly, she notices something strange, and her eyes widen with the new discovery. The cannibals then watch her from the top of a building, preparing for the imminent attack. Uncle Lee opens the gate and waves to the young woman with a smile on his face as he sees her arrive. The group of cannibals comments that it was a close call and that they were almost exposed by her. They then realize the girl is a pure evolved one and get excited to devour her. Once inside the base, the man asks about the injured, and she says they are in the infirmary. Upon entering the room, they see one of the guards on a stretcher, and the situation looks very serious. Shanshan then hands over an infection inhibitor, saying it was a gift from Brother Xiaoyang. The young woman explains that since the guard has no symptoms, he wasn't bitten by a real zombie. Suddenly, a redhead appears and says she knows the answer because there are mutants in the western suburbs. Intrigued, the leader asks who she is, and the woman introduces herself as a new member who fled the area. Scared, she reveals that they are worse than zombies because they eat people and are very intelligent. The man then looks at her seriously and asks if she led the monster straight to their base. In desperation, the young woman apologizes, saying it wasn't her intention and that she just wanted to survive. But the leader calms her down, explaining that the information is useful and now they can prepare better. With that, he thanks the raid head for her help and tells her to go rest with her group of friends. Meanwhile, Shanshan asks for food to be brought to the injured, as they will be under observation. With a serious and suspicious look, the young woman observes the newcomer and feels that something is wrong. The guard notices her gaze and asks what's wrong, and the young woman says the new woman seems strange. He then says that maybe she's just stressed with the heavy task Xiaowang gave her. Far away, the protagonist and his group arrive at a huge building in the middle of the dark forest. The young man questions the choice of location, and the lady explains that S-City is different from others. Shinkai warns that the mist on the ground turns people into plant monsters if inhaled. The woman then points to the stairs and invites the group to go up and talk safely. Upstairs, the protagonist meets Professor He and begins to explain the situation in the neighboring city. The old man is worried by the news and realizes that things outside the jungle are no better. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong calls his monstrous allies into the room and says he has explained everything. Zhang Shengji then enters the room, and the other survivors back away from him in great fear. The professor laments that there is no rescue and that everyone is on their own to survive. Just then, the protagonist shows the tuber and asks if the specialist can recognize it. The old man confirms that it's edible and that Aunt Yang and others go out to collect this food. With a smile, the young man celebrates being right, and the professor says they only eat it out of necessity. Suddenly, one of the men bursts into the room, yelling that there's an emergency outside the building. He then points to the window and warns that plant creatures are surrounding the entire location. The leader is shocked by the news, and the guy says that more and more monsters are joining the attack. The man yells that it's the flower carts, and his companions run to see what it is. Confused, Jiang Xiaoyong asks what these carts are and if they are dangerous to the group. The specialist says it's more than dangerous and that they might all perish that very day. With a determined look, the professor prepares to face the approaching threat. He then yells for the women and young ones to go up and hide while the older ones stay. Zhu Xingkai and the woman stare at the old man, worried about the orders he just gave. The professor yells for everyone to move, as it's better for some to live than for all to perish. With that, the men rush to follow the orders, trying to save themselves from the imminent attack. The specialist then turns to the protagonist and tells him to go, as he is young and needs to live. But the young man smiles and says it's alright, as he's become a little curious about the situation. A blue energy appears in his hand, and he wonders what monster scared them so much. With that, the protagonist walks to the window to see the threat that is outside. The professor warns that if they don't reach the cart's core, everyone will be caught by the monsters. The young man then asks if the so-called flower cart can control the plant monsters. The specialist confirms this, saying the cart uses pheromones to attract the monsters here. Suddenly, the protagonist breaks the window glass, and the professor is startled by his action. He then pulls out a gun to test the monster's strength, and the old man asks where he got it. Without hesitation, the guy starts firing at the creatures that are approaching the building. The shots hit one of the monsters dead on, but it doesn't seem to feel the impact of the bullets. The plant creature just writhes a little but remains standing and ready to attack. The young man notices they are quite resilient and wants to see how quickly they regenerate. With that, he unloads the entire clip of his gun into one of the monsters outside. The creature is hit by several shots, and its vine body begins to fall apart from the attack. One of its arms is torn off by the force of the shots, and the monster stumbles backward. With that, the creature finally falls to the ground and dissolves into a puddle of organic matter. The protagonist complains that he spent 2 clips on a single monster and understands their fear. Suddenly, he goes to a box and opens it with his bare hands, shocking the others with his strength. One of the men is stunned to see him open the wooden box without using any tools. Inside the box, the group finds several Molotov cocktails, and one of the men gets very excited. The young man hands out the weapons and tells them to use them if any monster gets past him. The specialist is confused and questions him about what he meant by gets past him. Suddenly, the old man screams in desperation as he realizes what the young man intends to do next. He is in shock to see that the guy is going to jump from the window to fight them all alone. The specialist screams desperately, saying they are on the 16th floor of that building. But without fear, the protagonist jumps down with his 2 monstrous allies to the ground below. With that, the trio lands safely among the plant monsters waiting for them. The creatures then surround them and prepare to attack the group that has just arrived. With speed, Zhang Xiaoyang charges forward and grabs the head of one of the monsters to attack it. He then uses his strength to crush the creature and throws it against another one that was approaching. Meanwhile, one of his companions attacks with a powerful punch, knocking down another monster. The masked ally continues the sequence of blows, giving the creature no chance to get up. The other companion uses his tentacles to tear apart the plant monsters around him. From above, the survivors watch the fight in shock, wondering what those things are. One of the men tells them to stop watching and prepare for the monsters that might come up. He then asks the most confident ones to grab the Molotovs and protect the stairs. With that, the group gets ready and yells that the monsters are coming up to the next floor. Down below, a monster is thrown into the air after taking a powerful hit from the group. With that, the young man sighs in relief, saying he has finally dealt with the monster threat there. He then turns to his allies and tells them to check the bodies for cores. The protagonist announces that he's going to find the so-called flower cart to end the source of the trouble. Meanwhile, the survivors comment that the fire has made things much easier to handle. One of them thanks the leader and brother Jiang and asks where the protagonist suddenly went. Outside, the remaining plant monsters start moving to another part of the dark city. The protagonist then finds a bizarre and twisted thing in the middle of the dark forest. Before him is the enormous creature he believes to be the so-called flower cart. He wonders if the giant flower on top is the main body of the enormous monster. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he notices movement coming from the creature. With a swift move, a tentacle attacks him, but he manages to block it with a kick. He lands and notes that the monster's strength is powerful, comparable to Zhang Shengji's. But even so, the young man doesn't seem intimidated and faces the monster with total confidence. With a smile, he says he's gotten very good at fighting tentacle monsters. Next, one of the tentacles manages to wrap tightly around the guy's arm. The creature then pulls him with full force to try and devour or crush him up close. He then mocks the monster, saying he's seen this kind of trick before and won't fall for it. With that, Zhang Xiaoyang lets out a powerful sonic scream from his mouth to break free. The force of the blow throws him backward, and he manages to escape the tentacle's grip. The flower cart gets angry with the attack and starts to tremble with rage. Frightened, the monster turns and starts running on its many legs to flee from there. But the protagonist doesn't let it go and runs at high speed after the fleeing creature. Suddenly, a bright blue mark appears on the guy's hand as he prepares himself. He then leaps toward the monster to use his new special ability on it. With a precise move, he hits the creature's body with his enslavement mark. Just then, a huge explosion of purple and blue energy envelops them both in the middle of the forest. The mark's energy expands into a blinding light that dazzles everyone around the scene. In the building, one of the men yells that the flower cart is coming toward them. The specialist recognizes the monster's form, and the others wonder what happened. Suddenly, the 2 monstrous allies return, and one of the guys asks what happened. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyang appears and asks if they found any cores in the monsters. Zhang Shengji explains that the creatures with spider legs had some cores. His partner then confirms with a thumbs up, saying that several of them had the valuable items. The leader gets tired of their conversation and massages his head due to exhaustion. Just then, the professor approaches and asks about the flower cart that's downstairs. The guy explains that the creature is now one of them, leaving all the survivors in shock. In front of the creature, he asks everyone to calm down and assures them it won't attack anymore. The old man cautiously approaches the huge creature and looks at it with great suspicion. With a bit of fear, the specialist gulps and prepares for the worst. He then touches the monster and is shocked to realize it has been tamed in some way. The protagonist asks the botanist what he thinks of the strange creature in front of him. With that, the professor says that even though it's mutated, it must still retain its plant instincts. He then talks about the brutal competition in the plant kingdom for survival. The specialist explains that weaker plants end up perishing due to a lack of sunlight. He then assumes that the cart became aggressive because it lost its advantage in the mutation. Without light, the creature had to evolve to hunt animals to feed itself and live. Suddenly, one of the men notices the creature moved and becomes alert to the situation. With that, a tentacle goes toward him, and an ally yells for the boss to be careful. But the young man asks for calm, telling them to see what it does as the creature now obeys him. The tentacle then slowly approaches the neck of the newcomer's group leader. Carefully, the vine touches the back of his neck and seems to be analyzing something important. The protagonist is then surprised by the strange sensation the vine's touch causes him. The ally is confused by the scene and asks the leader how he's feeling at the moment. The guy says the city has turned into a battlefield, and plants now hunt animals there. He then tells his new servant that its survival is now his responsibility. With that, the flower on top of the creature starts to close slowly to do something. From inside the flower, a bright green object emerges and starts to float in the air. The green thing then flies slowly toward the protagonist's outstretched hand. That object looks like a bunch of green grapes with small, wiggling tentacles. The strange green thing lands in the guy's hand, and he holds it very carefully. The frightened ally wonders where it went and looks at his boss's closed hand. With a smile, the young man explains that the thing is now symbiotic with his body. He then turns to an open area and raises his hand to test his new power. With that, he slams the ground and several green vines shoot out from his arm with great force. The vines wrap around a nearby tree with very impressive speed. Next, they crush the tree, showing their great destructive power to everyone. Zhang Shengji is shocked and says the new vines are stronger than his tentacles. Suddenly, a system window appears, and the young man earns a new gardener achievement. With the threat contained, the group of survivors can finally relax a little in that place. Meanwhile, at the cannibal's factory, a new invasion plan is already underway. The red-haired woman watches from her window and says another fish has taken the bait she cast. One of the guards enters the room and offers a snack to the young woman, who looks at him, confused. She then asks who sent him to bring her snacks in the middle of such a cold night. With a smile, the man says it was on his own accord, as he was worried about her well-being. The woman stares at him with a cold look and seems annoyed by the guard's attitude. But she changes her mind and thanks him while seducing him with a touch on his chin. The guard goes crazy with the touch and starts bleeding from his nose in the heat of the moment. He then grabs her, and the young woman gets scared, asking what he's doing to her. The guy apologizes, saying he thought she was hitting on him at that moment. She then suggests they go play outside, and the man agrees to the proposal on the spot. Far away, the two meet in an isolated place to have some privacy. The man is panting and shirtless while the young woman watches him, sitting on a bench. He compliments her and asks for her name, as he found her very beautiful and interesting. Suddenly, he notices something strange, and she asks what's wrong for him to be so serious. He then sees a jacket sleeve in the trash and recognizes it as belonging to someone named Zhao Chen. With that, the guy looks inside the trash can and is shocked by what he sees in there. Inside the trash, he finds the remains of his friend and is shocked by the horrible scene. With a pale face, the guard is terrified as he realizes the truth about the young woman. Suddenly, the woman grabs him from behind, revealing her monstrous form with a smile. Far away, the other cannibals wait for the signal in a car outside the factory. One of the men is asleep at the wheel, and his leader wakes him up with a hard slap. The sleeping guy gets annoyed and says he was on watch, but his boss doesn't believe him. Angered, the leader grabs him and yells that if he had been on watch, he would have seen him arrive. The woman tries to calm them both down, saying they take turns, but there's no sign of the redhead. She then suggests that the young woman wants to keep all the fresh meat for herself inside. With that, the leader decides to check the factory to see if he can find any trace of the traitor. They then find the remains, and the man says his sense of smell is never wrong and that she betrayed them. The young woman then offers to go in using her charm, since the other one managed it that way. But suddenly, the leader gets angry at her suggestion and attacks her without any warning. He grabs her by the neck and accuses her of wanting to do the same as the other traitor. His companion asks for calm, saying that if he hurts her, they'll have no way to get into the base. The man then throws her hard on the ground and threatens her with a look of pure rage. He says that if she tries to copy her, he'll take them both down, and the young woman agrees in fear. With that, she gets up and runs to the factory gate to ask the guards for help. The gate then opens a little, and the woman prepares to put her plan into action. On the other side, the guards point their weapons and ask who the woman in front of them is. The woman says she was being chased by zombies and barely escaped with her life. One of the guards celebrates their luck, saying the new girl is even more beautiful than the last one. But suddenly his companion looks at him in surprise and yells for him to wait a moment. At that moment, the redhead appears and warns them not to trust her, as she is a disguised mutant. Angered, the newcomer curses at her and tells the guards to shoot her as quickly as possible. With that, several shots are fired, and the sound echoes throughout the factory yard. The woman is hit dead on by the bullets and is thrown backward by the force of the impact. She then screams in pain as she is pierced by several bullets in her body during the attack. As she falls to the ground, one of the guards asks for gasoline to deal with the situation. One of the men comes back with a can of fuel but wonders where the young woman went. Shocked, they realize she escaped and decide to inform Brother Lai and Sister Sean right away. Meanwhile, the injured cannibal finds her two partners who are waiting for her nearby. Without any mercy, one of her companions kicks her hard, knocking her to the ground. In desperation, the young woman begs for her life and promises to obey everything he says. The leader looks at her and says they are the same and knows very well what she wanted to do. With great anger, he then punches the ground hard right next to the fallen woman's face. He then picks up a rock and says they'll have to come up with a new plan to feed themselves. The woman looks at him in despair, realizing that this will be her definitive end. With that, a black shadow quickly descends to end the traitor's life for good, but suddenly a blue glow appears and cuts through the air at high speed to intervene. The blue blade hits the ground and stops the leader's attack, who is shocked by the scene. With that, the impact throws the man far away, leaving him on the ground with no reaction. The other man thanks her, saying an arm and a leg are enough to heal her. The woman thinks that the bald guy understands them well, and that he has now surpassed her and taken the lead. Meanwhile, at the factory, someone asks if they've seen Chen Zhuo, and the other says he's disappeared. The leader of the guards gets angry, complaining that one is already missing, and now another one is gone. He then questions Shanshan about what she's doing, and the young woman says she's looking for clues. The young woman then walks through the factory, observing the place with a very attentive and serious look. Suddenly, she seems to notice something strange, and her eyes widen with the new discovery. The young woman then finds the blood-stained trash can and approaches to investigate. The group arrives and recognizes Chen Zhua's jacket and Yang Hai's shoes thrown there. The redhead gets nervous, thinking they've dug up the bones she hid in the trash. Shanshan says there was no noise or signs of a struggle in the settlement during the disappearance. She then looks at the redhead with suspicion and questions her about what that means. The woman panics and asks why everyone is looking at her like that. Without hesitation, Shanshan creates a blue energy blade and prepares for an attack. The cannibal is in shock and stares at her, frightened by the weapon pointed in her direction. Suddenly, a memory emerges showing the redhead using a fire power against something. The woman then destroys what appears to be a plant with her fire ability. With a look of anger, the cannibal faces Shanshan and prepares for the imminent battle. With a cold look, Shanshan faces the woman and prepares for the combat that is about to begin. The cannibal is shocked because her cover has been completely blown to the entire group. With a swift move, she charges toward one of the guards to try and take a hostage. The woman runs and surprises the man, who has no time to react to her sudden attack. She then grabs him and yells for no one to move or she'll end his life right now. Shanshan warns that if she hurts him, she won't let her leave that place alive. The cannibal mocks her, saying that if she doesn't get out alive, she'll take some of them with her to the end. The woman then demands the guard's weapon and threatens to slit his throat if anyone moves. But suddenly, she kicks him hard, sending him flying and disarming him in the middle of the confusion. Without hesitation, the woman shoots the man in the leg, who falls to the ground screaming in great pain. With the weapon in hand, the cannibal runs to escape and get away from the fury of Shanshan's group. The young woman then points her own weapon and prepares to shoot the fleeing woman. With a precise shot, the bullet hits the woman in the back, and she feels the strong impact of the shot. She then grinds her teeth in pain but keeps running to try and escape the situation. One of the men asks what she's doing, and the young woman says she's going to get the motorcycle to go after her. But her companion stops her, saying they don't know how many other cannibals are nearby. The young woman agrees and decides that from now on, all survivors will be quarantined. She then tells Uncle Lai to take care of everything, as she needs to go to Tia Leaf City right away. With a smile, he agrees, saying he didn't expect her to become so decisive and capable. Far away in the forest, some plant creatures with purple crystals emerge in the darkness. Suddenly, dark tentacles appear and attack the plant creatures violently. With that, the protagonist appears, showing that he is the one controlling the dark attack. The tentacles then tear the creatures apart, throwing them in all directions with force. Meanwhile, his two allies prepare to use Molotov cocktails on the monsters. From below, the companions throw the explosives at the remaining monsters to finish them off. With that, a large fiery explosion consumes what's left of the plant creatures. The group then watches the huge bonfire that has formed, burning the monsters on the spot. The professor is shocked and wonders if this is a feeling of security or pressure. A system window pops up, and the young man celebrates having earned more reward points. Back at the base, the survivors cheer excitedly, celebrating the return of Brother Xiaiwang. He then asks where Shanshan is, and the old man says she went to help at the steel mill. The young man then asks about the new survivors he brought with his group. He then introduces Mr. He, a botany expert, and welcomes the group. Zhang Xiaoyang announces that he will soon take them to the edge of the jungle to create a new shelter. With that, all the survivors are confused and don't understand the guy's plan. Suddenly, Shanshan arrives on her motorcycle and excitedly asks when the group leader returned. She then explains the situation, saying that now all new members are untrustworthy. The specialist is worried, but the young man calms him down, saying he has already checked everyone's background. The young woman is confused by the answer and wonders why that would be good news. With a smile, he says it means more rewards, and a new mission appears for the group. Far away, the injured cannibal is coughing a lot and seems very weak after her escape. She then sits down to rest and tries to catch her breath after running so much. Suddenly, a sharp blade appears and silently approaches her for an attack. The woman then hides behind a wall and watches the area with great fear. Her two former partners appear and stare at her with a look of pure anger and contempt. In desperation, the young woman yells that it was all a misunderstanding and that she had a plan. The other woman grabs her and yells that her plan almost led her to a certain end. With great anger, she says that even with the failed mission, they can still feed. Suddenly, she bites something in her mouth and starts to bleed from what she did. The man curses at her for using the same trick again and says she wouldn't have lived long. The fallen cannibal warns the other not to trust him, as he will betray her without hesitation. With a serious look, the woman faces the man and seems to think about the other's words. The man says the other one is to blame and suggests they finish her off once and for all. But the young woman says it's not worth blaming each other and approaches him with a smile. He then says that gentlemen prefer blondes and redheads and attacks her by surprise. The man says an arm and a leg are enough for the other one, and that the rest is all his. Back at the base, Shanshan explains about a red-haired cannibal who disguised herself as a human. With that, Li Cheng reveals that he was once one of them, but didn't transform like the others. He explains that cannibalism slowly takes away the humanity of those who practice it. Li Cheng says they become selfish and thirsty for more and more of the taking of innocent lives. The protagonist agrees that they are dangerous but has more urgent things to deal with now. He then asks Li Cheng to keep an eye on the factory and to radio him if anything happens. With this new order, time moves forward and 2 months pass since the last events. In a building, some survivors are arguing about whether to move because of a strange noise. The leader then makes a decision and tells everyone to pack their things so they can leave. One of the men is worried about leaving at night, but the boss says it's even more dangerous during the day. Suddenly, plant monsters appear, and the leader is shocked for not having noticed them before. The creatures attack, and one of the guys is caught and dragged away from the group of survivors. Now surrounded, one of the men complains, saying he warned them not to go out at night. The leader then points and says the only way is toward the source of the loud noise. Even though they're scared, the group runs because the boss says it's their only chance to survive. But suddenly, the leader stops exhausted and says he can't run anymore. His companion stops beside him and asks what he saw to be so shocked. Just then, a huge tree falls in front of them, and one of the men yells for them to be careful. The giant tree crashes to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that blinds everyone. Frightened, they hide and wonder what creature knocked down such a large tree. They then see some men with chainsaws cutting down the trees in the dark forest. With a smile, the leader recognizes Zhu Xingkai and calls out to him, asking for his group's help. He then recognizes A. Liang, and the young man explains he was rescued and now lives in M City. But suddenly, A. Liang yells for them to run because the plant creatures are catching up to them. With a smile, Zhu Xingkai says they're just some plant monsters and that it's no big deal. He then uses the radio and reports that the second squad has encountered the plant creatures. With that, he tells everyone to stay back while the new survivors run for cover. Suddenly, a squad in protective gear with flamethrowers appears to help in the fight. The new group's leader is shocked and can't believe what his eyes are seeing. The squad then uses the flamethrowers and burns all the plant monsters on the spot. The creatures scream in pain as they are consumed by the powerful flames of the attack. Zhang Shengji then comments that they barely have to try to deal with these threats. The leader asks how they got so strong, and the guy says it's thanks to boss Xiaoyang. Suddenly, he sees the protagonist's two monstrous allies and is startled by their appearance. But Zhu Xingkai calms him down, saying they are there to protect and that he will take him to the boss. Next, they arrive at a plantation that seems to be guarded by some shadowy figures. The man is shocked and asks if they are farming in a jungle full of monsters. With a smile, the guy shows a kind of strange, wiggling tuber in his hand. The strange thing then pulses in his hand and seems to be alive in some bizarre way. Frightened, the leader screams and throws the tuber away, scared of what it might be. The guy explains that they are tame creatures and are now an excellent harvest for the group. The leader asks if they made a pact at the heavens, and everything is thanks to boss Jiang Xiaowang. The professor is shocked because he never imagined that the plant's characteristics could change. The young man says they just need to inform the flower cart, and the specialist says it's perfect. The protagonist says the recovery is going well, and now it's time to deal with the cannibals from the west. With that, the scene changes, and on the outskirts of M City, the young man and his ally walk down the street. The masked companion warns that someone strong is following them, and the guy confirms their presence. He then asks what they'll do, and the leader jokes that he'll use him as bait to lure them out. On a rooftop, the two escaped cannibals are watching, and the woman says it's the perfect chance. But suddenly, the man stops her, and she gets annoyed at him for making her miss the opportunity. The bald guy then says it's too late because someone else has already taken the chance in their place. Suddenly, a huge group of cannibals appears and surrounds the two guys in the middle of the street. One of the women licks her knife and says she's never seen such high-quality prey before. Her companions celebrate and wonder if he's a pure evolved one, as they've never seen one. The cannibal thinks about how strong she would become if she devoured him, but then notices the man beside him. The masked partner imagines that with that power he would be unstoppable, even in the north. On the roof, the woman complains that someone else got to the prey first. The bald guy then tells her to watch and see if being eaten by them will be good or bad in the end. But suddenly the cannibal duo is shocked by what's happening down below. The masked ally attacks the enemies with a speed and strength that leaves them shocked. The protagonist also jumps into action, blocking an attack with his weapon without difficulty. He then faces the enemies with a calm look as he holds his weapon. One of the cannibals panics and yells for everyone to run from such a strong monster. With that, the young man watches the enemies flee while one of them is already down on the ground. A desperate cannibal tries to climb a wall to escape the approaching danger. On the roof, the woman yells at her partner not to run and leave her behind. But suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyang's hand appears, stopping the two enemies from escaping. With that, the protagonist lifts a huge concrete block to use as a weapon against them. He then jumps from the roof and throws the block with all his might toward the cannibals. The man is completely terrified by the surprise attack from the young man who appears out of nowhere. With no chance to react, the concrete block hits him with a devastating impact. The duo is then crushed and left on the ground, shocked by the guy's overwhelming strength. The group leader says they are strong and must have variant cores for him. Hiding, one of the surviving cannibals watches everything and is shocked by the horrific scene. The duo on the roof then gets up and the man asks if the enemies have left. With that, they come down and see that only 3 bodies were consumed by their adversaries. With a malicious smile, the two celebrate because the rest of the bodies will be their feast. Far away, the protagonist complains about his ally's small appetite for only eating 3. The masked one defends himself, saying his body isn't big enough to eat more. Suddenly, Jiang Xiang stops walking as he feels something strange is happening. With a serious look, he turns back to see what caught his attention in the alley. A man with glasses then appears, pointing a crossbow and yelling for them not to come any closer. With his eyes glowing, the young man wonders if that man is just a normal person. The shooter gets very nervous and starts to sweat, facing the guy's intimidating gaze. Calmly, the protagonist floats and tells the man with glasses not to move at all. But the shooter panics and fires the crossbow, yelling for him to get away. With incredible speed, the young man catches the arrow in mid-air using just 2 fingers. The man is in shock and can't believe he stopped the projectile with his hands. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyang appears in front of him, and he is paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a dark tentacle wraps around the shooter's weapon, disarming him easily. The guy then tells everyone to come out of hiding, as they are not dangerous cannibals. With that, a group of armed survivors emerges and asks what they really are. Their leader is impressed that they survived without needing to eat other people. He then explains that they were heading to the siphoning steel mill in the south. But they gave up on the idea because they thought normal people wouldn't survive there. The protagonist then asks if they know of a safer place to go than the steel mill. With that, the man reveals a human settlement in the north that hunts cannibals to live. He says the leader there is so strong that he can take on 5 or 6 cannibals at once. But the young man doubts that one man alone can protect everyone from over 1,000 cannibals. Suddenly, a guy says he saw the cannibals gathering 2 days ago to plan something. His companion scolds him, saying he must be confusing dreams with reality. The one with glasses says the other only wants to go to the steel mill because his brother might be there. Angrily, the other yells that the chances of survival there are 0 and that everyone will perish. With a smile, Jiang Xiaoyang confirms that the former leaders of the steel mill were cannibals. With a smile, the young man says that coincidentally, he is actually very close to Li Cheng. He then reveals that the guy is at the siphoning steel mill, helping him manage the farmlands. Li Cheng's brother is shocked and excited that they've even restarted agriculture. But the one with glasses gets annoyed and says he doesn't believe something so convenient could be true. With a tired look, the protagonist wonders if he would need to lie to take them down. Suddenly, a gunshot echoes loudly and quickly through the completely silent street. Calmly, Jiang Xiaoyang watches the smoke rise from the hole the bullet made in the ground. The group leader yells furiously while the shooter apologizes, saying it was an accident. Just then, the man with glasses panics because the gunshot has attracted all the cannibals. He then yells for everyone to run and hide as fast as they can from the threat. But the young man and his ally stand still, and the man yells that they won't survive alone. With a smile, the guy remembers that cannibals fight among themselves when they gather. The survivor leader then leaves him, saying not to blame him when he's gone. In desperation, the group runs into a building and yells to lock all the doors quickly. They then hide in a dark room, waiting for the danger outside to pass. Worried, the man with glasses hopes that the strong guy won't abandon them to perish. Outside, a huge group of cannibals surrounds the protagonist and his masked partner in the street. One of the enemies asks why there's only one prey and accuses the woman of taking everything for herself. The woman then notices that the young man is no ordinary prey and that he's worth 10 survivors. Inside the building, one of the men reports that almost 10 cannibals have already gathered and more arriving. The man with glasses believes the guy is done for and that not even his bones will be left behind. One of the cannibals charges forward, yelling that he can't wait and that the first bite is his. But the protagonist dodges the attack with an ease that surprises the enemy. With a casual kick, he sends the cannibal flying far away without much effort or difficulty. The other adversaries are shocked by the young man's impressive speed. Jiang Xiaoyang then tells them to stop wasting time and attack him all at once. Furious, the enemies yell that he dares to underestimate them and order a joint attack. The guy then tells his ally that the cannibals are used to burn off energy and eat. With his weapon in hand, the protagonist gets ready as an enemy runs toward him. He then makes an impressive leap and flies to the top of a building to escape the attack. The man with glasses is shocked and can't believe the young man managed to jump so high. From the top of the building, the guy faces the cannibals, who wonder if he's some kind of monster. They then realize his physique is superior to theirs, and that they can't beat him at all. With that, one of the cannibals yells for everyone to run, and the whole group tries to flee. Suddenly, a shot hits one of the fleeing men, who is shocked by the surprise attack. With a sniper rifle, the young man warns that he won't let anyone get out of there alive, unless they can defeat his ally, who is confused by his leader's order. The masked partner realizes they are very strong and that the fight will be very difficult. The cannibals then team up and decide to attack the masked ally altogether to win. With a serious look, the masked man prepares for the combat that is about to begin. With that, the masked man attacks one of the cannibals with a powerful punch that sends him flying. But the group surrounds him and attacks him with several blows at once with great force and violence. On the roof, the escaped cannibal duo watches everything and can't believe what's happening. Suddenly, a beam of energy hits one of the enemies dead-on with incredible precision. The survivors are shocked because the duo finished off the whole group as if it were nothing. From the roof, the protagonist announces that they can now come out of hiding in complete safety. They then come out and are impressed by the scene of destruction before their eyes. With that, the leader decides they want to join the siphoning steel mill and asks to be accepted. The young man agrees but says he first needs to visit the northern settlement. The group is confused, and the man with glasses asks the reason for him to go there. With a serious look, he explains that he's going to determine if a major cleanup is necessary. Zhang Xiaoyang then clenches his fist and says he needs to finish off those people once and for all. Far away at the northern settlement, the guards yell that an enemy attack is approaching. One of the lookouts panics upon seeing that 7 cannibals are approaching the gate. Then a man in military boots walks confidently toward the gate. One of the young men calls him Brother Feng, and the muscular man faces the approaching threat. His daughter is worried and says that this might be too much even for him to handle, but he orders the main gate to be closed and not to let anyone in or out. With a firm step, he positions himself to face the horde of approaching enemies. As he stretches for battle, his daughter yells for him to be very careful. With a powerful leap, the man lands in front of the cannibals for the imminent combat. The enemies recognize him and yell that if they defeat him, all the food in the base will be theirs. With a furious growl, the defender begins to undergo a bizarre and frightening transformation. His body then contorts and transforms into a shapeless mass full of spikes and teeth. The monstrous creature then faces the cannibals, who are paralyzed with fear at its form. Shocked, the enemies say that power belongs to someone much more twisted than them. Even in fear, the group yells and charges forward to try and defeat the monster together. But the creature attacks, throwing the enemies in all directions with overwhelming force. The battle continues, and the defender in his monstrous form completely dominates the cannibals. With that, he defeats all the enemies, who fall to the ground with no chance of fighting him. After the fight, the creature is panting amidst the bodies of the enemies it defeated. With a loud roar, the beast shows all its fury and power for anyone to hear. The residents see that they've won, but Brother Feng can barely stay alive in his form. His daughter despairs, but one of the men says he asked them not to help him in order to protect them. One of the guys then yells that he'll perish if they don't help him and orders the gate to be opened. Moved by everyone's loyalty, the young woman starts to cry as she watches the scene unfold. The man in the cap then agrees to take the risk and orders everyone to open the gate to help. With that, the group rushes out of the base to rescue their leader who is in trouble. But the out-of-control creature roars and yells for them to go back inside and protect themselves. The men hold him down, saying they can't let him perish, because they wouldn't survive without him. One of the men yells to throw the enemy's bodies to the creature for it to feed. With that, the monstrous beast begins to devour the bodies to regain its lost energy. One of the residents watches the scene in disgust, unable to believe what's happening. Suddenly, a new group of cannibals appears on the scene, and the man yells for them to be careful. The new enemy's leader approaches and orders one of the men to throw the body to him. The newcomers notice the creature is injured and think it fought with others of their kind. With a malicious smile, one of them celebrates because the others have cleared the way for them. The residents panic and wonder what they'll do with more enemies to fight. They then decide to protect their leader, as he hasn't recovered, and now it's their turn. Far away, Zhang Xiaoyang says the people he mentioned are not normal at all. With a smile, the man with glasses recognizes the place and realizes they are close to their destination. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminates the night, and a loud noise gets everyone's attention. The survivor leader is startled and wonders if the sound he heard was gunshots. With a smile, the young man says it's less than a kilometer away and that they're almost there. At the settlement, one of the cannibals attacks a resident with great violence and no mercy. Feng's daughter then shoots and yells that she'll fight them to the end to defend herself. One of the enemies charges forward, saying her flesh looks very tender and that he will devour her. With a quick blow, he knocks the young woman's weapon away, leaving her completely defenseless. He then prepares to grab her, saying she won't be able to escape this time. But suddenly, a purple blur speeds past him, leaving him in shock. Suddenly, the monstrous creature attacks the cannibals with fury, but it is already badly injured. In that instant, the leader's daughter screams in pain as she is hit in the arm by one of the enemies. The cannibals mock the monster for still fighting, and one of them yells to finish it off at once. Next, the entire group attacks the creature at the same time, overwhelming it with their blows. Seeing the scene, one of the residents pulls the girl and tells her to run because they can't stay there. The beast then takes a devastating blow, and its face shows the immense pain it is feeling. Suddenly, the cannibals look up at the sky, shocked to see a huge rock falling toward them. The rock then hits the ground with a tremendous impact, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. With that, the enemies become alert and try to understand what just happened in that place. Frightened, the survivors wonder what that thing is that appeared out of nowhere to help them. Then, from the smoke, Jiang Xiaoyong and his masked ally emerge with serious looks on their faces. The scene shows the two groups facing each other, with the creature fallen on the ground near a rock. The survivor leader wonders if they are more cannibals, but his friend says something is wrong. The masked partner says the monster is not a cannibal, and the protagonist tells him not to laugh. The enemies realize the guy doesn't have their scent and wonder if he's a pure evolved one. With a smile, the young man tells his companion Chong to take care of the dirty work, as he always does. The masked one then jumps toward the adversaries to begin the confrontation between the two groups. The cannibal leader charges forward, yelling that he has taken down countless zombies and is not afraid to fight. But in the blink of an eye, Chong hits him with a powerful blow, knocking him to the ground instantly. The residents are shocked by his strength, saying he is stronger than Brother Feng. The man with glasses says they are powerful fighters from the south, and his friend is shocked, thinking Feng was the strongest. The cannibals then face Chong and wonder how that zombie can be so ridiculously strong. One of them then says not to be afraid, because if they all attack together, they will surely be able to defeat him. But none of them have the courage to attack first and just stand there, staring at each other in silence. Then one of them pushes his companion forward and tells him to go first, as he will follow right behind. Just then, one of the enemies ignores Chong and runs toward the protagonist, yelling that the pure evolved one is his. With a calm look and his eyes glowing, the young man just watches the adversary approaching him. He then raises his hand and prepares to use his power against the cannibal running in his direction. With a swift move, a dark energy emerges and grabs the enemy's face with great force. The man is in complete shock and screams in pain as he is caught by the protagonist's surprise attack. The young man's power lifts him into the air, and his companion is paralyzed with fear at the horrific scene. Realizing the danger, the group panics, and one of them yells for everyone to run because the other one is stronger. But Jiang Xiaoyong won't let them escape and releases several dark tentacles at high speed. The spikes then pierce the cannibals' bodies, who scream in pain as they are hit by the attack. In a few seconds, all the enemies fall to the ground, defeated, with no chance of fighting the guy. The survivors are terrified and one of them calls him a demon, but the one with glasses says they are allies. The monstrous creature then lies on the ground, slowly recovering from the battle that just ended. Suddenly, a beam of white energy hits the protagonist from behind in a complete surprise attack. With a surprised expression, the young man feels the impact of the blow and looks back seriously. He then looks at the wound on his shoulder and wonders what it was that suddenly attacked him. With that, the creature on the ground fires several white tentacles that hit the protagonist dead on. The tentacles then wrap around the young man's body, holding him tightly to immobilize him. They tighten even more, but the guy doesn't seem to mind the monster's attack much. With a look of disgust, he says that it's gross and wonders if the thing can take a punch. He then grabs the tentacles and prepares to spin and throw the creature with all his might. But the monster's daughter screams desperately, asking him not to do that to her father. The protagonist stops what he was doing and looks at the girl, confused by what she just said. On her knees, the young woman begs him to release the creature and not to hurt it anymore. He asks who that mass of flesh is, and she says it's her father in a very unstable state. With a doubtful look, he wonders if something so twisted can still return to being human. With a simple gesture, the guy releases the creature, which falls to the ground motionless, with no more strength to fight. He then makes a face of disgust and his masked ally approaches the scene to observe. The young man then complains, saying that the way his partner eats isn't much better than that. The survivor leader invites the two to the base and says to leave Feng outside. With that, the scene changes to inside the settlement, where everyone gathers for a serious talk. Inside the location, all the residents kneel before their saviors in gratitude. They then call him their savior and say they wouldn't have survived without the help of the two of them. The guy says it was nothing and asks how long the place has existed and about the so-called Brother Feng. The young woman then explains that her father was infected by a mimetic flesh mutation a while ago. With a confused expression, Jiang Xiaoyong asks what the heck this mimetic flesh is. The young woman explains that it's a miraculous but extremely dangerous organism for all people. Initially, they thought it was an animal disease, but they were shocked by what they discovered later. She reveals that the thing can transform into any tissue with improved functionalities and characteristics. Even without permission, her mentor decided to conduct secret tests on humans to see the results. In less than a week, the cancer cells disappeared, and they thought they had discovered the God cell. But the disaster had already begun, and cities like MS were in chaos with many refugees arriving. The protagonist then guesses that the mimetic tissue got out of control and became the disaster itself. With a sad expression, the girl confirms that's exactly what happened to all of them. The mimetic flesh devours all the host cells, and the infected gradually lose their humanity. They then feel a desire to infect others, and the tissue forgets its original form, becoming a shapeless mass. The thing loses its coordinated function and becomes immobile, perishing from a lack of nutrients to sustain itself. While they still maintain a human form, they gather, and this behavior leads them to their final fate. With that, the young woman reveals that their final fate is to become a frightening sea of flesh in the city. After the explanation, the woman says that now he is also one of them, and the young man remains silent, thinking. The guy is confused by her statement and doesn't understand what she means by that strange phrase. Suddenly, Feng appears in human form and says the young man's injury was from his earlier attack. Feng then says his days are numbered because he has been infected, and the protagonist seems resigned. But with a smile, the guy tells him not to worry, as he has already purged the mimetic flesh from his body. The man is shocked, and the young man explains that his immune system is superior and his body is stronger. Furthermore, he reveals another ability and makes plants grow in his hand to prove his point. The protagonist reveals that he possesses a symbiotic organism more miraculous and deadly than theirs. Faced with the revelation, the survivors are shocked and speechless by what they just heard. He then wonders if the mimetic flesh with its advanced mimicry can't be molded on purpose. With that, the guy asks Feng to infect him again so he can try to tame the creature. The man agrees and cuts his chest to take a sample of the mimetic flesh for the experiment. He then throws the piece of flesh to the young man, who catches it in mid-air without any difficulty. In the guy's hand, the mimetic flesh begins to writhe and pulse in a very strange way. But suddenly, the piece of flesh simply disappears into the palm of his hand without a trace. The young man explains that it's uncontrollable, and as soon as it fuses, it begins an invasion, and he destroyed it. With a serious expression, the protagonist asks how Feng manages to control that in his body. Feng reveals that he doesn't control it, as he has become the flesh itself, and is no longer truly human. The guy then asks how he still managed to maintain his humanity and not go mad. He explains that his rationality is fading, and soon he won't be able to maintain his human form. With that, he begs the young man to protect his daughter and the others, as he will do anything in return. The man's daughter then cries in desperation upon hearing her father's words to the protagonist. Suddenly, a system window pops up, and a new series of missions is unlocked for the young man. The objective is to learn about various disasters, and he understands it refers to zombies and plants. The guy asks if Feng's fate is to join the Sea of Flesh, and he says the day is near. With a smile, Zhang Xiaong says he'll go with him, and the man asks where they would go together. He says it's just curiosity, and Feng asks what they will do with the other people in the group. With a smile, the guy says that's easy and uses a communicator to call Zhang Chai. With that, night falls, and a strange figure approaches the settlement in the darkness of the street. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaong and the others look toward the entrance, shocked by what they are seeing. At the entrance, a bluish, intimidating-looking monster appears, holding a child's hand. But the little boy smiles and shouts excitedly for Uncle Xiaoyong, showing his very sharp teeth. The protagonist then asks why Zhang Shengzhi brought his son, and if his mother allowed it. The boy says he's not the same as before, and that he's going to show a little of his new power. He then yells for the pursuers to come out of hiding, as they've already been discovered. Silence takes over the place as the monster and the child wait at the base's gate. On a nearby roof, a group of men is startled and can't believe they've been discovered. They then come out, and the leader says this must be the legendary meeting point they were looking for. One of the newcomers then points to the blue monster to get his leader's attention. The group's boss asks if he is the rumored one who can face several of them alone. But the bluish creature speaks broken English and says he doesn't understand what he's saying. Feng and his companion realize the enemies have mistaken the blue monster for Feng himself. Excited, the adversaries decide to attack as the numerical advantage is on their side. But the boy asks his father to wait, saying he'll take care of the situation himself. With a war cry, the group of enemies charges forward to attack the boy all at once. The boy then pulls out a huge gun and prepares for combat, yelling for them to come on. Without hesitation, the little shooter fires his weapon with a burst of shots in their direction. One of the enemies mocks the boy, saying his speed is something normal people can't react to. But suddenly, a bullet grazes past him, leaving him completely shocked by the shot's speed. The boy then asks who said he was a normal person as he quickly reloads his weapon. With that, he fires a burst of shots that hits the enemies dead-on, who scream in pain. One of the adversaries appears behind the boy, calling him a cocky kid for underestimating them all. The enemy then tries to punch the ground, but the young man manages to dodge the blow in time. With a leap into the air, the boy lands a powerful blow on the adversary's head with great precision. The man is then thrown to the ground with tremendous force, and is unable to continue fighting. The others are shocked and wonder who that boy is and how he can be so strong. Just then, another enemy charges at high speed to try and attack the boy from behind by surprise. The boy panics as he realizes he won't have time to dodge the approaching attack. But suddenly a dark tentacle pierces the adversary's chest, stopping him from attacking the young man. The blue monster then lifts the enemy into the air with its tentacle, as if it were nothing. The other men are terrified and realize that everyone there are super powerful monsters. One of them screams in fear, because the bluish creature is much stronger than the rumors said. With that, the group decides to attack the monster altogether to try and increase their chances of winning. The creature then prepares for combat with its tentacles ready for the imminent attack. In the blink of an eye, a white flash cuts through the air, showing the speed of the attack. After the dust settles, all the enemies are on the ground, defeated in a single instant. The boy asks Uncle Xiaoyong how he did, and he praises him for the good work. With a smile, the young man explains that the plantations there have a very rare evolutionary energy. The boy then asks his uncle what's happening in that strange and isolated place. He replies that he's piecing together the disaster scenario with zombies and plants around the world. With that, he has now found a new life form they call dangerous mimetic flesh. The protagonist thinks that each region has its unique disaster and wonders what the next one will be. Far away in another place, soldiers fight desperately against a swarm of giant insects. One of the men yells that there are too many and orders the gate to be opened for whoever can escape. With that, several military vehicles start to flee at high speed from the horde of insects. The enormous ants and mosquitoes chase the cars, destroying everything in their path. One of the soldiers left behind screams in desperation, begging not to be abandoned there alone. But it's too late, and the insects surround him and attack with uncontrollable and violent fury. Back at the settlement, the guy says the place is safe with his men protecting it. Suddenly, his eyes glow, and he notices something strange in the location with one of his powers. He then points to a tied-up man and asks if he is one of the cannibals they captured. Feng explains that he uses him to identify the infected, as the cannibals don't feel hunger for them. With that, he continues, saying he needs the prisoner's help to identify the infected. But the man smiles and says that today it won't be necessary, because he himself will tell who the infected one is. Feng and his daughter are then confused, not understanding what the cannibal means by that. The prisoner taunts Feng, asking if he will feel sadness at the passing of his own daughter. The young woman is in complete shock and paralyzed with fear upon hearing the enemy's threat to her. With great anger, Feng asks what the cannibal just said and glares at him with hatred. The prisoner reveals that his daughter has been infected by the tissue and that he infected her himself. Just then, the young woman remembers the attack and realizes that's when she was infected. Jiang Xiaoyong then puts his hand on the man's shoulder and asks him to calm down and not do anything. But Feng panics when he realizes he remained completely calm at the news of the infection. He says his heart should be in chaos, but he feels nothing and that he has reached the end of the line. With that, he turns around and decides it's time to throw himself into the sea of flesh and accept his fate. But first, he begs the young man to cleanse the tissue from his daughter's body, since he was able to. The guy says that's not realistic, as he can't use his system to help other people. A man asks if she will turn into that, and the young woman says it doesn't matter and asks to be finished off in the end. But the protagonist interrupts, telling them not to give up, as he never said he didn't have other ways. He then hands a syringe to the young woman and tells her to inject the liquid into her body herself. The guy explains that it's an infection blocker that might also work against the mimetic tissue. The young woman's companion then watches her holding the syringe and asks if she's going to try her luck. But the cannibal mocks them, saying that tissue and viruses are different and that it won't work. Suddenly, the prisoner is in shock and can't believe what's happening right in front of him. With a smile, the young man says that judging by the cannibal's face, it seems the medicine worked. The young woman's friend is very happy and celebrates, saying that's great news for everyone. With hope, the young woman asks if they can give one to her father and make him human again. But Feng explains that his human part has already been devoured, so the cure wouldn't work on him. The young woman is saddened as he says he is now pure mimetic tissue and can barely maintain a human form. Feng then asks if the guy is still going with him to the Sea of Flesh, as he doesn't have much time. With a serious expression, the protagonist agrees and says they will go to that place together. With that, the scene changes to K-City, where the two walk down a completely deserted street. The man warns that they are close to their destination and that the place will surely be very dangerous. Suddenly, an unknown voice gets the duo's attention, and they stop and look back. A group of children approaches, and one of them asks if the two have any food for them. The young man then warns his companion to be careful, as that place is too dangerous. In that instant, the children's bodies open up, revealing monstrous forms asking for food. The scene changes to a desert where several giant insects are running and being taken down by gunfire. The blue monster's boy complains that he's already taken down several of those insects since last night. His companion says they only started appearing yesterday, and the number is increasing rapidly. With that, the boy wonders if it was he and his father who ended up attracting the insects there. Suddenly, the sound of an engine approaches, getting everyone's attention in the deserted location. The duo then looks to the horizon, and the woman asks what that sound they're hearing is. With his weapon in hand, the boy gets ready and warns that they have unexpected guests arriving. In the desert, 3 military vehicles approach the small group of people at high speed. Inside the car, one of the men celebrates because they've finally found other people and a settlement. The group of survivors then points their weapons and yells for the newcomers to get out of the car. One of the men gets out with his hands up, asking them not to shoot as they are not enemies. The boy notices they are not cannibals or evolved ones and wonders if they are ordinary people. One of the soldiers then asks for calm and tells them not to be afraid, as they mean no harm. With that, he orders his men to lower their weapons so as not to scare the local residents. The woman warns him to be careful, but the boy says they don't seem to be bad people or cannibals. The soldier leader then approaches and asks if the boy is the chief of that settlement. He replies that he is not the leader and is just protecting those people temporarily. One of the men mocks the answer, doubting that a brat like him can protect anyone for real. But the leader scolds him, telling him to show respect as they are being welcomed, and the man apologizes. He introduces himself as Yang Bing and says they came from Beast City, which was taken over by a swarm of insects. The boy is thoughtful and repeats the word swarm, wondering what it really means. He then points to a taken-down insect, and one of the soldiers is shocked by the creature's small size. The group celebrates, thinking the infestation is milder, but they are warned not to get too excited. With that, the boy explains that they had no problems with insects, and that it all started suddenly yesterday. The soldier asks if their problems are the zombies and says they thought they were controlled by parasites. With a confident smile, the man points to their equipment and says they are very strong. He brags, saying they've dealt with swarms before and that the zombies won't be a big problem for them. The woman then invites them into the settlement as it's too dangerous for everyone outside. But one of the men says to leave the protection to them, as they are stronger and more prepared. The boy then gives a smirk, seemingly not liking the newcomer's arrogance. Far away in K-City, the protagonist manipulates shadows with his powers in a very frightening way. The shadows transform into flesh monsters that fall to the ground, completely defeated and motionless. Feng is impressed by the young man's strength and says his power is truly incredible to see. The guy reveals there are at least 20 of them within a 1-kilometer radius of that location. With that, the man tells them to go, as he can feel they are getting closer to their destination. Then, the two reach the top of a building and observe the frightening scene before their eyes. The entire city is covered by a gigantic sea of flesh that pulses as if it were alive. Suddenly, Feng starts to sweat and small flesh tentacles emerge from his face and he sighs. He then prepares to jump and join the sea of flesh to finally accept his fate. But Zhang Xiaoyang grabs his arm, preventing him from jumping into the sea of flesh below. Confused, the man looks back and asks what the young man is doing, stopping him from jumping. The guy asks if he's going to give up, but Feng says it's useless to fight as his willpower will fade. In that instant, the protagonist places his hand on his companion's forehead, surprising him. Feng is frightened to see dark tentacles coming out of the guy's hand and asks what he's doing. Suddenly, a dark spike pierces the man's forehead, leaving him in complete shock. The spike then enters his head with great force, and he can't believe what's happening. His eyes turn red and he starts to scream in pain, feeling the young man's power in his body. With that, the guy floats in the air surrounded by a green energy and continues the process with his power. He then says that if what the man lacks is a structure, he himself will give him one now. With a flash of light, a new structure is created inside Feng's mind with the young man's power. With a serious expression, the protagonist concentrates to finish the process with complete success. On his knees, the man asks, panting, what the guy just did to him in that place. The young man explains he implanted an adaptive spore to maintain his brain structure and learn more. With that, a system window shows that his disaster collector mission has been successfully updated. Feng asks what that is, and the protagonist says it's the scientific name for the mimetic flesh he knows. The guy continues, explaining that the loss of structural memory is not a flaw but its nature. He says the sea of flesh is a desperate solution to survive and always needs new life forms. But when the sea grows too large, it ends up consuming itself and can even collapse entirely. The man asks if he can have his humanity back, but the young man says no and can only preserve him like this. The spore then replicates his current structure and fights against the protozoan to maintain balance in his body. As long as he is fed with information, the man will not forget who he truly is. With that, Feng asks if he can live as himself forever, and the guy confirms yes if nothing goes wrong. With an emotional look, the man remains silent and thanks him for the help he just received. Even so, he says fighting his nature is a battle and fears he won't last long. With a leap, the protagonist moves away and says that leads him to the second thing he wants Feng to try. Looking at his companion, the guy then simply orders him to jump off the building right now. The man is confused by the request and wonders what the young man means by that order. Then, Zhang Xiaoyang tells him to jump and that he will go down with him to accompany him in the fall. Just then, the scene changes to a gas station where some military vehicles are stopped to refuel. One of the men lights a cigarette and says to move quickly, as the place is dangerous and unknown. His companion warns that they are refueling and need a little more time. One of the soldiers asks if they are out of B-City's range, and his colleague confirms it's now K-City. Another man regrets not having spare parts, but his partner says it's okay and they'll catch up. Suddenly, one of the men turns with a startled expression and asks if the approaching people are human. A group of survivors approaches, and a woman asks to be taken in, saying they have supplies. A soldier asks if they are from that region, and his companion questions the presence of insect swarms. The woman denies the existence of swarms, and her body transforms into a monster with sharp teeth. Putting a hand to his head, one of the men is speechless and says he gets it about the supplies. His companion suggests following them to get the resources, but the leader yells for him to be very careful. Just then, the creature attacks the man with its giant mouth, surprising him with a quick, unexpected attack. The soldier is terrified to see the monstrous flesh up close and can't believe what's happening. Back at the building, the protagonist tells Feng to trust him, as he was planning to jump anyway. With that, the two leap from the skyscraper toward the sea of flesh covering the entire city below. Upon feeling the duo's approach, the sea of flesh reacts, and tentacles rise from the ground to receive them. With a serious and focused look, the guy prepares for what is about to happen in that place. Then, the two land gently on the surface of the sea of flesh, which pulses as if it were alive and conscious. Immediately, the flesh transforms into huge mouths with sharp teeth, ready to devour them both. The tissue then completely envelopes them both, and they are swallowed by the mass of mimetic flesh. Inside, a powerful energy begins to pulse from the center of the mass with frightening intensity. Suddenly, the monstrous flesh seems to calm down and stops moving as aggressively as before. With that, an explosion of green energy erupts from the middle of the sea of flesh, illuminating the entire city. The green light intensifies and explodes with an overwhelming force that takes over the entire city. From within the explosion, the protagonist emerges, floating in the air, supported by energy tentacles. With a smooth movement, he then lands back on the surface of the now calmer sea of flesh. Feng watches the scene, completely shocked and unable to believe what just happened. The guy says that's enough surprises and that now it's Feng's turn, who is confused by the statement. Suddenly, the man feels a sharp pain in his body, and his expression changes to one of complete dread. He then begins to scream in pain as the same green energy that came from the guy completely envelopes him. With that, then green tentacles begin to sprout from his back in a very bizarre and frightening way. The tentacles connect with the energy of the sea of flesh and seem to take full control of his body. The energy then condenses and forms a huge green vine that begins to grow toward the sky. Feng continues to scream in agony as his body is transformed by that mysterious power. In his place, a giant, majestic tree emerges from the middle of the sea of flesh. The man's body is now completely fused to the tree's trunk as if it were a part of it. The protagonist then approaches and asks Feng how he feels now with his instincts satisfied. Feng remains in shock with vines growing on his face, still unable to say a word. The scene then shows the immense tree in the middle of the city, with the sea of flesh now calmer. With that, a hand made of roots emerges from the tree and gently touches the surface of the sea of flesh. Astonished, Feng realizes he can control it and wonders if he has become the sea of flesh itself. But Zhang Xiaoyang explains that for now, he only controls 1/5 and will need half a month for full dominion. With that, the guy stands there observing the result of his plan and his companion's new power. Confused, Feng asks about another tree, and the young man explains that each trunk increases his control. The guy says that when it's all full, he will be the sea of flesh, but warns him that the spore is his. With a serious look, he warns Feng not to think of betraying him, as he can take the power back. Feng assures him he is grateful and wouldn't be foolish enough to betray him, and the protagonist agrees with a good. Suddenly, Feng notices something strange and tells the guy that something is happening. Far away, the soldiers flee from a monster, and one of them yells he'd rather perish at the hands of insects. In that instant, one of the men stops running, and his companion yells, asking why he stopped. The two then look ahead, completely paralyzed with fear at what they see before them. On the horizon, they spot the gigantic tree that suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. Not understanding, one of them asks aloud what that enormous thing in front of them is. A loud roar echoes through the city, and the two look at each other, scared, not knowing what to do. Several flesh monsters surround them, and one of the men asks if they should keep running. But his friend points ahead and says the sea of flesh is the same as those monsters. His partner suggests running sideways, but he warns there's no time as they will be caught. Trapped at the edge of the sea of flesh, the two are cornered and look down, completely lost. A gigantic mouth emerges from the sea of flesh, and the two scream in terror, knowing they're done for. The creature charges, and one of the men pushes his friend to save him from the deadly approaching attack. Suddenly, a giant tentacle smashes the smaller monsters that were chasing the duo on the street. The larger monster that was chasing them is also hit, and is surprised by the unexpected attack. The sea of flesh then transforms into a kind of net with a very strange and complex structure. With that, all the smaller flesh monsters are thrown far away with uncontrollable force. A huge tentacle then hits the ground with a devastating impact that startles everyone present. The larger creature then becomes completely trapped in a flesh trap, unable to move. With a final cry of pain, the monster is completely swallowed by the living mass of flesh and disappears. The sea of flesh then pulses and absorbs the defeated creatures to regain its lost energy. In complete silence, the two soldiers watch the scene, unable to understand what's happening. One of them asks if they are safe, but his friend tells him to be quiet and not make a sound. Suddenly, a mysterious voice says they don't need to hide as it can see their movements. Frightened, the two yell, asking where that voice is coming from and who is speaking to them. In that instant, Feng emerges from the sea of flesh, and one of the men asks what he really is. The protagonist then appears beside them, and the soldier is startled, asking when he got there. With a smile, the young man asks how the two of them ended up in such a dangerous and strange place. The soldier explains it was because of a wave of insects, with crawlers and fierce flyers. He continues, saying there are brain insects that can enslave humans and fight as a team. The scene changes to the other group, and a woman seems thoughtful upon hearing the soldier's information. She explains there are eusocial species that acts only for the good of the collective and are dangerous. One of the men then says that now they finally understand how horrible the enemy they face is. Suddenly, a strange noise gets everyone's attention, and they wonder what's happening. With that, the group looks up and sees several people watching them from the rooftops. With frightening smiles, one of the men yells threateningly that the cannibals have arrived. With a serious expression, one of the men asks if cannibals are people who eat other people. The boy from the settlement confirms this, and says that now they will see the kind of enemy they face. The cannibal leader explains that someone from the group saw their protector going to K-City. With that, she proposes a deal to protect them in exchange for a sacrifice every few days. The boy scoffs at the idea, and the woman gives them 30 minutes to decide, or the onslaught will begin. Filled with anger, the soldier curses the enemies, saying they have no shame. Then, the group leader takes his weapon and yells for the cannibals to recognize what he's holding. But the woman mocks him and his broken weapon, asking if he's not from around there. Just then, the group of cannibals simply leaps from the roof toward the ground to attack the group. The soldiers are in complete shock, and one of them yells in disbelief that the enemies jumped from the building. With a powerful impact, the cannibals land on the ground without a scratch from the fall. One of the men comments that they jumped from several floors and realizes they are not normal people. Without hesitation, the group leader yells for his men to open fire and shoot the enemies. With that, several shots hit the cannibals dead on, but they seem unfazed by the bullets. The soldier is shocked and yells that the enemies aren't afraid of bullets and that they are in trouble. In desperation, one of the men asks what they will do now that the weapons don't work anymore. The leader then yells for his men to hold the line and retreat in an orderly and safe manner. Suddenly, one of the cannibals quickly approaches him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The enemy's arm stretches bizarrely and hits the soldier in the face with great force. With the impact of the blow, the man is stunned, and blood starts to run down his face. The cannibal leader is completely confused and wonders what's happening in the middle of the fight. Suddenly, a monster with tentacles appears, and the woman wonders what that bizarre creature is. She accuses the group of deceiving her, but one of her men warns that monster is not their protector. Fearing the new threat, the leader yells for everyone to run and flees at high speed. The settlement group watches in shock as another mysterious figure descends from the skies with a blue aura. The soldiers are also surprised, and one of them comments that another expert appeared out of nowhere. The mysterious figure then lands in front of the fleeing cannibals, and the leader asks what that is. With glowing red eyes, the man in the gas mask lets out a frightening roar at the cannibals. He then charges with incredible speed and attacks the cannibals with a powerful and precise blow. The masked man and the monster stand over the bodies of the completely defeated cannibals. The soldiers watch the scene in silence, and the leader, not understanding anything, asks what happened. The boy approaches and says wasps are tough, but humans are much more terrifying. With that, the soldier nods in agreement with the boy, seeming to have understood his message. Far away, the image of the tree appears as the protagonist thinks about the insect swarm. The guy realizes the disaster in B City is different and questions the new threats. Just then, the system updates and gives the mission to exterminate the insects, and the guy reflects on the disasters. The young man asks the soldier about his colleague's route, and he confirms the plan to go south. With a serious expression, Feng says that direction leads directly to their base. The soldier asks if they still have a base, and the guy replies that he still has things he cares about. With a smile, the protagonist looks at Feng and asks if he's right, reaffirming his answer. The man says he is now one with the sea of flesh and asks the young man to take care of his daughter, Xiaoping. Feng is worried and says it's not possible because he is too dangerous for the people at the base. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyang says his friend's nature has already started to change and he hasn't noticed. Confused, the man remains silent, trying to understand what the protagonist means by that. He realizes he feels less desire to cause harm, and the young man explains the spores provide energy and reduce his hunger. Then, the guy calls for everyone to go and reunite with the rest of the group waiting at the base. As they approach, a boy yells that Uncle Xiaoyang is back and that they fought against enemies. With that, one of the soldiers approaches the group, and the other men greet him as their boss. The leader then says that Yang Bing was right about them and is happy to see them back and well. He then asks about the rest of the group, and the man replies that they encountered monsters and the others perished. With the tragic news, all the soldiers fall silent with very sad expressions on their faces. One of the men tries to cheer him up, saying the people at the base are incredibly strong and he needs to see. Another soldier agrees, saying what they saw was insane and that the boss needs to see it with his own eyes. Far away, Feng's daughter asks if her father has become part of the Sea of Flesh forever now. The protagonist confirms but tells her not to be sad, as he still maintains his full consciousness. The young man continues, saying he found a way for him to use the power of the sea and that it's now the safest place. With that, Zhang Xiaoyang yells for everyone to pack their things as they are moving to another place. Then, a huge group of survivors starts following the guy through the deserted city streets. Suddenly, flesh monsters appear, and the young man warns everyone to be careful as it's a hunting ground. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious voice asks if they are survivors, getting everyone's attention. With that, the protagonist group comes face to face with other people who seem to be on alert and armed. One of the soldiers thinks they are normal people and questions why everyone is so tense. Suddenly, the group leader recognizes the civilians and starts shooting at them without a second thought. His companion yells and asks what he's doing, as they are just defenseless civilians like them. The boss then yells for his colleague to look again and questions if they are really normal people. With that, the soldier looks more closely at the civilians and is completely shocked by the scene. The woman transforms into a bizarre monster, and the man behind her dissolves in a horrible way. One of the soldiers then points and warns that there are many more of those creatures everywhere. Several other infected civilians appear and start walking slowly toward the group. From above, it's possible to see they are completely surrounded and have nowhere to run. The leader yells for Zhang Xiaoyang to take everyone to the Sea of Flesh and says he'll provide cover. A soldier says not to worry, but the boss warns them not to be naive and to hold the line. Another man says they are different from the cannibals, and that now their firepower will shine. The protagonist then touches the leader's shoulder and says he's the guy who shows up when needed. Just then, the guy asks everyone to stay back so they don't get caught in the crossfire. With a flare in his hand, the young man shoots it into the sky, getting someone's attention up high. The light soars high, leaving a red trail in the sky that can be seen from far away. One of the boys then asks Uncle Xiaoyang if Sister Shanchan is also coming to help them. The young man says no, explaining it's another group of powerhouses on their way to rescue them. With that, two bizarre figures appear, and the guy tells him not to go too hard and to take care of the people. With that, the infected civilians roar as they transform into bizarre monsters, ready to attack. Then, the two figures and the boy charge at the creatures without showing any fear. A chaotic battle begins, and the guy's allies fight the monsters with powerful blows. Shocked, the soldiers ask if the newcomers are also monsters, and one of them says it's incredible. Suddenly, a frightening roar gets everyone's attention, and more creatures appear out of nowhere. As expected, more mimetic flesh monsters emerge with a much more frightening appearance. One of the men warns boss Xiaoyang that more creatures are coming from that side of the street in a group. Realizing the others are busy, a man warns that they won't arrive in time to help. The vine-covered creatures roar loudly as they advance toward the group of survivors. In a panic, the survivors scream desperately, but one of them orders everyone to hold the line. Without hesitation, the monsters charge at full speed to attack the people on the street. But to everyone's surprise, the creatures simply jump over them and ignore them completely. The creatures then begin to attack the other infected monsters in a very unexpected fight. Just then, the leader understands everything and realizes they are the powerhouses the protagonist mentioned. His companion is confused by the term boss, but the soldier tells him to wait and see. The battle ends quickly and all the infected monsters are defeated and fall to the ground. A man yells to be careful as vines start to emerge from the ground and move on the street. The survivors then quickly dodge the vines that move at high speed to catch them. One of them notices the vines are heading toward the bodies of the defeated creatures. With that, the vines pierce the monsters' bodies and seem to be absorbing all of them. The body's energy is completely drained, and the vines retract back into the street's ground. The protagonist tells everyone to follow the flesh tendons and warns that they are almost there. Suddenly, one of the soldiers stops, shocked, and asks aloud what that thing in front is. In the middle of the sea of flesh, a gigantic and majestic tree has grown, impressing everyone. Feng's daughter talks about her father, and Jiang Xiaoyang tells her not to worry, as he is there. The guy then approaches the tree and yells that his friend's daughter is there to see him. With that, the sea of flesh in front of them begins to pulse and move in a very strange way. A soldier warns everyone to prepare to witness something truly insane now. From the middle of the flesh, Feng emerges with a new body, and his daughter screams in surprise at seeing him. The girl tries to get closer, but the protagonist holds her back, stopping her. With tears in her eyes, the young woman asks what happened to her father and why he is like this. The man explains that the sea of flesh is hard to control and asks no one to come any closer. The young man says they will all camp there, and the Feng can suppress his instincts if they keep their distance. The guy then says he found a place for the base in a factory he has already cleared for them. The scene changes, and a kind of green spore seems to explode with a very intense and strong energy. Elsewhere, two men are talking, and one of them comments that the planned invasions are getting worse. An old man explains that this situation usually means a flower cart is nearby. A young man with glasses is confused and asks if brother Xiaoyang hadn't already tamed one of them before. Looking at the forest, the group realizes there is more than one flower cart in that jungle. Back at the factory, the survivors begin to arrive at the new location near the Sea of Flesh and Feng. In the new base, the survivors organize themselves while Feng and the protagonist watch the progress. Suddenly, the guy's communicator starts making a strange noise, getting his attention. With that, he answers the call and listens to the message being transmitted over the radio. He explains there are problems in M City and that he needs to go back to resolve the situation there. At that moment, Xiao Shui appears, carrying some metal plates, and asks what's happening. The young man says there's a problem near the flower fields and that he'll go with Uncle Chong for now. The scene changes to the main base, where someone announces that brother Xiaoyang and Uncle Chong are back. In a meeting, one of the men brags, saying they are more than enough to handle everything. But an older man scolds him, telling him not to be arrogant, as they are only safe with Xiaoyang. The protagonist then enters the room and says his friend has been getting a big head these days. The friend stands up and says he got stronger with the flower cart rations and shows off. With a smile, the guy challenges him to go with him to the jungle and see his real power level. The scene changes to the jungle, and several plant creatures with pink flowers are on the ground. A man with glasses is proud and comments that it was just a lot of hard work to win there. The friend then asks if he wasn't just bragging, saying that he and Shanshan are stronger. Suddenly, one of the men gets a serious expression and notices something strange in the forest. He yells for Xiaoyang and points in the direction where he saw the strange thing moving. The group approaches and finds a giant tree stump that seems to have been recently cut. They continue walking through the clearing, observing the various stumps scattered around. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist and his group prepare for what's to come. With that, the protagonist wonders who's responsible for cutting down all those trees. His friend doubts it was his men, but Jiang interrupts him and asks for silence to listen. With his enhanced hearing, the guy can hear strange noises coming from far away. He then warns that there's movement up ahead and calls everyone to go check the situation. As they get closer, they find a group of men cutting down trees with chainsaws. Suddenly, one of the men is surprised by a tree falling in his direction. His companions scream desperately, warning him to be very careful with the fall. Another man yells for him to get out of the way quickly before he's crushed by the giant tree. The tree hits him and throws him to the ground as he curses and asks who did that to him. Bleeding from his nose, the man yells furiously and asks which idiot did that to him. He continues cursing, saying the person who did this will have a very horrible end. Suddenly, the man gets a look of pure panic and breaks into a cold sweat. He then begs for his life and asks for 2 more days, promising he'll recover soon. Then, the man starts screaming in pain as green vines emerge from inside his body. One of the vines hits his eye in a very bizarre and frightening way for everyone there. With that, several other vines emerge from his body, if they were plants growing from within him. The man's body falls to the ground, completely covered in vines, in front of his friends. The other workers are completely shocked and terrified by the scene they just witnessed. Filled with fear, one of the men yells for everyone not to stand around and to get back to work. Just then, the others agree, saying they are fine and can still continue working. On the ground, the vines quickly decompose and absorb the body of the man who just fell. One of the loggers then sees the protagonist group and yells that there are survivors around. With that, the men stop working and stare at the guy's group that has just arrived. Confused, one of the workers asks aloud if they are really a group of survivors. The young man's friend finds it strange and notices they seem more surprised than happy. With a smile, one of the men approaches and greets the protagonist's group friendly. The guy's friend finds their reaction weird and asks if there are more people with them. The man says they have a large settlement and invites everyone to join them. But Jiang Xiaoyong's colleague doubts it, saying their base probably isn't that great. Just then, the protagonist interrupts him, stopping him from continuing to talk to the other men. The guy makes up a story that they fought at their old base and asks if they can stay with them. The logger accepts, saying the more the merrier, and the young man nods in agreement. With a smile, the man then tells them to follow him to their group's settlement. The group then starts following the man through the forest, and he says they're almost there. The one with glasses comments that the vines are from monsters and that the base's location is dangerous. Hearing this, their guide turns his head with a very sinister and suspicious expression. But he quickly turns back and says not to worry, as they're just harmless mutant plants. He then points ahead and says the base is just past that dense foliage. They enter a narrow path, and one of them comments that the place looks like a monster's den. With a serious look, the protagonist agrees, confirming that the place is indeed a den. As they emerge from the foliage, they are faced with a bizarre and gigantic tree. His friends are completely shocked by the tree's size and comment that it's enormous. An old man asks if its size pales in comparison to the guy's plant body, and he says no. Jiang then teases his friend, telling him to show his power, but he refuses, saying he can't. Suddenly, the guide yells for his men to attack and subdue the protagonist's group. With the order, the other men quickly charge for the group to capture them. They then grab everyone from behind, and one of them asks what they're doing. The protagonist himself is grabbed by the guide, who holds him with a victorious smile. Suddenly, the friend with glasses yells for everyone to look in a specific direction, startled. The giant tree glows as a dark mass rises from the ground with several people inside it. The mass then seems to absorb the people's energy, with green vines emerging from everyone. Not understanding, the group wonders what that thing is doing to those people. From the dark mass, several zombie-like creatures begin to rise slowly. With that, the creatures point to the group and order them to submit and obey. Scared, the friend with glasses comments that the scene is making his scalp tingle. The zombies then yell that they are of the same kind and should therefore be their slaves. One of the creatures approaches and yells that they are a disgrace to the monster race. With a serious expression, the protagonist repeats the word disgrace without showing any emotion. The guide is confused and wonders what they mean by same kind and looks at Jiang. Suddenly, the man holding him starts to feel sick and covers his mouth with his hands in agony. With a cry of pain, the man is thrown far away with completely abnormal force. Just then, vines emerge from the ground and trap him in the air while Jiang Xiaoyong watches. In desperation, the guide asks what they are while being held by the vines in mid-air. On the ground, the guy's friends have already defeated all the other men without any difficulty. The protagonist then says he won't take them down, as they are also being threatened. Suddenly, plant monsters with pink flowers appear and start making strange noises. With a serious look, the young man watches the creatures slowly approaching him. Suddenly, one of the vines hits the guide hard and throws him far away with a single blow. Without hesitation, the guy's friends charge at the plant monsters in front of them. A fight breaks out, and the group attacks the creatures with strong and precise punches and kicks. The battle continues, and they show off their fighting skills against the plant monsters. Shocked, the loggers realize the group is not made of normal people and that they are stronger. One of them says that even with the advantage, the number of enemies is still too great for them. Just then, the protagonist raises his hand to the sky in a very mysterious and calm manner. Then, several black tentacles shoot out from his hand toward the monsters in front. The tentacles advance with incredible speed and hit the plant monsters dead on. Frightened, one of the men yells that they are all monsters and is terrified by the scene. The guide watches everything with wide eyes, in complete shock at the situation. Suddenly, green vines begin to emerge from inside the guide's body in a very bizarre way. The man hit by the tree starts to cough and says he's not feeling well at all. With that, the other men also begin to transform, and vines emerge from their bodies. In desperation, they yell that they can still work and beg not to be taken down. The guy's old friend warns that if this continues, none of them will survive. But Jiang Xiaoyong tells him not to worry, as everything will be resolved if he takes down the tree. With a swift move, the protagonist launches one of his tentacles toward the tree. He then uses the tentacle to propel himself into the air with incredible speed. The guy climbs the giant tree and prepares to deliver a powerful blow to it. With his tentacles, he swings and gains momentum for an even stronger attack. Just then, the young man aims for what appears to be the weak point of the gigantic, bizarre tree. He then uses his tentacle to deliver a devastating blow to the plant creature. The tentacle wraps around a branch of the tree and rips it off with surprising force. With that, the branch falls, causing a huge explosion of dust and debris on the ground. The protagonist then lands on the ground and observes the result of his attack intently. He realizes the tree is too large to be defeated quickly and that it's not worth the effort. The loggers are terrified and scream that they don't want to perish and that everyone will be lost. The The guy then calls all the infected, and one of them asks what he's doing. With that, some green veins appear on the young man's neck as if it were a disease. He then blows a green smoke toward the men who are all infected. The smoke hits them, and they start coughing, not understanding what's happening to them. The young man explains it's a bacteria that stops the spores from continuing to parasitize them. The protagonist then tells Zhang Qi to take those people away, and his friend agrees immediately. With that, the group starts leading the cured loggers away from the bizarre and dangerous tree. Just then, the zombie-like creatures yell for them to become servants, calling them a disgrace. With a small smile on his face, the guy seems to be enjoying the whole situation. Then, with his eyes glowing green, Zhang Xiaoyang lets out a very loud and intimidating roar. The guy then points at the creature and says it's foolish for challenging him in that way. He stands in front of the giant tree with a confident and very imposing posture. A powerful aura surrounds him as he talks about symbiosis and mutual domestication between them. His eyes glow intensely as he faces the creature with a very challenging look. The young man says it has talked enough, and that now it's time to do its real job. The old man asks if the voice was from the flower cart, and the guy explains about the spore's evolution. A friend asks if he won't destroy the tree, but Jiang says they will retreat for now. Then his black tentacles emerge, and the group prepares to leave the dangerous place. But the creatures yell that it's not over and promise to finish them all off next time. The scene changes to the main base, where we see a large, well-tended lettuce plantation. In a meeting, the protagonist says he will place guards in the fields to resist the attacks. One of the men then worries and asks if the other side won't be in trouble without them. But Jiang Xiaoyang calms him down, saying there's a very strong person guarding that place. The blonde friend is curious and asks if this person is stronger than them. He then challenges the newcomer, saying if they can't beat the monster, they should at least beat him. A woman calls Oldie to go with them, saying they might need his help, and he accepts. The protagonist's blonde friend has an expression of pure shock, with his mouth wide open. The group then arrives and sees Feng's tree, and Jiang Xiaoyang says that is the strength he mentioned. From the middle of the sea of flesh, Feng emerges from his rest and greets the approaching protagonist. With a smile, the guy introduces Zhang Qi, saying he wants to fight and that Feng doesn't need to hold back. Feng faces the challenger with a serious look and beckons him to combat with a fingered gesture. Suddenly, several gigantic and frightening flesh tentacles emerge from the ground and surround the man. Terrified, the young man gives up the fight, saying they are allies and don't need to hurt each other. The scene changes and the protagonist introduces He as an expert from the Agricultural Institute. The researcher and the old man greet each other happily, saying it's a pleasure to finally meet. The guy then asks if there is any way to control the insect swarm in that region. The old man explains he is an agriculture expert and that controlling the swarm would be very difficult. He continues, saying the swarm's intelligence is collective and that the queen only serves to reproduce. But the researcher interrupts, saying it's not impossible for the swarm to develop a central mind. The old man agrees with her logic and suggests they could try to capture the swarm's mother. One of the men comments that the number of insects is large and that capturing the queen would be impossible. Just then, another man comments that B City is their territory, comparing it to the jungle of S City. Suddenly, the blonde friend says he has a crazy idea to solve their problem. The protagonist is curious and asks him to share his idea, and he asks about the Trojan horse. The scene changes and we see 3 cars speeding down a completely abandoned road. The cars brake sharply in the middle of the street, kicking up dense smoke from the ground. Inside the vehicles are several red flesh creatures, and someone yells to move quickly. The men then jump into the trucks with the monsters while others ask them to wait. With that, the flesh creatures are thrown out of the vehicles and fall onto the street's asphalt. They then speed off, leaving the monsters behind, while yelling not to block the path. The creatures are left abandoned on the street while the protagonist watches everything from his safe place. The blonde friend brags, saying confidently that his plan will surely work out great. With a serious look and glowing eyes, the young man notices something and warns that they are coming. Suddenly, a giant wasp-like insect flies toward the creatures on the street floor. The friend is then frightened by the creature and asks aloud what that bizarre thing is. The guy explains it's a scout from the insect nest, and the creature flies over the entire city. With a smile on his face, the protagonist comments that the bait they used worked very well. With that, several other giant wasps appear and fly toward the bait on the city street. The men driving the cars are completely terrified by the arrival of the insects. One of them panics and says he can't take it anymore and runs off to escape that place. The friend then turns to the protagonist and asks if he's feeling okay with all of this. With his eyes glowing intensely, Zhang Xiaoyang replies that he's feeling great. The swarm of giant wasps then descends with full force upon the flesh creatures on the ground. They attack the monsters with their sharp stingers, and a battle begins in the middle of the street. Suddenly, green vines appear out of nowhere and trap the giant wasps in the air with great force. The vine squeezes the wasp with immense force, crushing it completely with a single blow. The creature makes a strange noise as it's completely crushed by the guy's green vine. One of the soldiers is impressed and says that with this strength, they wouldn't even need a plan of attack. With that, several wasps fall to the ground, and a green smoke starts to come out of their defeated bodies. The guy explains that controlling these insects is more difficult because they don't regenerate as quickly. They examine one of the insects, and the protagonist comments that the situation doesn't look good for them. But with a determined look on his face, the young man says there is still hope for them to win the fight. A single wasp flies in circles, and the protagonist group cautiously approaches it. The guy then stares at the giant insect, which seems to be looking back at him without fear. Suddenly, one of his black tentacles shoots out from his hand and hits the ground with great speed. The wasp lands on the ground, and one of the soldiers asks if their plan really worked in the end. The guy approaches and pets the insect's head, confirming that the plan worked perfectly. The old man comments that only one worked, but Jiang Xiaoyong says one is more than enough. With that, the giant wasp grabs him and starts to fly into the sky, taking the guy with it. As he flies, he comments that he now understands the fear of the people from B City regarding the insect swarm. He approaches the giant swarm and says that those creatures are truly very frightening. The scene changes to the nest, and we see several ant-like creatures walking through the cave. Hiding, some men are startled by the insects, and one of them comments that it was a close call. One of them then questions his friend's theory and worries about getting lost inside that nest. But his friend calms him down, saying the nest needs air and they can follow the flow to get out. The trio slides down a dark and steep passage inside the mysterious cave. One of them stops suddenly and remains silent, seemingly hearing or seeing something ahead. Just then, the men get looks of pure panic, and one of them points ahead, frightened. They see people being used as incubators for larvae and are disgusted by the bizarre scene. Scared, one of them warns not to look and says if they're caught, they'll meet the same tragic end. The group then starts running desperately through a large open hall of the dark cave. Suddenly, one of them points to a light at the end of the tunnel and yells that it's the exit. With smiles of relief on their faces, the men celebrate, believing they have escaped. But a strange noise gets their attention, and the group is startled and confused. A swarm of giant insects appears, and one of them yells for everyone to run as fast as possible. They run through a narrow passage, and one of them yells that victory is near and they can't fall. One of the men then celebrates again, yelling with a smile on his face that they made it out. Suddenly, one of them steps on something strange and slimy on the ground and stops running immediately. The smiles disappear, and the men get looks of shock, not understanding the situation at all. As they exit, they are met with a gigantic army of insects waiting for them outside. The creatures seem ready to attack, and one of them is mounted on another like a warhorse. With that, the swarm charges at the men, who scream in pure terror and desperation. Elsewhere, a group of survivors is on the ground with very sad and tired expressions. Suddenly, one of them is startled by a strange noise and yells that there's movement nearby. The group quickly gets up and stays on alert for the arrival of something in the dark cave. Suddenly, several people fall from the cave ceiling, and one of them screams in pain from the sharp fall. A man asks where they are, and another explains that it's the insect nest food chamber. He continues, saying with an intimidating look that they will all serve as backup food now. One of the newcomers cries and regrets running away, saying that as a worker, he would have lived. Suddenly, someone points to a man on the ground and asks what's wrong with him. The group approaches, and one of them notices they don't recognize him, and that he wasn't with them before. One of the men then approaches the guy on the ground and asks if he's alive and well. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong gets up and, with a confused look, asks if he finally made it. He then stretches and complains that the path was full of turns and that he's feeling dizzy. The guy looks around and comments that the nest is impressive and built like a maze. One of the survivors scolds him, asking how he can admire the place after being captured. The protagonist then turns to the group and asks if anyone there knows the way to the mother insect. Confused, one of the men asks what he means by that and why he wants to find the creature. With a confident smile on his face, the young man says he needs her help to solve a problem. The other men then call him an idiot, believing he has gone mad with fear and desperation. Suddenly, a loud and strange noise echoes through the cave, getting everyone's attention. Frightened, one of the men yells that the insects are coming to select their food again. Scared, the crowd stirs, and one of them complains about being pushed to the front of the group. A man then yells angrily at the protagonist, asking if he wants to become insect food. But his friend scolds him, telling him not to remind the young man, as someone will perish anyway. With a serious look, Jiang Xiaoyong says the man chose the worst possible time to go crazy. Suddenly, a giant insect appears from behind, and the protagonist turns to the creature without fear. The creature then approaches and prepares to attack the young man, who remains still and very calm. Seeing this, the other men panic and are completely terrified by the scene. But the guy surprises everyone and grabs the insect's mouth with his hand without any hesitation. Just then, a powerful energy comes out of his hand, and he starts to crush the creature with great force. Shocked, the other prisoners yell and ask what just happened in front of them. One of the men then asks if the newcomer took down the insect, and if he managed to get in with a weapon. Another agrees, saying it must be a weapon, but one of them comments he saw nothing in his hands. The protagonist then turns and asks the group if they will go with him or if they'd rather stay there. Frightened, the man who confronted him says he'll go along and that he knows some escape tunnels. With that, the other survivors also yell and say they will go with him to get out of that place. Everyone raises their hands and agrees it's better to take a risk than to perish there without a chance. With a small smile on his face, the young man seems satisfied with the prisoner's decision, but suddenly a strange noise echoes and more giant insects start to approach them. The men get scared again and watch the creatures coming toward them quickly. But behind the protagonist, they see a huge pile of insects that have all been defeated. In a panic, one of them yells that the guy can't beat so many enemies and that he doesn't want to perish there. One of the insects then charges at the young man, who remains still without moving. The survivors watch the whole scene in silence and are speechless with what they see. The young man easily defeats the insects surrounding him with a frightening calmness. Without hesitation, he grabs another creature and splits it in half with his bare hands in a single blow. He then throws the insect's head far away with completely superhuman strength. One of the men says this is crazy, as the guy took down an entire squad by himself. The protagonist then points to a tunnel and says the mother insect must be in that direction. A survivor agrees, and with that, Zhang Xiaoyong tells everyone to keep moving forward. Upon reaching another hall, the guy wonders if he found what he was looking for inside. A giant green insect appears, and a man asks if that is the mother of the insect swarm. But the young man corrects him, saying that creature is actually called the antenna insect, and is not the mother. He tells the man to look at the creature's tail, which looks like two large antennae. The guy explains he's seen it before, and that the creature uses its tail to control the entire swarm. The companion understands, and Zhang warns not to alarm it, or more insects will come after them. But he ignores the warning and gets closer as the man yells, asking what he's doing. Just then, green tentacles emerge from his hand, and the survivor is startled by the bizarre power. Seeing the energy, the antenna insect becomes alert and seems to prepare for a big battle. Without wasting time, the energy tentacles quickly advance toward the giant creature. The power hits the insect dead on and traps it as the creature lets out a very loud cry of pain. Frightened, one of the men covers his mouth and wonders if the protagonist is even human. Suddenly, a noise from the tunnel gets one of the men's attention, and he becomes very terrified. He soon yells that the antenna insect was attacked and that more creatures are coming to protect it. A hole opens up in the ceiling, and one of the men yells, warning that something is happening up there. With that, the protagonist uses his tentacles to grab the man who confronted him earlier. He then uses a large tentacle to lift everyone off the ground and escape the insect's attack. Shocked, the men realize the attack missed them and are relieved by the situation. Then, the green energy charges toward the insects coming through the large hole. The power hits one of the creatures dead on, stopping it from continuing to advance toward them. With that, the energy surrounds the entire swarm and traps the insects in the air with incredible force. Frightened, the survivors wonder who the real monster is in that dark cave. But with his eyes glowing green, the young man seems very calm and focused on the battle ahead. The creature then begins to writhe in pain, seemingly being controlled by the guy. Just then, the antenna insect falls to the ground, and one of the men asks if the creature finally perished. The protagonist comments that using mutation spores to control individuals is very difficult. However, with a smile, he says he has finally located the true mother of the swarm. Then green energy tentacles explode from his back with very impressive force. The men are startled by the power and yell for him to be careful with what he's doing. But Jiang Xiaoyan already charges forward and attacks one of the insects with a powerful and precise punch. The other creatures watch the scene and seem not to understand what's happening in the nest. Then, his energy tentacles approach the swarm and prepare for the big attack. The power hits the insects with full force, trapping them in the air with surprising and lethal speed. The scene changes, and we see several thick green spikes blocking the passage to another hall. With that, the attacked insect lets out a very loud cry of pain as it is controlled. The other insects in the swarm then fall to the ground, seeming to be completely out of energy. The scene then changes to outside the nest, and we see the swarm of wasps flying through the city. But suddenly, the cave falls into a deep silence, and one of the tunnels glows blue. The guy explains that he loosened the hive and absorbed a large amount of energy from the insects. He then approaches and says that now that the process is complete, he can finally find her. With a stomp on the ground, he yells that he's going to meet her face to face. An explosion happens. The ground cracks and a large crater opens up beneath his feet with great violence. Everyone then falls through the hole, and the protagonist yells as he descends to the lower floor. After the fall, the young man stands still and observes the new location with a very serious expression. Frightened, one of the men looks around and is speechless at what he's seeing in front of him. The group then gathers, and one of them asks aloud where the mother of the insects is. Looking down, the protagonist replies that the creature is right under their feet. With that, the ground beneath the guy begins to glow and crack in a very mysterious and bizarre way. The ground starts to tremble, and something gigantic begins to emerge from the darkness of the subsoil. The protagonist then looks up with a serious look and prepares for what's to come. Suddenly, a giant insect-like creature appears and faces the young man with anger. With that, the creature lets out a deafening roar that echoes throughout the dark cave of the nest. Then, a gigantic swarm of insects appears and surrounds the creature that seems to be the mother of all. Terrified, one of the survivors yells that, as expected, the insects are endless and they're going to perish. Suddenly, the ground beneath the survivors begins to crack and glow with a yellow light. With that, a large explosion throws everyone into the air, and they scream in pure desperation. But green vines emerge and create a cage to protect the group from the insects' attack. The protagonist tells them to stay in the pit, and one of them agrees with the guy's decision. Just then, a horde of giant insects charges at the young man who is all alone. With his hand glowing green, Jiang Xiaoyan prepares to fight against all the enemies. Then, blue tentacles emerge from the ground and trap the insects that were running to attack him. Suddenly, the mother insect fires a white energy beam toward the guy with full force. With his eyes glowing, he notices the attack and prepares to dodge the deadly blow. The young man then dodges with speed, and the beam narrowly misses him. The attack hits other creatures with purple and blue bodies that were further back in the hall. With that, several other beams are fired, and the guy dodges them all with agility. He then slams his hand on the ground with force, creating a new, very powerful shockwave. The protagonist says he has already destroyed the nest, and that finishing off the offspring won't be difficult. Then, with a kick, he launches a purple energy beam at some small creatures on the ground. The energy advances and hits the small purple insects with devastating and precise power. The blow then destroys all the creatures with a single explosion of pure energy. In the cage, the men celebrate, saying they were saved by the protagonist once again. Filled with anger, the mother insect lets out another very loud roar that echoes throughout the cave. The young man then faces the giant creature and prepares for the final battle against it. The guy tells the creature to stop yelling and says he's not really trying to take it down. Then, several black tentacles emerge from his body and go toward the queen of the insects. With that, the tentacles wrap around the giant creature, trapping it with incredible force. The tentacles then pierce the queen's shell with great ease, immobilizing her. The creature then lets out a roar of pain and fury as it is subdued by the young guy. He threatens her, saying the vines have already pierced her brain and he can take her down if she reacts. The young man thinks that there is only one queen and that if she perishes, all his effort will have been in vain. But suddenly, he notices something and gets a surprised expression on his face. The queen submits to his threat, and he realizes she has very high intelligence. 2 missions are completed, and he earns 700 points, totaling 961. He then decides to control the creature and opens the system store to spend his new points. The guy decides to buy ability awakening boxes and refreshes the store several times. After spending his points, he decides to open all the boxes he got, spending another 300. With that, he gets several new abilities like physical overload and bioelectricity. Happy, he realizes that with the level 2 enslavement mark, the number of servants has doubled to 2. The young man then tells the queen that she's lucky and that he will make her reach the top of the world. With that, the enslavement mark is activated and the giant creature is now under his control. The scene changes to a warehouse where a group of people is mocking 2 others on the roof. A woman then praises her partner, saying his trick worked on the idiots there. A man on the roof then yells in anger, asking if they think they can win with numbers. But one of the men licks his lips and tells the woman he's going to make her feel like a goddess. Suddenly, the man is hit by a black blur and gets a shocked expression on his face. The woman then appears and challenges him, saying she wants to see how a mangy dog will make her feel divine. The leader asks if they saw how the guy moved, but his friends say it was too fast. With that, the woman charges at high speed, and the men are startled by her agility and strength. She then takes down several men with quick blows, and her sword falls to the ground with a clang. In the blink of an eye, the woman places her sword at the leader's neck, who is terrified. She taunts him, asking how one becomes a god, and the man apologizes for what he said. Frightened, he asks how they are so strong and what they have so much power. Her partner then says not to be afraid, as the only ones stronger than them are some other guys. Confused, the henchmen look back, wondering who the man is talking about. One of them then hears a strange noise and sees small insects flying in the sky toward them. The couple also notices the insects and gets serious and worried expressions. Shocked, all the men look at the sky and notice the arrival of something very dangerous and bizarre. Suddenly, a gigantic swarm of insects appears and covers the entire city sky with its presence. One of the men screams in terror, warning that the creatures are also on the ground and coming fast. With that, several giant insects start crawling on the ground and approach the group of men. The woman then yells at her partner, telling him to get back to higher, safer ground. With an incredible leap, she uses her ability to get back to the top of the warehouse roof. In a panic, the men run desperately to escape the swarm of insects chasing them. The insects advance, and the men scream desperately as they are completely swallowed by the swarm. Inside a building, the couple hides, and the man asks what's happening outside. From the top of a building, a voice yells that something is very wrong upon seeing the devastated city. 2 men observe the scene, and one of them yells in a panic about the gigantic swarm of insects. Through binoculars, they see the insects flying and realize they have no chance of survival. With that, one of them remembers that Jiang Xiaoyang went to take care of the nest and wonders if he failed. On a roof, a group of survivors hears a noise and wonders what it could be. Then, giant flesh tentacles emerge, and a man says the sea of flesh will protect them. The insects avoid the tentacles, and the survivors feel safe being protected by a monster. Suddenly, one of the men yells and warns everyone to be careful as something big is approaching. A giant creature descends from the sky, and everyone prepares for the fight, but someone asks them to wait. On top of the giant insect is the protagonist, and one of the men recognizes him immediately and yells his name. The controlled creature then lands on the ground in front of all the shocked survivors. The young man then gets off the insect, and all the other survivors greet him, very relieved. With that, a woman approaches and asks the guy what the current situation in the city is. He replies that everything went well, but that there's a group of survivors that needs to be taken in. The young woman is worried about food, but the guy says the fields are growing and there's enough. With a smile, he says that soon the entire city will become their farmland and smiles. Elsewhere, a doctor says a man is recovering, and he celebrates being free from the monster. But suddenly, the man points to the sky and screams in fear about a giant insect flying there. From a distance, the survivors see the insects flying, and someone yells for everyone to be careful. With that, a group runs desperately to close the gate and protect themselves from the approaching threat. But to everyone's surprise, the insects fly right past the plantations and head in another direction. In the sky, the gigantic swarm moves in an organized manner, seeming to follow a very specific command. The doctor smiles in relief, saying that Jiang Xiaoyang's plan worked perfectly as he expected. The scene then changes, and we see a group of strange zombies walking slowly through a dark forest. Suddenly, one of them seems to sense something and gets a surprised look on its bizarre face. Then, the protagonist appears, riding his giant insect and leading the swarm to the new location. With a serious look, the young man faces the zombies and tells the entire swarm to listen to his command. He then yells that it's time to eat, and all the creatures charge forward for the big attack. With that, the giant insects descend and begin to attack the zombies with impressive ferocity. The zombies look up and see the swarm descending with incredible speed for the takedown. The swarm then covers the zombies like a wave and begins to devour them without any mercy. The creatures charge forward and destroy everything in their path with devastating force. After the attack, a large tree-like creature stands in the middle of the clearing. The creature then asks aloud what the young man wants with them, and why he suddenly attacked them. The guy replies that he wants to tame them and make them a symbiotic organism within his flower cart. But the creature refuses, saying it's impossible because he is the ruler of the jungle and the other is a loser. The young man then faces him with his eyes glowing green and tells him to understand one thing now. With a beam of energy, he says that now the real loser of the competition is the creature. With that, the swarm of smaller insects advances and surrounds the tree-shaped creature on the ground. The guy's blow then hits the target dead on, causing a large explosion of dust and energy. The protagonist says he has already cut its trunk and that he will rip it out completely if it doesn't surrender. With that, the creature begins to writhe, and its roots emerge from a stone well with force. It then lets out an intense glow and launches a small green seed toward the guy. With a command, Zhang Xiaoyang orders the two to merge and become one single organism now. The seed and the creature then unite in a fusion of bright and very powerful green energy. His eyes glow, and he receives a notification that he has completed missions and earned new points. The scene changes, and we see the group of survivors waiting, and one of them asks if everything is okay. Suddenly, they see the swarm returning, and a man celebrates, saying the guy succeeded. The protagonist then descends from the skies, riding his giant insect, and approaches everyone. After landing on the ground, the doctor approaches and asks if he defeated the giant plant in the forest. The young man smiles and replies that the creature has become a part of him, leaving the doctor very confused. With his eyes glowing green, he prepares to explain what he meant by that. Suddenly, a giant plant emerges from the ground and lifts him into the air with impressive speed. Frightened, everyone watches as he says his energy has tripled with the newly acquired power. He then declares that all plant life in S-City is now under his total and absolute control. The scene changes to Coastal City H, where people are celebrating a large fish harvest. The fishermen celebrate the abundance and wonder why there are so many fish on that rainy day. But suddenly, they hear a strange sound coming from the sky and are confused by the situation. A young man yells and asks his friend what's making all that noise outside. Suddenly, a gigantic wave approaches and a man screams in shock at what he's seeing. With that, the guy yells for everyone to go back and get inside the building as fast as they can. The fishermen worry about the fish, but he tells them to drop everything and run to survive. In desperation, everyone runs to escape the giant wave that threatens to destroy everything in its path. One of the fishermen, however, decides to grab a net full of fish and tries to escape with it. The wave hits him head-on, and he complains about his bad luck as he is swallowed by the sea water. Then, strange flying fish appear and attack a man with surprising and lethal speed. With that, the giant wave swallows all the floating platforms with devastating force. The water fills with bodies and debris as the storm continues with great intensity. A survivor then realizes that the large number of fish was a sign of the coming danger. Underwater, a man yells to get the bodies out and burn them as quickly as possible. Two survivors lament that the platform was destroyed and wonder what they will do now. The scene changes and we see that at the protagonist's base, it's raining very heavily and non-stop. A man smokes and comments that if the rain continues, the neighboring lands will soon be flooded. The doctor replies that the crops adapt well, but production might drop if the rain doesn't stop. With a serious expression, Zhang Xiaoyang seems to feel something strange and becomes alert. His friend then notices his reaction and asks the guy what's happening to him. But the young man just puts a finger to his lips and asks him to be silent for a moment. He then crouches down and puts his ear to the ground to try and hear something more clearly. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he perceives the sound of something approaching quickly. With that, he stands up and yells to call everyone from the neighboring city to the fortress immediately. He then runs outside, telling people to drop their things and hurry to the base. One of the men questions him, asking if there's an enemy that not even they can handle out there. From the top of a building, a person yells, warning that a great flood is coming their way. Everyone then runs desperately to protect themselves from the water that is advancing with great speed. Shocked, the men look at the flood and are speechless at what they are seeing in front of them. They then realize the flood is coming directly from the sea, with fish and everything else. One of them says the water is already high and wonders if the outer wall will hold. But suddenly the protagonist is enveloped in a green aura, and everyone wonders what he's going to do. With his eyes glowing intensely, he concentrates to use his power and protect everyone. The people scream in terror at the giant wave that is about to hit their fortress. Then, thick black tentacles emerge from the ground and advance toward the great flood. With that, the vines intertwine and create a protective barrier against the force of the advancing water. The barrier then closes completely, forming a protective circle around the fortress. The giant wave then crashes into the vine barrier, which efficiently absorbs the impact. Someone celebrates because it worked, and the force of the water was completely dispersed by the barrier. The scene changes, and we see the debris of the coastal city being carried away by the strong current. The wave advances and destroys everything in its path with a devastating and uncontrolled force. Relieved, the survivors comment that if it weren't for the boss, they all would have perished in the flood. A man worries about the ruined land, but another says their boss must have a plan. But the protagonist is thoughtful and wonders what caused that massive flood. He then receives a notification and sees that a new, unknown disaster has been added to the list. Meanwhile, someone makes a radio call and seems to be receiving orders from the guy. Elsewhere, a group runs and is told not to worry as the fields adapt on their own. The flood then hits the other base with impressive and brutal force and speed. The field plants then adapt to the water and grow even with the flood around them. The sea of flesh then absorbs the water's force, protecting the city from an even greater disaster. The protagonist ends his radio call and says he understood everything perfectly to his group. He then receives a report and discovers that the factory and the insect nest were damaged. But he says it's not a big problem, as the swarm will recover with the queen still alive. His friend warns that the salt water might take 1 or 2 years for the soil to fully recover. But the guy says the grain reserve is enough for 2 or 3 years for all of them. He then says the most urgent thing is to find out what's happening with the flood. Far away, survivors on a roof see the calm water and wonder if the place is safe. One of them suggests the deceased may have turned into water gulls waiting beneath the surface. His friend says he heard strange noises in the water during the night and that something is wrong. With that, he gets up and approaches the edge of the roof to show something very bizarre. He then points to the water and tells everyone to look closely at the sea's surface. He explains that for such a calm surface, there isn't a single body floating in the water. One of the men says they can't stay there and that a sea monster would finish them all off. Suddenly, a voice yells, asking if anyone on the other side can hear him clearly. The voice comes from another building and warns that if a sea demon comes, they will all perish soon. They wonder what to do, and one of them says the only way to survive is to fight against everything. With that, they tie a man with ropes, and he asks to be pulled back if he finds anything. The volunteer then takes a deep breath and bravely jumps from the roof straight into the cold water. He then dives into the water and starts to investigate what's beneath the surface. Underwater, the guy swims cautiously, looking for any sign of danger nearby. Suddenly, he spots several strange creatures with glowing eyes in the darkness of the sea. The aquatic zombies then approach him with incredible and very threatening speed. Terrified, the diver is shocked to realize the number of enemies surrounding him. The creatures then surround him from all sides and prepare for the final attack against him. With that, the guy returns to the surface and lets out a scream of pure desperation and fear. His friend sees him and asks what happened down there and how the situation in the water is now. In desperation, he yells and asks his friends to pull him up as quickly as possible. But the water ghouls grab him from below, preventing him from returning to the safe roof. He then struggles and coughs as the creatures try to drown him with great force and violence. The friend complains that he's too heavy and says the water ghouls are very strong. Underwater, we see several zombies pulling the man in a spear to the bottom of the sea. The man is then dragged into the depths by a horde of bizarre and hungry creatures. Underwater, the man screams in agony as the water around him turns completely red. On top of the building, his friends try to pull the rope with all their might but feel a strong tug. Suddenly, the rope goes slack, and one of them realizes it's over for their friend who went to investigate. Just then, one of the survivors points to the distance and yells for everyone to look at the water. There, they see their companion's body floating lifelessly in front of the building where they are sheltered. In a panic, one of the guys yells that he doesn't want to be drowned or have his organs ripped out by monsters. On another roof, a different group watches the scene and says there's no way to save those people. But suddenly, one of them looks at the sky and warns that something is flying toward them. They realize they are insects and that they must be huge to be seen from so far away. In the other building, the survivors panic as they are surrounded by aquatic and aerial monsters. The sea creatures then approach the buildings, and the men yell that the monsters have arrived. One of the survivors panics and warns everyone that one of the monsters is already right there. With that, the aquatic creatures emerge from the water, and one of them yells for everyone to grab their weapons. The monsters then start climbing the building, using the windows to reach the survivors. In desperation, they run inside the building and try to hold the hallway to protect themselves. Watching from a distance, the other group comments that those guys must all be gone by now. Inside the building, the men run as fast as they can to try and escape the creatures. They realize time is running out when they see a monster already waiting on the stairs. The creature then lets out a frightening scream and charges at the terrified group. Bravely, one of the men stops running and turns to face the monster with a crowbar. He manages to close the door, and the monster is trapped outside for a moment. With all his strength, the guy uses the crowbar to lock the door and prevent the creature from entering. Panting, he celebrates managing to close the door in time and feels relieved for a moment. His friends approach and are also relieved, but the danger is not over for them yet. But suddenly, 2 claws pierce through his body, and the man starts to cough from the pain. The monsters on the other side start banging on the door with great force as he falls to the ground, injured. One of his companions then yells for everyone to move and pushes a table to barricade the door. With that, the table is pushed against the door, crushing the body of the man who is attacked by the claws. In desperation, the survivors push the table with all their might to try and hold back the monsters. One of them yells that his hand is numb from the incredible force the creatures are exerting. Suddenly, the injured man on the table releases a red aura and prepares for something. The aura then hits all the survivors and they clutch their heads, feeling an intense pain. With the force of the energy wave, all the men are thrown far away with great violence in the room. Lying on the floor, one of the survivors sees the creatures invading and prepares for the worst. The last two survivors manage to escape and lock the door from the outside to save themselves. One of them says the door won't hold them, and the other suggests jumping into the water to escape. His friend is terrified by the idea, knowing there are water gulls waiting for them down there. He says they're going to perish anyway and that he'd rather fight, but the other wants to risk the jump. In the end, they decide to jump together and run to the edge of the roof for the final big leap. Without a second thought, the two men bravely jump from the building straight into the water below. As soon as they hit the water, they are immediately surrounded by the small aquatic creatures. With that, they start swimming desperately to escape the water gulls chasing them. One of them then decides to fight and turns to face the monsters with a punch right in the face. But suddenly, a horde of larger and stronger aquatic zombies appears to attack the two. Just then, one of the guys manages to reach the surface and takes a deep breath to catch his breath. He then turns and yells at the monsters that he was on the swim team, and that they won't catch him. With surprising confidence, the man starts swimming quickly away from the burning building. On top of the building, the other creatures display the body of one of the survivors on a sharp spear. The monsters then jump from the building and dive into the water to pursue the fast swimmer. From the other roof, the group of survivors yells for him to go faster as the monsters have caught up. Underwater, a horde of creatures with spears charges with impressive speed. The observers then comment that it's over for him and that all his struggle was in vain. But the swimmer refuses to give up, saying he won't drown because he's an experienced athlete. Suddenly, a giant monster leaps out of the water and prepares for the final attack against the guy. Just then, something cuts through the sky and water with incredible speed, and the group wonders what it is. The object then hits the water with a huge impact right next to the frightened swimmer. To everyone's surprise, a giant insect emerges from the water and attacks the aquatic monsters with full force. The group on the roof realizes the flying insects are fighting against the sea creatures. Underwater, the insect creates a whirlpool and pulls the swimmer to the surface to save him. With that, the giant insect attacks one of the spear-wielding monsters and defeats it with a powerful blow. The scene then returns to the protagonist's base, where the floodwater has receded significantly. With his eyes glowing green, Jiang Xiaoyong concentrates and asks what's happening. Beside the doctor, his giant insect says that, as he thought more orders are coming in now. Far away, a group of people navigates the flooded city streets in a small inflatable boat. A young man complains about not flying, and the guy explains the insects are wild and might attack. The boy scoffs, saying there's nothing to fear because those creatures can't hurt him. With that, the protagonist slaps him and says his fear is that the guy will hurt his insects. Suddenly, the young man yells that they are surrounded, leaving the protagonist very confused. They spot a raft where a group of survivors is fighting against the aquatic monsters. One of the creatures manages to grab a woman on the raft, and she lets out a scream of pure panic. An older man screams desperately for someone to hold her before she gets pulled under. But it's too late, and the young woman is dragged to the bottom of the sea as the man screams her name. Underwater, the woman is completely surrounded by a horde of hungry and bizarre zombies. On the raft, the man continues to scream the young woman's name in complete desperation and hopelessness. A friend holds him and asks for calm, but he says he'd rather go down with his daughter. Suddenly, a woman on the raft hears a strange noise and wonders what it could be. She then spots the protagonist's boat approaching and celebrates the arrival of other survivors. With that, everyone on the raft starts waving and screaming desperately for help. In the boat, the young man hears the screams, and Jiang Xiaoyong decides to go over and check the situation. The woman in the boat is shocked to see the people on the raft and asks what those things are. The protagonist explains he has seen these creatures before and that there's an even tougher monster to deal with. With that, his friend grabs a weapon and says he'll take care of the zombies, and the guy agrees with the plan. On the raft, the survivors see the weapons and celebrate because now they are finally safe. The group from the boat then stands up and starts shooting at the aquatic monsters with great precision. The shots hit the creatures dead on, and several zombies are defeated by the headshots. The young woman's father then yells and begs them to save his daughter, who is taken by the monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong watches the man kneel and desperately plead for his daughter's life. Underwater, the young woman is dragged to the bottom by a horde of zombies with glowing eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist takes off his jacket and prepares to jump into the water to rescue the young woman. He then dives in with full force, and one of the men on the raft is amazed by the guy's courage. The father's friend blames him, saying the guy will perish because of his desperate plea for help. Surrounded by zombies underwater, the protagonist raises his hands and prepares for the attack. The creatures grab him from all sides, but he seems very calm about the dangerous situation. With a serious look and his eye glowing intensely, he concentrates to use his new power. Just then, a giant pillar of ice emerges and impales several zombies with impressive and lethal force. The water then starts to spin, creating a whirlpool that destroys all the creatures around it. On the surface, the water churns violently, and the survivors wonder what's happening. The young woman's father is shocked and wonders what happened down there with the guy and the monsters. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong emerges from the water on a pillar of ice, bringing the unconscious young woman with him. He lands on the raft, and the father runs to hug his daughter, who is saved by the brave guy. With tears in his eyes, the father hugs his daughter and emotionally yells her name, glad to have her back. With that, the protagonist lands on the raft, and the other survivors are shocked by his appearance. One of the men asks how he saved the girl and escaped unscathed from so many aquatic monsters. But a woman corrects him, saying he did much more than just get out without a scratch. They then realize that all the surrounding water gulls were completely defeated by the guy. The protagonist tells them to hurry and save the young woman before she suffers brain damage. With that, they begin first aid, and one of them suggests giving the girl mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Suddenly, the young woman coughs hard and starts to spit out all the water she swallowed while drowning. Her father cries with happiness and is thankful that she's alive and well after all the great danger. He then kneels in front of the guy, calls him a benefactor, and thanks him for saving his daughter. The young man then asks who they are, and his friend explains they came from M City to investigate. One of the survivors praises his skills and asks him to use his boat to tow the raft. But the woman warns that if there are water gulls, the sea monsters must appear at any moment. The protagonist hears the words sea monsters and remembers a vision he had with his insects. Suddenly, he turns his head to the side and seems to sense something strange approaching in the water. He then points to the horizon and asks if those things are the monsters they mentioned. From a distance, several creatures with gigantic fins rapidly advance toward them. One of the monsters then leaps from the water, revealing its bizarre and very threatening form to the group. The survivors scream in panic, warning everyone to be careful as the creatures arrive. With that, a wave of sea monsters charges at the raft for the big attack. One of the survivors yells for everyone to get to the boat because if they don't leave soon, it will be too late. But another man complains that there's no room for everyone, and a young woman cries, afraid of being abandoned. Very calmly, the protagonist asks what the reason for the panic is and tells them to just fight back. The man then explains that they are aquatic creatures, much more agile than the water gulls. With that, one of the sea monsters leaps from the water with a spear in hand, ready for combat. However, Jiang Xiaoyang manages to grab the creature's spear with surprising speed. The monster is completely shocked to see its attack stop so easily. Effortlessly, the guy dodges the blow and prepares to counter-attack the creature. He then grabs the creature's neck with one hand and lifts it into the air without any difficulty. With a look of superiority, the protagonist holds the terrified monster by its neck. The guy then throws the defeated creature's body back into the water very calmly. Shocked, the survivors wonder what happened and if he broke the monster's neck. Suddenly, one of the creatures charges toward the protagonist's young friend. The boy yells that those monsters are much faster than the cannibals from the suburbs. Jiang Xiaoyang explains that they live in the water, so it's obvious they are much faster. At that moment, one of the survivors yells, warning there's a monster right behind the protagonist. The creature then grabs him from behind and pulls him into the water in an instant. The young man yells his friend's name in despair upon seeing him being dragged to the bottom of the sea. The other survivors lose hope, saying it's over for all of them in that place. Underwater, Jiang Xiaoyang is surrounded by several sea monsters, ready for the attack. With that, the creatures surround him and attack him with their spears from all sides at once. But the monsters are confused when they realize their weapons can't pierce the guy's skin. Then a green aura emerges from the protagonist's body, and his eyes glow with an intense energy. The energy then manifests as vines that repel the monsters, pushing them away with force. With a smile, he asks if they know the cruelest way to deal with fish in the water. Just then, the guy releases a high-voltage current that spreads throughout the water around him. The electricity then hits all the monsters dead on, defeating them with a single powerful blow. On the surface, the survivors wonder why everything has suddenly become so quiet. Suddenly, one of the men points to the water and yells that something is rising to the surface. To their surprise, the body of a sea monster appears, floating, completely defeated. Soon after, several other creature bodies begin to float on the water's surface. In the boat, the young man's friend says if they found him, there's no way they could perish. Then, something giant and green emerges from the water right in front of the raft, startling everyone. It was Jiang Xiaoyang who emerges on top of a giant plant with tentacles coming out of his back. He then absorbs the tentacles back into his body with a very calm and serene expression. Completely shocked, one of the survivors asks what he is and if he is a human being. The guy then says that if they want to live, they must go with him to the center of H City now. But the young woman's father says they barely escaped from there and were heading inland. The protagonist warns that in their current condition, they wouldn't survive inland at all. His friend then explains that the monsters inland are just as dangerous as those from the sea. Shocked, the survivors on the raft are terrified by the news of so many different dangers. But the protagonist says it's okay and that keeping them safe will be a very easy task. Meanwhile, in another building, a group of survivors watches something in the water with great fear. They realize the sea creatures don't seem to have any plans to leave anytime soon. One of them tries to calm the group, but another says they are trapped and can't leave the building. His friend agrees, saying that without supplies, they will eventually starve to death, trapped there. Suddenly, one of the guys points to the horizon and warns that there are other survivors nearby. Far away, they spot the protagonist's boat and raft approaching them. With a determined look, Jiang Xiaoyang announces that they have finally reached their final destination. The young man beside him observes the huge building and says it's the building right ahead of them. From the top of the building, the men scream desperately, telling them not to approach the location. The guy then explains that the creatures are strong in the water, but lose their strength out of it. With that, the survivor from the raft says the higher they go, the safer they'll be. The protagonist then suggests forcing the monsters out of the water, but the man doesn't understand how. In the building, the men get annoyed and wonder if the approaching group can't hear them shouting. Suddenly, one of them points to the water and yells for everyone to look toward the boat now. The sea monsters then start swimming quickly toward the protagonist's group. Zhang Xiaowang tells his group to stop the boat as he doesn't want any friendly fire. Curious, the young man asks his uncle what he's planning to do to handle all of this. The guy then turns his back and says he's going to do something as he prepares for the fight. With a smile and his eyes glowing intensely, he says what he's about to do isn't very ethical. With that, the guy launches in the sky like a rocket, surprising everyone with his speed. He then flies with full force toward the huge building where the other survivors are trapped. Next, he starts running on the water's surface at an impressive speed. Just then, the protagonist uses one of his plants to swing himself and reach his destination even faster. The plant then dives into the water and spreads its roots throughout the area around the building. The sea monsters stop swimming and are confused by the strange movement in the water. The guy then concentrates and starts to accumulate a large amount of electricity in his body. He releases all the accumulated energy at once, electrocuting the water with his bioelectricity. The creatures then feel the shock and begin to suffer from the large electrical discharge in the water. With that, all the sea monsters are hit dead on and are paralyzed by the attack. One of the monsters then roars and points to the building, ordering all the others to climb up there. With the new order, the creatures begin to climb the building's walls to reach the top. As soon as they are out of the water, the monsters step onto the roof, which was previously flooded by the guy. Jiang Xiaoyang says that out of the water, they are just fish on a cutting board and nothing more. Suddenly, one of the men on the raft points to the sky, yells that the insects are back. A black cloud of giant insects then appears and advances toward the building and the monsters. The sea creatures look at the sky and roar in defiance at the approaching swarm. With his flying insects around him, the protagonist smiles and announces that it's time for the big dinner. The swarm of insects then charges with full force and prepares for the final attack against the creatures. The giant insects attack the sea monsters without mercy, completely dominating them on the roof. One of the wasps bites a creature's head with force, showing its superiority in combat. Watching the scene, one of the survivors wonders if the guy is really on their side. Meanwhile, the protagonist group finally arrives at the building, where the others are trapped. With a jump, Zhang Xiaoyang lands on the roof, surprising the men with his sudden arrival. Frightened, the survivors stare at him with fear and suspicion, not knowing what to expect. He then raises his hand and tells them to calm down, as he is not a real monster. But one of the men points to the sky and asks about the cloud of insects flying there. With a gesture, the guy shows that he controls the swarm of insects with the palm of his hand. He then sends the insects away, and the cloud of creatures moves away from the building and disappears. With everything calmer, Jiang Xiaoyang asks what exactly is happening in that place. One of the men begins to explain that a huge tsunami destroyed their peaceful lives. He says that a large number of people perished instantly with the arrival of the flood. At first, they waited for rescue, but no one appeared and communications were cut off. The lack of food became a threat, and many tried to flee inland with boats. But they encountered water gulls and sea monsters, and were all taken down on the way. The man then asks if the monsters and the gulls are connected, and the guy confirms it. He explains that the water gulls are created by the sea monsters from the deceased. Scared, he says the monsters dissect living people to turn them into gulls. Jiang Xiaoyang comments with a smile that these habits resemble those of wild animals. The young woman's father then says that with his strength, Jiang Xiaoyang could destroy the monster's nest. Confused, the protagonist asks what these so-called sea creature nests are. The man then begins to explain how the bizarre habits of those monsters work. He says that when the prey is small, they eliminate it, but if it's large, they take it to the farm. With a serious look, the survivor confirms the existence of these terrible monster farms. He explains that they are on small islands not far from the coast for easy access. This way they can use their victims at any time, always keeping them nearby. Just then, the scene changes to one of these islands, where several humans are tied up on the ground. Hiding in the bushes, a young man watches the prisoner's situation very attentively. Suddenly, he sees an acquaintance and calls him in a low voice so as not to alert the nearby monsters. With a sharp stone, the guy manages to cut the ropes that bind his friend's hands. He hands over the stone and tells everyone to free themselves while he prepares the boat for their escape. The young man states with certainty that the plan will work because someone has already managed to escape. He then asks for silence and runs toward the beach to reach the anchored fishing boat. His footprints are marked in the sand as he hurries to ensure everyone's escape. The boy manages to reach the boat and climbs aboard, preparing to start the great escape. But suddenly, his face fills with panic as he realizes something terrible is happening to him. A spear then pierces through his body, and the young man looks down in complete shock and despair. Behind him, a sea monster with glowing eyes stares at him with a threatening and cruel look. Back on the beach, the prisoner complains that the stone isn't sharp enough to cut the rope. Seeing the scene, a woman screams in panic and despair at what has happened. One of the prisoners asks her not to scream, as it will attract the monster's attention. But it's too late, and he realizes they've all been discovered by the sea creatures. Suddenly, one of the monsters throws the defeated young man's body on the ground right in front of them. With that, a horde of sea creatures charges at the defenseless prisoners. In desperation, the humans try to run and escape, but the monsters are much faster than them. One of the spears hits a man and a woman at the same time, defeating them with a single accurate blow. One of the creatures then prepares to attack the next prisoner with its sharp blade. The monster hits the man who tried to silence the woman with a fatal blow to his chest. On the beach, the sea creatures eliminate all the prisoners without any mercy or hesitation. The two survivors who remain tied up realize that all the others have been taken down. With a sinister smile, one of the monsters shows the result of its attack to the survivors. The man's body then falls to the ground lifeless as the monsters continue the great onslaught. Suddenly, the prisoners' bodies begin to rise with a strange dark aura. Controlled by a mysterious force, they begin to walk slowly toward the water. One by one, the bodies enter the water and sink into the ocean to the horror of the survivors. Underwater, their eyes glow intensely and they transform into aquatic gulls. The survivors then understand that this is how the monsters create their water gulls. They wonder if all this was done just to intimidate them with the creature's power. The scene then returns to Jiang Xiaoyang, who receives a notification of a new disaster. He reads the mission screen and realizes the sea monsters are the new progenitors. The guy then asks the survivor how he knows everything in such detail. The man reveals he escaped from a monster farm and that they even know how to operate boats. In a memory, he flees on a motorboat in the middle of a storm, praying to survive. With that, Jiang Xiaoyang asks if he knows the location, and the man says more or less. The protagonist invites him to rescue the others, and the guy says that with him there is hope. With a determined look, the survivor accepts the invitation, saying he won't refuse the offer. Jiang Xiaoyang warns that they will leave in 2 days, but the man is confused by the wait. The hero explains that he will first help rebuild the settlement and arrange for some guards. He then looks at the defeated monsters in the water and completes the sentence with the word, guards. The survivors are confused as the protagonist holds a plant vine in his hand. The man wonders what he plans to do upon seeing the strange buds on the vine he's holding. With a swift move, the guy throws several buds from his plant toward the water. The seeds then fall with full force and hit the bodies of the defeated sea monsters. Next, the seeds open and transform into lotus flowers with a green energy. From the flowers, vines emerge and wrap around the creatures' bodies like parasites. The monsters then begin to rise, and the survivors are shocked by the bizarre scene. The men can't believe what they're seeing and wonder if the sea monster has been revived. A horde of creatures with glowing yellow eyes rises and faces the group of people. In a panic, the survivors scream and beg for the benefactor to save them from the new monsters. The guy tells them not to worry, and the survivor is left not understanding the situation at all. Seeing the creatures move away from him, the man asks if they are obeying his orders. Jiang Xiaoyang explains they are no longer sea monsters, although they have their characteristics. He then reveals that they are now plant organisms, and this includes the other creatures as well. With that, the survivors fall silent, completely shocked by the guy's revelation. One of them then asks if the water gulls are also under his control now. The man remembers the promise about the settlement, and Jiang Xiaoyang says they are getting there. Confused, the survivors look at the horizon, not understanding where they are going exactly. Suddenly, a huge swarm of giant insects appears in the sky, startling everyone there. The insect queen then leads the swarm with a very threatening and imposing appearance in the sky. Thousands of other smaller insects with spikes follow their leader in a frightening formation. With the sunlight shining brightly, the scene then changes to a very different location. In a room, one of the survivors suddenly wakes up, very disoriented and not understanding anything. He rubs his eyes, still sleepy, and tries to understand what's happening around him. Suddenly, the man gets out of bed in shock and wonders where he could be now. Looking out the window, he sees the transformed city and wonders where they ended up. The others are also shocked and wonder how everything changed so much in just one night. The young man says his uncle is insane, and the guy explains that his spores reshaped the terrain. He says he conducted more daring tests and invites everyone to see the progress, making the boy curious. The protagonist then explains that his nest worms are weak in the water, so he needed reinforcements. He then reveals that he specialized in antenna insect to become a giant queen worm. With that, the creature was made to generate insects adapted to aquatic environments and nothing more. Several small aquatic insects are then seen swimming and developing in the water. The protagonist says that in 1 or 2 days, he will be able to evolve a much more efficient form. His friend then comments that they are increasingly moving away from being the good guys in the story. With that, the scene jumps forward 2 days and shows a small boat sailing alone on the ocean. Near a sunken ship, someone asks to check if the sea creatures have left yet. One of the men then stands up and confirms to the others that the way is finally clear. Just then, everyone starts rowing desperately, yelling to go as fast as they can. In the distance, they spot a strange island covered in dark and very bizarre vegetation. The group continues to row, and one of the men warns that they are almost at their destination. One of them wonders if the island is a nest, but another says it's better than being captured. Suddenly, one of the men yells and points to something approaching quickly in the water. Several sea monster fins advance, and they realize the creatures never left. Furious, they yell that the monsters were just toying with them and row faster. One of the men looks back in a panic and yells that it's the end upon seeing the creature leap from the water. The sea monster then jumps with its spear in hand, ready to attack the boat with full force. But suddenly, one of his new insects fires a powerful energy beam at the creature. The attack hits the monster dead on, sending it flying far away with impressive force. The explosion creates a large wave in the water, and the boat with the men remains safe. Shocked, the men in the boat wonder what that thing is that saved them from the attack. One of them then points to the water and yells upon realizing it's the insects that appeared. Underwater, the sea monsters are surrounded by the guy's new aquatic insects. With a furious roar, one of the creatures prepares to fight against the new enemies. But one of the insects manages to bite the monster's arm with force, surprising it with the attack. The sea creature is then completely shocked and feels the pain of the insect's bite. He then spots a swarm of aquatic insects charging at him with full force. With that, the insects move like a school of fish, completely dominating the surrounding waters. The sea creatures try to flee in a panic but are relentlessly pursued by the insects. On the surface, the man in the boat says the insects are driving away the sea monsters. The insects then begin to guide the sea creatures in a very specific direction. One of the men celebrates, saying they were saved because the creatures are leaving. But his friend corrects him, saying they've only switched predators now in that strange place. He completes the sentence by saying they are now the prey of the new aquatic insects. Suddenly, the insects start pushing the boat with force, startling the men on board. The men realize the insects are guiding them to the island, and that the island is an insect nest. One of the crew members then points to the island's shore and yells for everyone to look there. On the island, they spot humans and sea monsters standing together and are very confused by the scene. The boat finally reaches the shore, and the men disembark very carefully. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyong welcomes the group with one of his monsters by his side. Zhang Xiaoyong tells them to calm down, as the creatures are completely under his control. Scared, one of the men asks what he is, and the guy introduces himself as the rebuilder of the place. The man observes the water gulls and thinks that this doesn't look like a real human settlement. Seeing the bizarre insects, he concludes that this place is definitely not a common settlement. Suddenly, one of the guy's allies waves and says not to worry, leaving the man very surprised. His colleague explains that the insects and the sea monsters are all under Zhang Xiaoyong's control. He then invites them to stay, as there are plenty of rooms, and the leader is still expanding the settlement. The protagonist then turns to his group and says it's time for them to get into action. The survivor then asks if they are finally going to the sea monster farm. The guy says they don't need to wait, as two of his aquatic insects can already defeat one monster. Excited, the young man offers to go, but the protagonist says he doesn't need to go this time. Upset, the boy asks why and questions if the leader doesn't trust his strength for the fight. The guy explains he is strong on land, but combat in the water is different, and it's better to be cautious. The young woman's father agrees, saying they would be a burden in the water, and the young man calms down. On a fast boat, the survivor thinks he never imagined he would return to the sea like this. He then looks back and realizes it's the aquatic insects that are pushing the boat. Other insects accompany the boat, pushing it at an impressive speed across the ocean. Suddenly, the man's expression changes, and he is shocked by something he sees in the distance. With a binocular, he warns Jiang Xiaoyong that there are sea monsters right ahead of them in the water. The protagonist then faces the danger with a calm look and prepares for the coming combat. With that, the insects dive with full force and rapidly advance toward the sea monsters. An entire swarm of aquatic creatures then follows suit and prepares for the big attack. With impressive speed, they hit the sea creatures dead-on in the middle of the ocean. A huge explosion of water then forms with the force of the impact of their powerful attack. The sea creature is completely defeated, and its body begins to sink slowly into the sea. With victory assured, the aquatic insects then return to the protagonist group's boat. Shocked, the survivor can't believe the monsters were defeated so easily. He then realizes the guy and his insects are incredibly strong and much more powerful. With that, he remembers the time he was a prisoner on that terrible monster farm. In his memory, the men scream desperately, wondering what's happening. He then realizes the sea creatures are starting a new takedown of prisoners. In a panic, the man screams and begs for the monsters not to choose him for this slaughter. Back in the present, the survivor uses the binoculars and confirms that this is the monster farm. He warns Jiang Xiaoyong that the monsters are in the middle of a takedown and asks for his help now. The protagonist then tells the man to hold on tight, as they will act immediately. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong crouches down and prepares to make an impressive leap from the boat. He then launches into the sky like a rocket and flies toward the island of the sea monsters. On the island, one of the creatures prepares to attack a defenseless prisoner with its sharp spear. The monster holds the man tightly and stares at him with a cruel and very threatening look. But suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong appears out of nowhere and faces the sea monster with his glowing eyes. The prisoner is then completely shocked by the sudden arrival of the hero. With a quick and precise blow, the guy defeats the creature, surprising the man with his strength. The prisoner then looks back and sees the silhouette of the protagonist holding the defeated monster. He wonders who this mysterious man is who just suddenly saved his life. Everyone on the island then looks in the guy's direction, confused by his sudden appearance. The other prisoners are also shocked and try to understand what's happening. Meanwhile, on the boat, the survivor celebrates and yells for the hero to finish off all the monsters. With a furious roar, another creature charges to attack Jiang Xiaoyong with its spear. But the guy manages to grab the weapon with his hand, surprising the monster with his speed. With just one hand, he stops the creature's attack without showing any effort. The protagonist then prepares to counter the sea monster's attack with his full strength. With a push, he throws the creature far away, showing his superiority in combat. The defeated monster then yells for the other to run, warning that the boat is right behind them. The survivor on the boat panics upon seeing the monster running toward his boat. But he takes out his knife and says that, with his leader there, the monster can't hurt him at all. Other creatures then jump into the sea to try and escape the island as quickly as possible, But the guy's aquatic insects appear and fire their energy beams at the monsters. The prisoners realize there's something in the sea and that the creatures are being defeated by it. With that, all the sea monsters are defeated and their bodies float in the water and on the sand. One of the prisoners approaches and asks the hero what he is and why he looks like a human. The survivor from the boat says not to worry, as leader Jiang Xiaoyong is there to save them. With a smile, the protagonist asks why else he would bother to defeat the monsters. As he cuts his ropes, the prisoner recognizes him as the man who fled by boat in the storm. He confirms this, saying that most of those captured back then are unfortunately no longer with them. The guy then looks at the horizon and asks if there's more than one sea monster farm. The freed man says yes and that the creatures just rotate guards at that location. They then realize that with such a vast ocean, it would be very difficult to finish off all the monsters. The hero invites them to the settlement, saying that if necessary, he will use a cruder method. With a serious look, he reveals that he will use his Sea of Insects tactic to sweep the entire ocean. With that, the group of rescued people gets on a boat and safely returns to the guy's base. At the settlement, the young man spots the boat with his binoculars and celebrates his Uncle Xiaoyong's return. Excited, he then runs with all his might toward the shore to welcome the arriving group. The boy can't believe the mission was so quick and wonders if it was really his uncle who did it all. Jiang Xiaoyong asks him to take care of the survivors, and the young man accepts the task with a big smile. The protagonist then asks his companions to go and invite some elders for a meeting. The two then set off on a motorboat to carry out the new mission given by the settlement's leader. On the way, the motorboat hits some debris hidden under the water. The young woman warns that the water is very shallow, but her friend says they are almost there. In a building, a young armed guard watches the horizon very attentively and carefully. Suddenly, he hears his name and sees his friends waving and yelling for him to open the gate now. The young woman asks the guard where the elder is, as her leader needs to speak with him urgently. The guy explains that the elder went to help someone who got very sick and probably won't survive. With that, her friend says it's the perfect time for them to go take a closer look at the situation. In a room, an elderly doctor says the patient's illness is serious and has a high mortality rate. On a bed, a woman is lying down, sweating a lot, as the doctor says she cannot be saved. In a reflection, a muscular man with sunglasses observes the sick young woman very attentively. With a serious look, the mysterious man continues to watch the scene in complete silence. One of the men says to find Jiang Xiaoyong, but the doctor states it's already too late for her. But the muscular man says there is still a way to save her, surprising everyone with the news. He then reveals his plan to infect the woman with his mimetic flesh to cure her. The doctor asks if he can do it precisely, but the man says he can't guarantee anything. Shocked, the elder says she would no longer be human, and not even the protagonist could reverse it. The man then says it's better than perishing, and that the final decision rests with the young woman's father. He thinks that his mind is no longer human and doesn't know if this choice is the right one for humanity. Suddenly, one of the other men gets angry and asks what the bearded man is trying to do. With that, he pushes the doctor into the room and tells him to do what the other man suggested. Another guy tries to stop him, but he says it's better to save her first and worry about it later. The doctor then stops and thinks for a moment, realizing the man's reasoning makes perfect sense. With the decision made, the muscular man approaches the bed to begin the bizarre procedure. His hand transforms and he warns that the reaction will be violent, asking them to hold her tightly. The men then hold the woman tightly, and the bearded man prepares to begin the infection. With that, the mimetic flesh enters her body and spreads rapidly throughout her system. Suddenly, the woman's eyes open in shock, and she feels an unbearable pain in her body. She then starts to scream desperately and cry from the bizarre transformation in her body. Her eyes then change color, and she slowly begins to lose consciousness in the process. After a while, she calms down, and her father asks if she managed to survive the bizarre procedure. With her fingers trembling, the woman starts to move, showing that she is still alive. She then coughs up a black goo, and the men realize the procedure has finally worked. The doctor asks for help to sit her up, but her father stops him from approaching the bed. Suddenly, the bearded man's arm transforms into a giant, frightening claw. He uses his claw to lift the woman from the bed, and everyone is shocked by the bizarre scene. Curious, the young woman's father asks what that is, and the man tells him to see with his own eyes. The bearded man then points to the woman's leg, which now has a mouth with very sharp teeth. He explains that she has passive defenses, and they shouldn't touch her, or they'll become one of them. With that, the woman finally wakes up and sits up in bed, very confused by the strange situation. The doctor then approaches and asks if she is feeling different in any way now. The young woman says she has a subtle feeling, and the doctor asks about her emotions and thoughts. Confused, she asks if she'd be feeling anything different at that moment. The bearded man explains that the changes in her brain will take 1 or 2 weeks to appear. Shocked, the woman asks her father what he means by changes in her brain structure. The doctor then explains that the young woman's illness was very serious, and she would have perished without their intervention. With that, the woman is shocked to learn that her father infected her with mimetic flesh to save her. She then looks at her hands and despairs upon realizing she is now no longer fully human. Suddenly, a monstrous claw emerges from the bearded man's back, startling everyone in the room. The woman then grabs the bizarre limb and screams in pain from the sudden and unexpected contact. In her hand, a small tongue-shaped appendage appears, showing the progress of her transformation. The man says she needs to adapt and control her new powers as quickly as she can. Suddenly, someone arrives and calls for Brother Liu, interrupting the conversation of the three in the room. It was Jiang Xiao's companions who have just arrived, to everyone's surprise. The young woman then asks the elder and leader Liu what happened, as it seems very serious. The doctor explains that the woman is now a high-level infected, just like old Joe. With that, he asks if things in H City are going well, but the guy says not really. The elder then says it's the perfect time, as the protagonist might have a way to help the young woman. With that, the group gets into a car and speeds off to find the settlement's leader. They then take a boat and arrive at the shore where Jiang Xiaoyong is already waiting for them. The protagonist asks if the young woman has pancreatitis, and the group is confused by his question. The doctor confirms in layman's that after everything, she ended up being infected by a common illness. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles and tells her to relax, as everything will be fine from now on with him. He extends his hand and warns that it will hurt a little as dark tentacles emerge from it. The tentacles then enter the woman's body, leaving her in complete shock from the pain. The doctor watches everything and says he knew Jiang Xiaoyong had a way, but his method is horrible. The guy then withdraws his hand and says the procedure is over, and the young woman covers her face in embarrassment. He explains that she was lucky because the infection was recent and her brain hadn't suffered any loss. The young man in the group then gets excited, saying this is incredible and goes against the natural order. The protagonist reveals that the only price is a huge appetite, as she needs to eat to sustain herself. With the problem solved, he turns to the elders and says that now he wants their help. The hero says he wants to find the nest of a certain species of monster and finish them all off. The doctor thinks for a moment and realizes that with such a vast ocean, the mission would be very difficult. But the cured woman says she has a way, and the doctor asks her to explain her idea. She then asks if they know how beekeepers get rid of hornets. The young woman explains that they are the natural enemies of bees and cause many problems. According to her, beekeepers tie a piece of paper to the insect and follow it to its nest to destroy it. The other girl in the group wonders if they should mark the sea sirens with something like that. With that, the woman reveals they can use GPS tracking devices to find them. She explains that there are trackers that can be attached to sea creatures to locate them. Jiang Xiaoyong then asks where they could find such equipment now. The elder remembers and says there is a marine ecology institute that should have the devices. The group leader celebrates, saying he knew calling them was the right decision to make. With that, the team takes a boat and sets off at high speed toward the research institute. On the way, a small crab is seen on top of a giant, bizarre sea creature. On a mysterious island, a monstrous foot stumps hard on the sand, splashing water around it. With that, a group of frightening sea creatures emerges on the beach and prepares for an attack. Meanwhile, on the boat, the young woman notices the water is shallower as they are near land. Suddenly, one of the men yells, warning that there's something strange floating in the water. They then find floating skeletons and wonder if they are human or something else. With that, the protagonist extends his hand and uses his powers to pull one of them onto the boat. The guy notices they are not human skeletons, as their teeth are very sharp and bizarre. The woman then points to the water, warning that there are many more of them scattered around. Everyone then looks and sees countless skeletons floating and wonders if there was a battle there. Jiang Xiaoyong tells everyone to be careful, as there might be something very bizarre nearby. The elder then announces that they have finally arrived at their destination, and the boat moves forward. With that, they spot the huge main building of the Marine Ecology Research Institute. But they notice there are several skeleton remains hanging at the institute's entrance. The group gets off the boat and realizes they can't avoid a confrontation with some kind of monster. The young woman suggests the weaker ones stay outside, but the hero says they should stick together. He then takes the lead, saying the elder should stay in the middle for better protection. With that, they enter the building, and the woman suggests looking for a directory to find the devices. The group then walks down a dark corridor, and one of them whispers about the lack of light. Suddenly, one of the men stops and stares into the darkness with a serious and very suspicious look. The protagonist then confirms he felt something strange and also stays on high alert in the corridor. The young woman asks what's wrong, but Jiang Xiaoyong just says there's something there with them. With a shout, he warns everyone that there is a threat right behind them in the dark corridor. He then realizes it's not just one and yells that there's also something approaching from their side. Suddenly, a figure appears in front of them, and the group prepares for the imminent combat. The enemy then fires their weapon, and someone yells for everyone to be very careful. Quickly, the hero uses his powers and creates a tentacle shield to protect the young woman. The bullet hits the barrier dead-on but fails to get through the guy's dark defense. But the woman is hit by another attack, and the doctor screams her name in despair at the scene. The protagonist is surprised and wonders why on earth they are using firearms. At that moment, another enemy appears and charges toward them down the dark corridor. His companion then warns that there are also adversaries approaching from behind them. Angrily, the group leader prepares to fight, saying they are looking for their end. The monster from behind runs at high speed, its hair moving like tentacles in the air. The tentacles then wrap around the hero's friend, trapping him tightly in the middle of the corridor. The man is then shocked by the blue-skinned creature, and the two begin a physical fight. His companion is impressed by the monster's strength and realizes it is very powerful. With a powerful kick, he manages to send the creature downward with an accurate blow. The monster then hits the water hard, raising a huge amount of foam. The other young woman in the group protects the elders, telling them to hide behind her now. Suddenly, the cured woman is captured by a rope, and the doctor is shocked by the scene. The doctor screams in despair upon seeing the young woman being dragged by the mysterious creature. With a strong pull, the enemy grabs the woman's hair, and she screams in pain from the sudden attack. The group's companion gets angry and realizes the enemies have captured their friend. Suddenly, the creature yells for them to release Wang Yong, surprising everyone with its speech. The protagonist then questions how that thing can speak the human language. With that, the enemy holds the woman tighter, using her as a hostage to threaten the group. But suddenly, the creature is confused and doesn't understand what's happening at that moment. Bizarre tentacles then emerge from the hostage's back and hit the enemy with full force. The tentacles grab her and throw her far away with impressive and frightening force. The creature falls into the water and sees the monstrous silhouette of the woman who just transformed. With that, part of her body takes on a bizarre form, and her eyes glow with dark power. The trapped man yells for his companion who is captured and is completely wrapped in tentacles. Jiang Xiaoyang then creates a sharp blade with his powers and prepares for a counterattack. With a swift move, he manages to trap the enemy with his dark tentacles. He then points a sharp stake toward the creature's head to threaten it. The transformed woman uses her power and destroys the enemy's weapon with a devastating blow. With her white eyes, she faces the defeated adversary and seems confused by her new powers. The captured enemy then yells that the monster woman is too strong and asks the hero to release them. The guy tells them to call their reinforcements, or he will end both of their lives right now. Shocked, the adversary realizes the group leader can also communicate with them. With a smile, the young woman in the group asks if he's deaf, saying they've been communicating the whole time. The captured enemy then yells and asks for everyone to stop fighting immediately. With that, the protagonist turns and asks the woman if she can still control herself. She then nods her head in confirmation, and her body slowly begins to return to normal. The young woman looks at her hands and stammers, not knowing what to say about her sudden transformation. The guy says it seems she hasn't fully adapted yet and hasn't lost her consciousness. With that, he releases the two enemies and says he'll give them a chance to explain themselves. On the building's roof, the group gathers and prepares to interrogate the two prisoners. The hero asks what's happening, who they are, and what they are doing in that institute. The man then reveals they are humans and were members of the research team at that location. The guy asks if they were modified by the sea sirens in some strange way. The man says the reason they are like this is because they ate the flesh and blood of the sirens. Shocked, the leader's friend can't believe they had the courage to eat that thing. The man explains they had no other choice as there was no food and they were hungry. He then gets angry, saying they couldn't start eating people and become monsters. Jiang Xiaoyang asks if the skeletons at the entrance are from the sea sirens they took down. The man explains they no longer fear the water gulls, but are still weaker than the sirens. But he reveals that out of the water, they can easily handle the sirens using weapons. One of the other men gets angry, saying the number of sea sirens has been increasing a lot. The protagonist then confirms they have a social organization and that they will soon be attacked. The modified man then asks the group what exactly they are and who they are. With a smile, Jiang Xiaoyang replies that their team's composition is a bit complicated. Suddenly, the other researcher points to the horizon and yells for everyone to look there. The man then sees a horde of sirens and yells that they've returned on a gigantic scale. With that, the two researchers prepare for combat and grab their firearms. The researchers' leader yells for the group to hide in the building and use the terrain to their advantage. But the protagonist says no, explaining it's not worth it as it will be harder to pursue the creatures. The guy then reveals he will wait for the sirens to jump onto the roof and surrender to them. The researcher gets angry and tells the young man not to blame them if something bad happens later. The man then yells for his group to retreat and use their tactics to finish off the enemies. With his weapon in hand, he prepares for battle and tells the creatures to bring it on. The hero turns his back and simply tells the man to take care of himself during the coming fight. At that moment, the protagonist's companions prepare for battle and unleash their powers. A giant wave then appears and crashes with full force against the institute building. Dozens of sea sirens leap from the water and advance toward the two groups. The researcher is completely shocked by the scene and can't believe what he's seeing. But the hero's eyes glow with a green light, and he prepares to use his abilities. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes a huge wave of dark energy toward the sky. The energy transforms into a giant hand that descends with full force on the enemies in the air. The creatures are smashed to the ground and are confused, not understanding what just happened. The hero's friend joins the fight with full force, punching one of the creatures hard on the roof. The group's companion also advances, kicking the monsters with agility and moving between them. Meanwhile, the cured woman uses her new tentacles to attack and crush the enemies. Shocked by the scene, the researcher wonders what kind of monsters those people are. But Jiang Xiaoyang remains calm and uses his abilities to control the situation without breaking a sweat. With her new wings, the young woman attacks fiercely, defeating the sea sirens with ease. In an instant, several of the monsters are thrown far away with an overwhelming and brutal power. With that, the creatures' bodies fall to the ground, already lifeless after the group's quick attack. The hero then turns to the researcher and tells him to call his other companions now. At that moment, the researcher's leader appears and asks in shock if they took them all down. With a smile, the protagonist offers the bodies and asks if they want to eat the monsters. The man says that's a rare source of calories, but the young man says no, they don't need it. The researcher's leader then thinks that with those abilities, they could hunt all the time. Jiang Xiaoyang says this counts as help, and now he wants a favor in return for the service. The protagonist then asks the elder to explain the situation to the researchers. but the researcher recognizes the doctor and calls him Hika Feng from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The man then introduces himself as Chen Jiankang, and the doctor recognizes him as Director Chen. With a smile, Jiankang is happy and says he can't believe the doctor still remembered him. The hero asks if they know each other, and the elder confirms it's because of their work. The doctor explains they are looking for a GPS tracker to find the siren's nest and exterminate them. The researcher is shocked and says that only their group would have the courage to try something like that. Jiang Xiaoyong asks if the institute still has the device, and the man guides them inside. They then enter a dark room, and the researcher asks if this is what they were looking for. The elder and the young woman hold the trackers, and the doctor confirms they found what they wanted. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong invites the researchers to go with them, as their home needs people. The group leader is worried about their appearance and wonders if they will scare people. The protagonist smiles and says that makes sense, then tells everyone to go with him. Elsewhere, a young man is relaxing but wonders why the robot insects started to move. Suddenly, he is shocked by what he sees on the horizon and can't believe the scene. A horde of sea creatures then advances at high speed toward his island. The guy yells in the radio, warning that they are under attack by a swarm of sea sirens. On the building's roof, a group of people prepares for the battle that is about to begin. With their weapons in hand, they yell that the enemies have arrived and they must fight with everything. The young man then grabs his weapon and, with a smile, says the monsters are overestimating themselves. He reveals that the creatures will have to get through his swarm of insects first to reach them. With that, the robotic insects dive into the water and charge at the invaders with full force. But an army of giant muscular sea sirens emerges from the water with their spears. The creatures then go on the attack, advancing fiercely against the island's defense. Huge explosions happen in the water as the two sides clash in a brutal fight. The sea sirens fight the robotic insects underwater in an intense battle. Huge explosions occur in the water as the sea creatures continue to fight the small robots in the sea. The man asks how the situation is, and the young man says the insects don't have an advantage and have injured a strong enemy. With that, one of the monsters advances with its spear and tries to destroy the small mechanical robots underwater. The creature shows its sharp, bizarre teeth as it roars in anger in the middle of the ocean confrontation. The adversary then hits one of the flying robots with an accurate blow, using its long weapon at the bottom of the sea. At that moment, the monster's eyes glow with a frightening power, making it even more dangerous in combat. The enemy swims at high speed toward the targets, preparing to deliver a final blow to the defenders. Leaping from the water, the giant holds its spear and tries to hit the humans on the building's roof. With that, the small robots gather in the sky and begin to attack the invaders from all possible directions. The mechanical swarm uses its sharp blades and creates an energy slash to try and slice the adversaries in the air. A huge wave of energy hits the water's surface, causing a large amount of foam to rise. But the group of defenders realizes that this enemy is very different, and none of them have seen anything so strong before. 3 more creatures swim in the water at high speed, advancing with full force to help their companion in the fight. With a swift move, the blue giant blocks the attacks and uses its spear to retaliate against the robots. A huge explosion of water occurs, causing a large amount of foam to rise in the middle of the combat. At the bottom of the sea, the monster looks up, trying to understand what's happening on the surface. Completely surprised, the adversary realizes he has been stopped by the humans and doesn't know what to do. On the roof, the guy decides to intervene in the fight, saying it's been a while since he found someone to stretch his muscles. With that, the young warrior tells the others to back off and give him space to use his full strength. Back in the water, the 2 monsters swim quickly, trying to dodge the boys' deadly attacks in the sea. The young man then uses his powers to make the creatures attack each other with uncontrolled fury in the sea. The larger monster watches everything and realizes its companions are being controlled by something. With that, the guy uses a bizarre ability and traps the monsters with green roots in the water. He then says that, as expected, the creatures were no match for him and his mental powers. Injured, the giant monster leaps from the water and charges to attack the young man on the roof. The creature then stumps hard on the building's floor and prepares to fight the boy. The guy notices the monster's strength is a bit greater than that of the cannibal from M City. But with a confident look, he states that he can handle this adversary without any problems. The monster then runs at high speed toward the young man and prepares an attack with its spear. With his weapon in hand, the boy shoots and tells the monster to get past his equality device. The shots hit the enemy dead on, but the creature manages to defend itself from the attacks easily. The monster says he has skill and will play with the guy a bit before finishing him off. With a powerful blow, the blue giant attacks with its spear and tries to crush the young man on the ground. But the creature is shocked to see its attack was completely stopped by the boy. The guy holds his sword firmly and manages to block the sea monster's devastating blow. With a swift move, he counterattacks and manages to hit the enemy's face with his weapon. One of the men in the group is shocked and wonders how someone so young can be so strong. Suddenly, the monster starts to flee, and the young man yells, asking where it thinks it's going. With a powerful leap, the creature flees from the roof, trying to escape the fight to save its life. The boy then mocks the monster, asking if that's all it has and if it's already running away. The creature then dives into the water with full force, trying to escape the confrontation on the roof for good. But underwater, the blue monster reveals an expression of pure fury and resentment for its defeat. It then joins the rest of its horde and prepares to continue the attack against the island. With that, the sea giant swims at high speed, advancing far away from that place. Meanwhile, the young woman in the group points to the island and says that is the new home for all of them. One of the researchers is completely shocked and wonders how they built something like that. Jiang Xiaoyong notices the flying insects don't look well and says they arrived just in time. His companion yells that a large number of sea sirens are attacking the settlement now. At that moment, one of the researchers offers to help, saying they can also fight. The protagonist warns that insects and gulls are allies and that their enemies are only the sirens. With that, the boat stops in the middle of the sea as several ice spikes emerge from the surrounding water. The group of researchers then dives into the sea to help in the combat against all the invaders. One of the men warns that there's a different siren on the roof and that Shuai is in trouble. The hero says he'll take care of it personally, as the monster might be useful for his final goal. On the roof, a group of men thinks the fight is already over and that it all seemed too easy for them. The young warrior complains that he thought he would have fun, but didn't expect it to be just that. But suddenly, the blue creature appears from behind the guy without him noticing its presence. With a swift move, the monster charges with full force and tries to hit the young man with a surprise blow. Shuai is shocked and realizes that guy's movements have gotten even faster. The monster raises its weapon, and the guy yells that he can't dodge the devastating attack. But with a swift move, the guy manages to defend against the blow using his sword with all his strength. The impact of the attack throws the young man far away, making him lose his balance during the confrontation. The blue creature then puffs out its cheeks and prepares to use a new water ability. With that, the monster fires several water spheres, and someone yells for the guy to be careful. The spheres hit the young man's face dead on, leaving him completely stunned on the roof. The guy complains that the enemy used water to block his vision and tries to recover from the blow. Suddenly, he is shocked to realize the sea monster was already in front of him. With a malicious smile, the creature raises its weapon and prepares to deliver the final blow. But a spear flies at high speed toward the monster, passing right by the young man. The creature is surprised by the unexpected attack and can't react in time to defend itself. Jiang Xiaoyong then appears and asks how he's going to explain it to the guy's parents if he gets hurt. Suddenly, several plant bodies appear on the scene, and the protagonist says they are his guards.